Hey, Kiklo, how you doing, brother? Happy Easter to you as well, sir. Happy Easter to you as well. How you doing, man? Let's just get this sorted, and so that I can hear that the audio is actually good, and that everyone can hear me. Doing well, sir. Hey, very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that, sir. Let's just quickly. Claudio, how you doing? Man, I missed the OnlyFans Akko toenail shot. JK, happy Easter, brother. Happy Easter. I'm just trying to find I'm setting up for a topic of conversation that I think is important. Oh, come on, where is this? Shave Rash, how you doing, sir? Welcome, everyone. Good morning to all of you. I'm a little bit sick, just FYI. I have a stomach bug of some kind. I don't know where it came from. It came literally out of nowhere. So I'm a little down at the minute. I am not feeling the best, but hey, I missed you guys. I wanted to stream. I was like, should I take Easter weekend off? I was like, but what the hell am I going to do the whole day if I'm just sitting here doing nothing? Screw it. I'll just be here. Look good, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It might be the fact that I've shed probably like half my body weight in just throwing up and the other things that I won't be discussing, but I've not been feeling great. So, it is what it is, but I appreciate that. Maybe sickness is, it works for me. It compliments me. What am I looking for? I'm just trying to find. I think it's this one. Yeah, okay. I think I have it. What are you guys doing for Easter? I think I found it. We have some drama, obviously, that we're going to be covering. Just for those of you that don't know. Caleb, how you doing, sir? Just came back from church and now eating all the shrimp. Nice, bro. I was at church yesterday, sang in the choir. It went super well. And I'm going to church again tomorrow, singing in the choir again. So hopefully it goes good as well. Made cheesecake and apple pie so far. Oh, man. But you made it yourself? Shave Rash. Nice. I love cooking, right? I'm a huge fan of cooking. I hate baking. I can't get into baking. The problem with baking is you have to follow recipes. I hate following recipes. I just sort of grab a bunch of ingredients, throw them together, and see if it works. So baking is it's too rigid for me. Because there's stuff that you can bake that if you don't follow the recipe exactly, you get screwed. I'm the other way around. I hate cooking, but I love baking. Funnily enough, I am yet to meet someone that loves both. Like, I'm sure there exists people like this, but my brother, for example, one of the twins, like one of the younger ones, he also loves baking, hates cooking, can't stand it. He doesn't like the willy-nilliness of it. He prefers baking. And I'm just like, nah, bro. Like, give me 100 ingredients and tell me go nuts. I'll make you anything. Like, I will definitely make you anything. It won't be like something specific. Like, if you ask me, make something Asian. I don't know what the hell's Asian. But fusion dishes, like using some Asian spices, some Indian spices, some European stuff, I'll make you whatever I want. Like, I'll make sure that the main ingredients, like if you want beef, it'll be beef. But I can't guarantee that it will taste of some area. I don't like that. Marco Pierre White says baking is chemistry. It's hard. I would agree with that. I love watching shows about baking. So I love watching chefs bake. And I will agree that there's definitely some recipes that you watch and you just go, holy shit. Like, there's some. So, for example, making something like shoestring pastry. I think it's called shoestring pastry. You know, the ones that puff up and you put like eclairs and stuff? There's like insane stuff where it has to be, the temperatures have to be exactly measured. You have to add things at exact temperatures and use things at exactly this and exactly that, and it's sort of all over the place. And you have to be very, very precise in how you do it. Otherwise, it will just not be shoestring pastry. That's why it's so nice to do, because you have clarity what have to be done. Hey, if you like it, that's great. Tekla, how you doing, sir? I view salt as optional on fried egg, so I'm not the guy to talk. Wait, Ken, dude, the one thing that is never optional on food is salt. Like, seriously. All other spices, sure, you can probably make all other spices optional, but salt cannot be optional. Like, not in sweet stuff, not in salty stuff. Like, just salt enhances flavor. So if you're not going to put salt on your food, like, dude, you're eating the blandest food on the planet. Like, have you ever had steak, for example, without salt? It's bland as hell. Michael, how you doing, sir? We're going to be discussing some drama. We're also going to be reacting. I had someone challenge me to a react, but I'm not one to back down from a challenge, so I'll react to their video. Steak needs salt and pepper. Pepper I can take or leave. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for pepper, but definitely salt. Malin, how you doing? Potatoes with no salt. Call Jobs, what's up anyway? Custom, how you doing, sir? I mean, Call Jobs is like, I don't... I don't really know enough about the whole Call Job situation. All I know is he did lie. In my opinion, he lied to his community. Like, he could probably swing it as he just didn't know, right? So he was also under the impression that it is about cheating, and maybe, right? I don't know how you go through an entire trial and no one ever tells you, like, your lawyer never tells you, bro, he's not suing you for cheating allegations. I don't know. Vanesh, how you doing, bro? Breakdown of society, especially if it continues in its economic death spiral. Vanish, the funny thing is, almost all of the problems that we see today, by the way, how you doing, bro? Almost all of the problems you see in the current world is a result of the economic downturn of the West. Very, very interesting. So, I would say for probably the last 50 to 60 years, politicians have largely ignored the sort of growing divide in society. And for good reason. We know that, just based on every single study that we've ever done on this, people inherently don't mind earning gaps, right? Or wage gaps, or wealth gaps. People inherently don't mind this. It's perfectly fine. You're going to have rich people. You're going to have poor people. There's no issue there. Where this becomes a super problem is when the gap appears to be insurmountable. In other words, you limit upward mobility. So no matter what I do, I will never be able to get into this camp, because not only is the hill very steep, which is always going to be, but the hill has been cut so that unless I can jump 20, 30, 40 yards, I will never get there. So I either have to be super happy or lucky, or I'm just never going to get into it. Right? So that's the issue that we have. I mean, I've made this declaration before, where I've apologized, because I was, for a very long time, a believer in complete capitalism. The idea that if you just left people alone, they would make good decisions, and they would ultimately make everyone richer. Because the idea behind laissez-faire capitalism is people want to start businesses, people want to make money. So if you just allow them to start business and make money, everyone will make money and get rich. The problem with that is that works in a world that isn't globalized. You see, if every businessman and every person in the world is landlocked to their country, laissez-faire capitalism is the best system you can have. Because if I'm Apple, I want to make as much money as possible, which means I want to make the best possible phone so that I can win out on everyone else making a phone. I have to open factories in America. I have to open software companies in America. Everyone has to work together in order to make my phone. So while, yes, I'm selling my phone to the American public, extracting money from the American public, I'm also then using all of that money again to pay American workers and American developers in order to produce the product. So it creates this beautiful little cyclical system where the money that I'm extracting, huge portions of that is funded back into the market, and these people that's working can then go and buy houses and all the rest of it. Where the system starts to break down is once you get to globalization. Is you get what ended up happening was, I'm Apple, and I recognize that I can make my iPhone for a hell of a lot cheaper in China than what I can make it in America. Now, if China and America were playing on even keel, so China had an open market that American companies could participate in, and America had an open market that Chinese companies could participate in, not that big of a problem, because some companies will open in America, other companies will open in China, and it'll all be good. The issue is the world doesn't operate that way. China has a very protective market. So if you're a company that also wants to sell in China, you're almost forced to open your factories there. So now what happens is, I make my phone in China. I pay my salaries in China. I pay my factory workers in China. I buy my resources in China. I also refine my resources in China because I want access to the Chinese market. Everyone else wants access to the Chinese market. So China gets sort of a monopoly on the production of all goods and services. But now I still sell my iPhone in America, for example. So what ends up happening is we have an extraction system. Apple is taking a lot of money out of America, but it's putting very little of that money back into America. The American worker is in no way, shape, or form benefiting from Apple's business model, right? Because Apple is paying almost no salaries in America. Apple is buying almost no resources in America. And so the American worker is literally just being extracted at this point. This is what created the wealth gap. As all of these big organizations started opening up and moving to places where they could get a little bit better, right? Or they could get a bit of a better deal. It became a point where most countries in the West became extraction centers. The money is extracted from the Western side and then pushed towards the East or towards Africa, where that money is then spent. And remember, the money that is being spent there is in no way, shape, or form helping the American public or helping the European public. The European public is literally just paying this money, and the money leaves and it never comes back. So laissez-faire capitalism in a post-globalist world cannot work. And I never understood this And there's still, to this day, some of my favorite economists that just don't get this. But logically, it makes sense, right? Everything I just explained to you, it makes logical sense that this is a problem. You can't just have corporations that extract from the system but has zero input back into the system. This would be, to put it into very easy to understand terms, imagine you literally went to your bank every single day and you withdrew $100, but you never put money back into the bank account. What ends up happening to the bank account? It runs dry. Eventually, there will be no more money to take out of that bank account. So if you think about America or you think about Europe as a bank account, what ended up happening was the money ran dry. There eventually were just not enough money left in the system for everyone to actually get rich. And this is where we are now. All of the divide you see throughout the world, the left, the right, the hatred, the current sort of super, I guess you could say, the vitriol that is spewed by the left and the right is all a result of economic situations and circumstances. No salaries and no taxes either. True. What worked was replaced with what didn't work. I don't even think it was replaced. I think the problem was we never adapted. The system didn't change. We've always had capitalism in the West to some extent. The issue was that everyone sort of came up with new, how do I put this? Governments around the world, specifically in Europe, came up with band-aid solutions to a problem that the system was creating. Because we embraced globalism, but no one ever stopped to say, boys, hold up. Should we not look at our economic system? If we're going to embrace globalism, maybe our economic system needs a bit of a tweak. Maybe this can't stay the way that it is. No? Daniel, how you doing, brother? No one ever said that. So what ended up happening was, in Europe, you had this sort of, okay, yes, we're being extracted to the hilt by all of these corporations and companies. So instead, what we'll do is we'll tax the living hell out of the companies that is still there, and then we'll just redistribute that wealth to the people. The problem with the redistribution model from government is that government is highly inefficient at redistributing wealth. For every dollar that government takes, I think it's like the best country in the world redistributes about 30 cents of that dollar. About 30 cents. So, they're about 30% efficient at redistributing the dollar. So you can imagine it's a system that just consistently falls behind because every year you need to extract more dollars from these companies in taxes in order to try and redistribute all of this wealth. That yes, these corporations are super powerful, super rich, and they're bringing your GDP per capita up. But the problem is that the GDP per capita only rests on the back of a couple of very large corporations. It doesn't rest on the public as a whole. And so the government desperately tries to redistribute this wealth, but it can't because government is highly inefficient at doing so. So different European nations sort of played around with this idea. Because the American mind isn't quite as susceptible as government handouts, this never actually worked that well in America. Yes, America does have a social security system, and yes, America does have a Medicaid and Medicare system, but it's not as vast or as sort of all-encompassing as the European models is. And even in America, it was just never actually going to work. You were always going to fall behind. You were always going to struggle. And the reason for it is you have a system whereby those who are the richest in your society are merely parasites on the system. And I mean parasite because In a system where there is no globalization, the rich get rich through a symbiotic relationship. I get rich because I sell you an iPhone, but I also then pay a bunch of factory workers, pay a bunch of software, miners, all the rest of it, right? So I pay a lot of money back into the system. It's symbiotic. Whereas in a globalized system, the system is parasitic. I am only extracting money. I'm spending very little back into the system. And this is sort of sadly just where we are now. And unless the world very quickly start to address and redress these issues, you're going to see more and more divides. You're going to see the divides get worse and worse and worse. Oh man, and that is definitely bad. True. Redistribution implies an impartial and fair judge, which is funny to try and find in any human. Everyone has a bias or flaw. Oh yeah, I'm not even talking about how bad redistribution actually is and how it doesn't really work. I'm just trying to discuss why they did this, why it was important for them to at least try and do this. All right. What are you guys doing today? What's everyone doing this weekend? Does every country in the world have a long weekend this weekend, or is it just South Africa? Because we have a long weekend. We have Friday off, and then Monday is also off day. Long weekend, 4 days. We get a 4-day weekend, and it's bliss. We have, so it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, also 4-day weekend. Wow, Sheriff. No. For us, Friday, because it's Good Friday, right? So you have to have Friday off. And then Monday has to be an off day as well, because in South Africa, if a public holiday falls on a Sunday, it has to automatically extend to the Monday. So the Monday has to be off as well because of some stupid arbitrary rule that says that there has to be a certain amount of off days in a year. So they just swing it to where almost every holiday falls on a Monday, even if the actual day is on a Sunday. Tomorrow visiting family. Today I'm lying in bed. Nice. Been hearing a lot about neo-feudalism. What are your thoughts on this, Akko? It depends on what you mean by neo-feudalism. Malin, I would need to get more information because neo-feudalism could mean a lot of different things. I don't know because what do you mean? Let me ask that. What do you mean when you say neo-feudalism? What's the premise of it? Feudalism, like that system in the Channel Islands up to 2008. I don't even know what the Channel Islands is. Holy crap! I've never heard of that. So isn't that people? So it isn't that people are free Monday to sober up? Michael, no, but most people don't sober up on a Monday. Most people drink on a Monday. At least here in South Africa. They'll sober up on Tuesday when they get back to work. Most companies hate public holidays. Hate it. Because in a week where there's only 4 days, the workforce is incredibly unproductive. Because why not? Is what it is. Dead-Eye Survivor, how you doing, brother? France, Jersey, and Guernsey. Oh, wow. I didn't even know there were 2 islands in the channel. I didn't even know that. Basically, people becoming modern-day serfs, i.e. Gig economies, driving the rich around and bringing them food, will likely make this worse. So, I feel like, in a way, we already exist in that system, right? Clancy, how you doing? Alderney and Sark, or Channel Islands do. Clancy, how you doing? I feel like, in a way, we already exist in that system, and it all stems from this exact problem. the fact that we live in extraction-based economies now, where every country is just being extracted to the max for its wealth. And the wealth isn't actually also being spent in the country of origin. This is what Trump is trying to redress with the tariffs. This is why Trump is trying to get a lot of these businesses to come back to America and open their business in America, because it appears, at least, as if one of the advisors that Trump has identified that this is an unsustainable system. The current system cannot be sustained. And they're not wrong. Just look around the world. Look at how every country is getting more and more unequal as time goes on. And if you remove government sort of redistribution of wealth, the inequality gap widens even further. Right? In a lot of countries, if it wasn't for government redistribution of wealth, the wealth gap would be insane. The issue with government redistribution of wealth is it is an Ouroboros, so to speak. It's a system that will consistently eat its own tail. So you have to consistently, every single year, extract more funds from the system in order to redistribute the wealth that then needs more funds to be extracted from the system in order to redistribute said wealth. So that is not a permanent or long-term solution in any way, shape, or form. The only solution we have is manufacturing needs to return in some way, shape, or form to the nations. America needs to be able to manufacture its own stuff. Europe needs to be able to manufacture its own stuff. And from there, you can then start to look at a more globalized world where, you know, it might be cheaper to produce some things in some countries, but the wholesale idea of people just producing wherever it's the cheapest is just not a system that's going to work. No, at least not long term. Kenneth, so basically what you're discussing here is Cyberpunk 2077, effectively, would be neo-feudalism, right? The cyberpunk universe would be a good example of, or by a different name, corporatism. When you take corporatism to its absolute maximum, the corporations take the role of the state. Only they're obviously not voted for. Primary industries over all else. Luke, see, I wouldn't just say private industries, but I do agree with you. I think private industries are super important, or primary industries are super important. But I sort of look at it this way. If you're Apple and you open factories to produce Apple iPhones in America, but now, let's say that there's a certain capacitor that is used in an Apple iPhone. The raw materials that is required for this capacitor is only mined in Africa. And bringing the raw materials from Africa to America, smelting it down, and then producing the capacitor in America in order to make the phone wholly in America would double the price of the iPhone effectively. Then you make the iPhone in America, but you produce the capacitor somewhere else, right? So if you're extracting cobalt, for example, from the Congo, you open the refineries and the factories in the Congo, produce that there, and then ship the capacitors to America because it's cheaper. But the problem that we have is, thanks to protectionist government systems, what we ended up with wasn't that, right? Companies weren't strategically looking at their products and saying, right, what can we produce in our country right now? And what could be cheaper somewhere else? They just took all of their shit somewhere else, right? So you have this insane system now where almost every single rare earth mineral in the world is refined in China. You'll note, by the way, that 20 years ago, China didn't have these refineries. these refineries were built in the last 20 years. And one of the big mistakes that people make is they hear rare earth mineral and they think rare earth mineral means rare. It doesn't. Rare earth minerals is everywhere. Every country has these rare earth minerals. The thing is just because all of the factories moved to China, all of the refineries moved to China. And then all of the factories that refine the refined ingredients moved to China. And before you know it, no one is using any of their, like all of the other countries that mine rare earth minerals send their rare earth minerals to China in order to be refined, in order to be produced, and then in order to be shipped back. This creates a wild system where every other country effectively exists purely to serve China. You can imagine that's not a system that would be okay for anyone, right? Bonnie, Whoopi just fled the country and an $800 million lawsuit? Wait, what do you mean? Whoopi Goldberg. Sounds like American foreign policy, protect Taiwan from China for the semiconductors. Yeah, but I think that's also coming to an end at some point. Russia and America went to Sudan to get some good gold, was eventually offloaded to Middle East proxy for Russia to intervene. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to geopolitics and the moves for geopolitical sort of supremacy, that's a whole new topic of discussion. I sort of look firmly and only at the economic principles that went completely bonkers, right? Because I just don't think that the economic system as it exists at the moment can continue. I feel like we're heading towards disaster if this is the system. Then I would sort of wonder, did globalism ever work? Remember, the problem with economic systems is it can take decades for you to learn the mistakes of a system. Right? It can take decades for you to figure out, oh, shit, okay, so that's what went wrong. So you wouldn't even know. You might think, oh, it worked, but maybe it never worked. Maybe it was always going to lead this way, and we were always going to have to change it at some point. You got your game? It is slow and sleepy day before their live stream broadcast. Dude, there's so many people that play gacha games. It's insane. I have another friend that also plays only gacha games effectively. Why? Thundercool, how you doing, bro? I did not watch the iDubbbz content call. I literally cannot stand iDubbbz. I cannot stand him. I've watched a couple of clips from the iDubbbz thing, and one of the things that stands out is the we'll talk about it. Like I have another topic that I want to talk about, but it is effectively along these lines. The left is psychopathic. You can see it in their eyes. There really is no empathy. It's not about empathy for them. It's about submission. And they demand submission, full submission. And if you don't submit, it's about destruction. And whatever they can do to destroy you, they will do. I mean, his Content Cop series used to be very informative and very well researched. This Content Cop series wasn't that. It was literally just own Ethan. Doesn't matter who. Like, look at all of his sources. Look at all the people that he asked about Ethan. It's all of the worst people on the internet. Like, dude, if Froggen is one of your sources, you're cooked. Like that just immediately disqualifies anything you have to say. If you come to me and you say, dude, I have this incredible information that I just learned, and I'm like, oh, where did you learn it? Froggen. Well, that's not true. I don't even have to hear the information. You said Froggen. That isn't true. I know it isn't true. I don't even have to. Hassan? Dude, if you told me I just heard about this thing that happened, Hassan told me about it, I instantly go, yeah, that's not true. But if Hassan said it, it's definitely not true. I know for a fact that it isn't true. Just cringing while Aspen was reacting to it. The right will call out the extreme right, but the left won't call out the extreme left. The left won't even call out the grooming gangs in the UK. Clancy, so... yeah, there's a reason for it. I will discuss all of this because we're going to be talking about Asmongold and Destiny in a second, and in that conversation, all the rest will be revealed. I promise. I'm going to touch on all of this because I think there's way more. There's a lot of things that is becoming clear to me now that I don't think I ever thought about. I never thought about it this way. Let's put it that way. Graval, I hope so. I hope so. I'm still looking for one video though. Just trying to find it. I remember watching the video. But now I can't find it again. Adrenaline, how you doing, bro? I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. See, the problem is I've watched a bunch of his videos. The issue is I want to find one that there's one where he describes his sort of realization perfectly in about 5 minutes. Because in all of the other talks, his realization is spread out over 2 hours or whatever, right? However long the talk was, which makes it super difficult to react to. Well, I don't want to react to it, but I want to show you because it's incredibly pertinent to the current conversation of the left and who the left has become. See if it's this one. No. This is Tom Holland, the historian, not Tom Holland.
Miserable.
Not the actor. This is the historian.
Dear Tom.
And I only apologize for my lack of Romanian. Thank you for coming here tonight, and thank you so much for the invitation. The title of this talk was given to me, Why I Changed My Mind About Christianity. And so, in a sense, this talk will be quite a personal one. I will be talking about my own personal journey, the way it changed over the course, not just of the past. I am English, so I was born in...
I think it's this one. It's this one. We're not going to watch the whole one, but it's important for what I want to talk about. We'll get to it in a second. Just waiting for everyone to arrive. It is a Saturday, so people are, sort of chilling, and I want everyone to wake up. Plus, I'm sort of drinking coffee still, so, Well, yeah, it is context. It's to provide some level of context, to add to the discussion in a way. It's 9 p.m. here, though. Luke, you're in Australia or New Zealand. Has to be, right? Or somewhere in Asia. Adrenaline Gaming, I've had some kind of stomach bug that I've been dealing with, so I've not been feeling too well. But hey, here we are. Pierre's your friend. How you doing, brother? I know I went to bed. It's 5 here in Florida. Dude, that's not good. So what, you're gonna sleep the whole day? Yeah, but Grofile, it is a Saturday and it is a long weekend. So I'm assuming a lot of people had a lot of fun yesterday, shall we say? Eastern time in Indiana. Pulling an all-nighter. Yeah, I know I screwed up. Oh man. It's been a long time since I've pulled an all-nighter. I don't think I can do it now. I need my sleep. I need to rest. Otherwise I'd be dead. It'd be rough for me, at least. Did it? Lost when Monster Hunter Wilds came out? Dude, for a game? I don't remember when last I actually pulled an all-nighter for a game. I think those days are long behind me. It would have to be a phenomenal game for me to pull an all-nighter on it. Otherwise, I'm just at a place now where I go, I have to work. I have to make videos. I can't be staying up the whole night because then I won't be able to make videos the next day. So the game will wait. I'll be back, Last time was Mists of Pandaria for me. Gaspar, actually, funnily enough, I now remember exactly when was the last time I pulled an all-nighter. It was the launch of Shadowlands. The launch of Shadowlands, which was also the last time I said, I'm done. I will never do this again. Not for WoW. So yeah, but it was Shadowlands where I was like, let's go, boys. This is a new expansion. Sylvanas is the main character. Let's see how this goes. And then obviously it turned into a nightmare. But at least the leveling through Shadowlands was okay. My record is something like 54 consecutive hours of playing the Burning Crusade came out, but I was young and strong. Yeah, when I was young, dude, I was pulling all-nighters all the time. I remember when I was young, one of the games I would pull basically all weekenders on was because after my mom and dad got divorced, my dad had the computers, right? Because he was the computer guy. And it was only like 2 years later that my mom bought us computers so that we could play games at home as well. So for the first 2 years of their divorce, if I wanted to play games, I had to go to my dad's house. And we were only at my dad's house on Thursday evenings and every second weekend. We went to my dad's place. We could go whenever, but just, that's sort of the arrangement that was made. So on Thursday evenings, I would play a little bit of this game. And then every second weekend, I would play the crap out of this game. It was a game called Cutthroats. It's like this pirate sort of game where you're managing a pirate fleet and you're attacking ships and you're building an armada, so to speak, with your pirate ships. And I would always, I would get there Friday afternoon, let my brothers play because there was only the one computer. My dad's computer we weren't allowed to play on. So I would let my brothers get consecutive chances because everyone had an hour to play. But then I would let my two, because it was only my two brothers that really played games. The others were too small. So it would basically be, they play and they're allowed to play hour after hour after hour. And then at 8 o'clock, I would be like, right, boys, now I'm playing. And they would just leave because they know, okay, I have many hours that I need to make up for. And I know they go to bed at like 11. So I would play all the way through till the next morning, then sleep through the day, let them play the whole day. And then when I wake up at like 5, 6 p.m., I get to play again for the whole evening. So I would just be playing Cutthroats all day, every day when I was at my dad's place. I was addicted to that game. Oh yeah, I'm the oldest, Malin, so, I'm allowed to make the rules, so to speak. All-nighter, or close to it, was a few months ago. I got way too addicted to a game. What game was that? 65 Fired? How you doing? It's not like I don't want every once in a while, but I have an early morning job. Fired, I get that. I get that. What do you think about woke studios when they make games about, like, animals that don't suck? As long as social politics isn't relevant, they can make good games, like Don't Not Developer. Quite interesting. So, Luke, I'm not familiar with those games, obviously, because as you guys know, I find it very difficult to immerse myself in games that doesn't have humans in it. I can't play as like an animal or even like just a humanoid. It has to be human of some kind, or the humanoid has to have human characteristics. Otherwise, I struggle to play to get immersed. If a studio can wing it to a point where their politics doesn't interfere with the game, they can make good games. The issue is, as time goes on, as studios become more and more sort of inundated with woke developers, this will become less and less possible. So the possibility will shrink of them being able to make games that isn't political. Because fundamentally, at some point, remember, a lot of these young developers are not game developers first. They're activists first, and their activist material is video games. So they're not going to be happy making a game where there's no activism. Now, sometimes their game is such that it's very difficult to spot the activism because the game doesn't really lend itself to activism, right? The story of the game is so far removed from anything human that they just really struggle to insert their politics. But I'll give you a great example of how this plays out in the series Wheel of Time. Now, I have no problem with the series Wheel of Time. I never read the books, or not yet. So I don't know what to compare it to. One of my big problems with the Wheel of Time, though, is I have to skip quite a lot of stuff in the Wheel of Time. Like, literally just skip over it because it's bland and boring. Because the Wheel of Time focuses on a number of storylines that are purely inserted only for political reasons. And you can tell. Right? For example, there's one spot in this world where all of the Aes Sedai is sitting in this giant room talking about how women is not respected enough. This is the Aes Sedai. They're mega respected. They're super powerful. And they're talking about the oppression of women. This is a story set in the Middle Ages, right? At least set in that time period. This is not a topic that would have been discussed in that time period, right? This is a 21st century topic. This is a topic of people having nothing else to worry about and then wasting their time, right, on this nonsense. And that's ultimately what this sort of, the topic itself becomes mega irritating to listen to. Now, I get that at least in that world, there is a part of it that fits. Remember, male summoners or channelers go crazy and then start doing a bunch of crazy shit. So male summoners can be a problem. But the way the topic was sort of presented, it feels like you're sitting in a social studies class and you're being taught about how bad men are. And it's just like, man, can you like? But this is the thing, right? The people that made that series, for them, that series has to serve as a vehicle for presenting their worldviews. And this is part of their worldviews. Now, I will say, for the most part, they managed to present their worldviews in such a way that I can sort of stomach it. Like, I can make it through an episode without really being too annoyed. But I did find myself in season 3 skipping through 80% of every episode. Like, every single time they cut to the... there's like one... I think it's a green... Aja or some shit like that. I don't know what they call themselves. But I think it's a green Aja. And she has 2... protectors, right? Every single time they skip to her or cut to her, I was like, I don't give a shit. I'll just cut this. I'll just move on. And then they would cut to Rand's girlfriend and her storyline, which is basically just her crying the whole time because her visions or her dreams are shit. I would skip that crap. I did enjoy... I think he's a werewolf, but I'm not sure. But there's one character that has these golden eyes. I loved his storylines, so I watched all of his storylines. And then the Rand stuff, obviously. I really enjoy the Rand stuff. But for everything else, Florin, yeah, I literally just sit here, skip. Okay, here we go. Skip. Here we go. Skip. Here we go. Like, as soon as we get to bullshit that I don't care about, I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Skip this. This is bullshit. Just show me what's happening to Rand. Let's just watch that. Because I like this stuff with Rand and the dragon, right? I especially like the Aes Sedai that's with Rand. I can't remember her name now, but she's cool. Her storyline is pretty cool as well. Take away agency from the activists, but damn, the education system is spawn camping a lot of people. Well, it was designed to do that, Malin. Kind of game you might like, Rako. Adrenaline right now, the game I'm playing and hating at the same time as this. And I really do mean this is the ultimate love-hate relationship. Every second of playing this game, I hate playing this game. And yet, I continuously play this game. Oh, wow. Oh, what a cool concept. Dude, this concept is amazing. I love this. Yeah, I'll play this. This looks insanely cool. Looks like my type of game. Oh, Dyson spheres and shit. Nice. Wow. Beyond Astra. Yeah, I would it's a Kickstarter game. Oh, always worried about Kickstarter shit. I love playing Spore Space Stage as a kid. This reminds me of that. I did sub. That looks like Spore 2. It is. It's a space simulator RTS-esque kind of game. Which is my type of thing, right? That's my type of game. But okay. I think we can get into our topic. Now, in order to get into this, let's get to the start of the drama between Destiny and Asmongold. Now, as you guys know, Asmongold has been particularly based in the last few years, but it isn't until about a year ago. I want to say a year ago, but it's probably more, or probably not even a year yet, that Asmongold went from being based to being ultra based in just about every single way. I would say Asmongold is probably the only leftist, and I do mean leftist in terms of economic policy. Asmongold is on the left. This should not even be mistaken for 1 second. Asmongold is not a capitalist. Asmongold is not a conservative. Asmongold is a leftist. For every single, he's a Bernie Sanders supporter. He supports socialist policies like welfare redistribution, all the rest of it. So there's like technically nothing that you should have, not even classical liberal, because classic liberals or classical liberalism is free market capitalism, very little socialism, even socialist policies isn't part of classical liberalism, right? But he is, I think, socially a classical liberal, right? So socially, I think Asmongold is. The thing is, economically, Asmongold is a leftist. Socially, he is a classical liberal. In other words, someone that believes in complete freedom of speech, freedom of association, the ability to speak, think, and say in whichever way you want, and the freedom of people to do whatever they want, so long as they don't do things to hurt other people. He was always a leftist, as far as I can think back. Yeah, Asmongold is not a conservative, but Asmongold, from what I can tell, is the first leftist that has walked over to the center and started looking at some of Trump's policies, started looking at some of the things that Trump was doing and saying, hey, maybe all of this stuff isn't all bad. Maybe there are good things here. Now, the whole drama effectively starts around Destiny, right? So it all starts with Destiny. I wonder if Yeet actually has that the tweet that starts all of this. Because this battle sort of has been waging for a while. The battle isn't coming out of nowhere. Asmongold said some stuff about iDubbbz and about the Ethan Klein video and so on and so forth. This then created a Destiny sort of clapback. He doesn't seem to have the original Destiny tweet that started all of this. And I don't want to go through Destiny's bullshit. It's annoying. Here we go. This is what started all of this. Was this.
His argument for doing it was to retaliate for tariffs against other countries that weren't real. Now he's going back on those reciprocal tariffs, claiming it was to get a better deal. Yeah.
Real-time processing.
Of course he's going back on the tariffs because these people are coming to the table to negotiate with them. The tariffs were...
Nothing Asmongold said here is wrong, by the way. Nothing. Everything Asmongold is saying, everything this viewer in Asmongold's chat said is 100% true. The fact that Destiny is laughing at this, the fact that Destiny sort of thinks, what are you talking about? That is quite telling, right? And this is part of the conversation, in my opinion, that needs to be had. and I'll put myself up here.
For a bargaining chip to begin with. That was the entire point of the tariffs.
Do you think there'll ever be a world where I'm trying to imagine, like, if they start nullifying people's actual U.S. citizens, if they'll care?
No, they wouldn't. Asmund Slop would absolutely 100% defend
So
it.
because they wouldn't start with like, fucking Joe Blow, right?
So one of the problems here, and this is why you'll see how this becomes a lot more relevant in a minute. One of the problems that I have with Destiny's assertions here, and this is all of the left, is that Trump and them are deporting people with no due process. They're just getting rid of people. They don't even have any due process. They're just getting kicked out of the US. Now, the people that are being deported, by the way, are immigrants. They're not US citizens. They're not people with United States citizenship. Now, this might be hard for people to hear, but when you're a citizen of a country, you have natural rights, right? These rights include stuff like due process. It includes stuff like innocent until proven guilty. And you have the right to stay in that country. When you're not a citizen of a country, none of those things apply to you. They can be given to you, so you can be extended due process, but your ability to stay in any country is basically at the behest of that nation. That nation can rescind its generosity towards you at any time. Like, that nation doesn't have to do anything. In this case, the thing that sent the whole of the left off on some like bizarre tangent is a man from Maryland that was arrested because they believed that he had ties to MS-13 and was then deported back to El Salvador, where he now awaits trial to determine whether or not he is in fact a member of MS-13. Or, yeah, MS-13. I think it's called MS-13. The gang, right? But this has to happen in El Salvador because he is a citizen of El Salvador. Now, if the El Salvadorian justice system finds him to not be a member of MS-13, he would then probably be able to reapply for legal entry into the United States of America. But remember, first and foremost, from what I understand, he is in America illegally. The left is sort of going, well, he has a wife that's American, and, he's lived in America for X number of years, but he came to America illegally in the first place. Now the American left is saying, where's his due process? Where's his court cases? What is this? Even the United States Supreme Court ruled that what the United States government did is perfectly in line with the Constitution. If you entered a country illegally, that country can expel you from their borders for literally anything, and they don't need due process for it. All they ask is, where are your papers? Like, show us your papers. Show us how you legally came to our country. If you fail to produce said papers, they can say, well, screw you, get out, and that's the end of the discussion, right? So nothing here is in any way, shape, or form breaking the law of anything. But this gets bigger. Well, you'll see in a second. There was a South American country that was doing that. They were picking up the poor and kicking them out of helicopters over the ocean. That's probably one way to deal with it, although that I would say is a bit of a problem in a country outside the West. That's not even a discussion. Obi-Wan, 100%. In any other nation, if you go to that nation illegally, they'll capture you and immediately deport you, or in some cases just kill you, right? So there's some countries where it's even like death if you enter the country for, against the law.
They're going to start with someone that became a citizen from whatever reason. Like they
always find a way to recode whatever is being stated. They always find a way to recode it into a way that's acceptable.
What's interesting here is, notice the logical jumps that's happening here. What's really problematic is Destiny. What makes Destiny probably one of the most dangerous people on the left is that Destiny presents himself as a balanced person, right? He's just the guy that follows the facts. He does the research. He reads a lot of Wikipedia, and he is based, so to speak, right? He presents himself as based. He's the guy that's going to get to the truth of the matter. The issue here is there's a bunch of logical leaps that's happening throughout the course of this conversation, because you're already assuming that this is just a preamble to rounding up American citizens and kicking them out of the country, which literally this wouldn't be. If this man was an actual citizen of the United States of America, America wouldn't be able to just kick him out. Because you can't rescind citizenship, right? If he was an actual citizen of the United States of America, he would have to be tried and jailed in America. Since he is not a citizen of America, he has to be trialed and jailed in the country of his origin, where he lives and where he is a citizen. He has become increasingly unhinged, though. Yeah, we'll get to that, because I do have a lot to say on this.
He could come across J.D. Vance fucking his mom's corpse, and J.D. Vance could say, well, it's a Made in America fleshlight, and Asmongold would defend it. That's how completely...
Okay, so this is where you get to the unhinged levels of Destiny, right? The thing that Destiny did here, which is truly inhumane, is using Asmongold's mother, that is dead, and obviously Asmongold cared for her, as sort of his way of driving the point. Anyone who had true empathy, anyone who actually had empathy in their hearts, would never be able to use that as an example. They wouldn't use that as an example. It's an incredibly screwed up example to give, right? But notice how Destiny says this with no real issues whatsoever. Like, it doesn't even faze him. He cares little for any of this. It's going to become important in a minute. But okay, so now that we have this, let's get to how Asmongold responded to all of this. So I'll just move my camera back and move chat out of the way for you guys again. So Asmongold says, a lot of people excuse the ranged outbursts like this in Destiny's community because they think Destiny is fighting for a greater good that supersedes any form of accountability or decency. If your fight for the greater good is at the expense of decency and at the expense of just basic morality, you're not fighting for the greater good. It just needs to be said outright. If your fight for the greater good is in any way, shape, or form, if it lacks any sort of morality, what you're fighting for is not the greater good. What they fail to realize is that crash outs like this, his comments towards the firefighter who was killed during the Trump assassination attempt, and the kid with brain cancer who was given an honorary Secret Service role, actively damaged any cause he advocates for. This is true, by the way. I watched the clips of Destiny laughing when he found out about the firefighter that was shot during the Trump assassination attempt. Like, Destiny creamed himself over this. This was the funniest thing he's ever seen in his life. And he couldn't give two shits. Even when people in his chat was going, bro, like, this guy died. He was like, well, then screw him. He was at a Trump rally. So the fact that Destiny presents himself as this balanced person, that right there shows you there's no balance. Destiny is not balanced because any human being with any sort of morality would look at the loss of life in any circumstance and be like, oh, dude, I hate Trump, but this is not cool. Like, holy shit, an innocent man lost his life. Right? I mean, we can extend that morality even further. I hate Trump, but I don't believe assassinations is the right answer. Right? Destiny doing this is, it should showcase to him just how morally depraved he actually is, just how unhinged he actually is. Like, any normal human being would look at that and go, oh, bro. Even people in his chat, right, looked at that and said, dude, What the hell are you doing? Like, this is not something. And then a kid with brain cancer being honored. You watched all of the Democrats just sit there, refusing to even acknowledge this kid. Again, anyone with good principles and at least some morality would realize this is a kid. This kid isn't involved in the political war. This is just a kid. And this kid is being honored because this is something that this kid has wanted, right? And it's a kid. We extend our sort of the automatic human response from a normal human is to see a child that is suffering, that is going through hardship, and to feel sorry for that child, right? And to let everything else sort of go because this child is supposed to supersede all of your cultural battles or whatever, right? But okay, Destiny delegitimizes left-wing political goals by using them as a shield while making vile, unwarranted personal attacks. Hopefully his community can realize this before he causes further harm to the causes they claim to care so much about. I'm going to show you throughout this video, or throughout this conversation, that what Asmongold fails to realize is that someone like Destiny and most of the people on the left, this is the natural state. It's not that Destiny is somewhat more evil than any of the other leftists. This is how evil the left is. This is their baseline. You have people like Hassan that goes even further with this particular thing. But this is their baseline. There is no morality whatsoever.
Damn. Thank you.
Doesn't exist. Jellybreak, how you doing? And Ramnax, 20 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But okay, so now we get to Destiny's response. Don't ever let fascist adjacent people like this who celebrate the arbitrary and malicious firing of federal employees. Okay, let's quickly examine here. For Destiny, it is a bigger issue that federal employees are fired and illegals are deported than it is for people who are shot and killed, right? And a boy with brain cancer being honored as something that he wishes for, something that he really wanted. For Destiny, this is a bigger issue than the firefighter that was shot or the kid with brain cancer. This right here should tell you, holy shit, I have a problem. I have a huge problem. My moral compass appears to be completely off the rails. I am not viewing morality in the way that it's supposed to be viewed, right? I'm not moral. But okay, so Anne would gleefully cheer for the deportation of people without due process from the United States, gaslight you into thinking you're being immoral for blasting them for it. You're immoral, Destiny, for making fun of a kid with brain cancer. You're immoral for laughing at a man losing his life during an assassination attempt. You're not immoral for attacking the right. That's not where your immorality comes from. Your immorality is already well established through your own actions. You didn't need me or Asmongold or anyone else to establish your immorality. All you're doing is showcasing your immorality. Remember, people like Asmongold would defend Trump executing US citizens for arbitrary reasons if he started doing it. That's a logical leap. You have no evidence of this whatsoever. You don't know if anyone would celebrate that. You're literally just saying it. There is no line that Trump can cross that these people would call him out on ever. Again, just sort of your own opinion here. I guess that's fine. They will constantly redefine words or make excuses for why. What redefinition of words? An immigrant has no right to live in a country. An immigrant is there on invitation. That invitation can be rescinded at any time. There's no redetermination or redefining of words. This is literally what it is, right? It doesn't matter. If Trump wants to expel all immigrants out of America, he's well within his rights to do that. Because immigrants don't have a right to live in America. No one has the right to live anywhere. Unless you were born in said nation or you achieved citizenship already. This is just how it works. Destiny until now. All I know is that Destiny is not a good dude and don't want to watch it. Not my type of content from a streamer. Beers, yeah, I get you. I used to watch Destiny a lot because there was a time where Destiny wasn't this. But we'll get to that in a second. Because his name is Trump, if you name the $100 bill Trump, they would burn it. Oh yeah, pretty much. Asmon calls out Destiny for what he actually did. Destiny creates a fake situation in his head to attack of what he thinks Asmon might do. Two very different things. Jellybreak, 100% true. Those people will simultaneously make jokes out of the unilateral destruction of our laws and traditions, then turn around and lose their effing mind anytime a black person or female character is cast in some video game. Again, all of literally everything that Destiny tweeted here is completely made up. Not a single one of the things that Destiny tweeted here exists in reality whatsoever. He just made it all up. He sourced, trust me, bro. Like that's literally Destiny's source here. The morally superior Destiny, he sources, trust me, bro. Now, the funny thing about Destiny is this wasn't how Destiny used to be. All of this, and I guarantee you, all of this stems from Destiny's inability to deal with his divorce. This is because all of this started after his wife left him for what can only be described a very pathetic man. I mean, a guy that cross-dresses and sort of gender bends himself through life, sits on her lap taking pictures. That's the man that Destiny lost his wife to. And instead of taking the time to think about this, instead of taking the time to think about what had happened and how it had happened and how he may have contributed to this situation, what Destiny does instead is he just, he continues streaming, he continues pushing content, and you see very quickly. So he gets divorced, and he goes from his, I want to reach out to right-wingers. I want to see if we can cross the divide with right-wingers, because he did do that for a while. He would hang out with Nick Fuentes and people like that to try and see if there's a way to get people together. In a very short period of time, I'm talking weeks after his wife leaves him, Destiny goes from, you know, let's see if we can cross the divide to screw all of these people. I hate the right. They may all die. And he said that pretty much, at least from what I know, he paraphrased, of course, but he said as much a few times already, that he would be happy with the complete and utter eradication of the right. And his content just becomes more and more unhinged as it goes on. He just gets more and more unhinged. To me, that's it. And I'm not a psychologist, but to me, that seems like unresolved issues. Destiny has not dealt with his divorce. He's not dealt with what Melina, I think that's her name, Melina, whatever the hell she's called. He's not dealt with any of that. And so this anger has turned into hatred, and it is turning him into a worse person than he was before, although I don't think Destiny was ever a good person. I don't think Destiny was ever a good person, and I would go so far as to say I don't think anyone on the left is a good person. I don't think you get such a thing as a good leftist. The problem with being on the left is there's a couple of things that you have to excuse if you're on the left. So first, if you're on the left, you have to excuse the riots and the Summer of Love. You have to find a way to explain those things away. You have to excuse the fact that your party, the very party that you vote for, are okay with abortion, in some cases literally up to the week before, right? And if you think that's not true, you can go, look, there's actual people in the Democratic Party that believe that that should be perfectly fine, that you can't tell a woman what to do with her body, even up to a week before birth. You've even had people say that shortly after birth might be fine too. You have a party that would be perfectly okay with euthanasia for any reason whatsoever. You have a party that appears, at least on the surface, to be fully okay with the complete and utter destruction of the American worker and the American people, right? Selling out America at every turn. You have a party that has not made a war that it has not been in favor of pretty much for the last 20, 30 years. Right? You have to defend all of these things. You also have to defend the party that will do more to protect immigrants than it would to protect its own people. You have a party that will not protect women and will actually sell women out at every single turn. You have a party that doesn't even know what a man or a woman is. And if you ask them what is a woman, they wouldn't be able to answer that question. This is your party. This is the party that you vote for. There is nothing good about that party. No moral, no moral arbiter can look at that and say, well, there's some morality there. It is a party that has zero morality, and that is your party. So if you're on the left, either you've not been paying attention, you just don't know that any of this stuff is happening, or you're as evil as the party that you're voting for. We just saw it, for example, now, right? With Anthony Carmelo, whatever the hell his name is, the kid that stabbed another kid in the heart. This is a murderer. This is a kid that murdered another kid. And the left gave him money. That's your party. If you're on the left, that's your people. Those are the people that you associate with. And you might pick and choose your battles. You might say, well, I wasn't solidly on board with the Anthony stuff. Doesn't matter, bro. These are your people. These are the people that you support. These are the people that you stand for. And I'll note, if you're telling me, well, I don't agree with those people, but I do like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders also didn't say anything during the Summer of Love. When leftist rioters were burning America to the ground, Bernie Sanders didn't say shit. I'll also note that when violence was breaking out and people were trying to assassinate Trump, Bernie Sanders didn't say shit. These are the people that you are supporting. And there's no way in which you can look at someone and say, well, yeah, okay, that wasn't too fine, but for everything else, they're good. Anyone that looks at a possible assassination and doesn't immediately say, unacceptable, this can never happen, is evil. In the discussion, doesn't matter how you feel about the guy that was almost assassinated. If you can't find it in your heart to say that that is unacceptable, then you're evil. End of discussion. There's a beautiful passage in the Bible about this particular thing. Now, the left will tell you that they're empathy. They're all about empathy. They're the party and the group of empathy. They only care about empathy and empaths, right? They love to pretend like they're empaths. But listen to this. This is from Jesus himself, and this is in Matthew. You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, so that you may be sons of your Father who is in heaven. For he makes his sun rise on the evil and on the good, and sends rain on the just and on the unjust. For if you love those who love you, what reward do you have? Do not even the tax collectors do the same? And if you greet only your brothers, what more are you doing than others? Do not even the Gentiles do the same? You therefore must be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. The thing that I want to focus on in this passage is do not even the Gentiles do the same. Now, I don't want to turn this into a biblical discussion, but when Jesus speaks about the Gentiles here, he's talking about the Romans. He's talking about, because to them, the Romans, the Samaritans, these people are Gentiles. But in order to understand what Jesus is referring to, you have to understand what life in ancient Rome was like. Just how bad the Romans actually were, right? Jesus isn't just throwing this out there. He's not just saying, well, do not even the unbelievers do this as well. The Romans were incredibly evil. Unless you were a Roman in good standing, so you were a good Roman citizen, the Romans had no empathy, no love, no care. Things like slavery was not only in their society, but it was celebrated. They could not give two shits. The Roman houses that we have found, right, often contains hundreds of baby corpses in and around the houses. And the reason for this is, in ancient Rome, if you fell pregnant and you didn't want the child, what you would do is you would literally just throw the child out on the street. Alive, unclothed, just throw it out on the street. It'll die from hunger, starvation, or the elements. Because you can't be bothered being pregnant right now or being a mother. So as soon as you give birth, you throw the kid out and you move on. And this was completely acceptable. In fact, there would be services that once a week would collect all of these children and throw them on the trash heap. This was done. This was done in Roman society. And they had no issues with this. This was perfectly fine for them. So when Jesus says here, do not even the Gentiles do the same? So I tell you, love your enemy, right? If you only love your brother, so if you only love a fellow Roman, do the Romans not do the same? These same Romans that will persecute you, kill you, burn you alive for sport, do they not also love their neighbors? Of course they do, right? That's not how love operates. That's not true empathy. That's not how empathy is supposed to be. Listen to this. If you don't, listen to Tom Holland. Now, Tom Holland is a historian. We're not talking about Spider-Man here. He is agnostic, so he's not a believer, but he will explain to you how he became disillusioned with ancient Rome and ancient Greece.
I am English, so I was born into a country that has an established church. And I'm very aware that had I been born in Romania, I'm 56, so I was born in 1968, my first 21 years would have been lived under a communist government. I would have grown up in a society that was profoundly hostile to religion and perhaps to Christianity specifically, that targeted the destruction of churches and aimed to eradicate religion entirely from the lives of the Romanian people. But as I say, I grew up in a country with an established church, with a head of state, until about, a couple of months ago, the Queen, who was the governor of this church, and whose bishops sit in one of the houses of our parliament, the House of Lords. And this reflects the fact that England has been a Christian country for 1,000 years and more. And in my own upbringing, I was not kind of oppressively aware of that, but it was absolutely a part of the fabric of my childhood. So my father is an atheist, but my mother is a very devout member of the Church of England. I went to a Christian school, and I went to the local church, which you can see over there. It's a church has stood on this spot for, again, almost 1,000 years. This is, the fabric of it is medieval, 12th, 13th century. And I never felt any real sense of hostility to Christianity. My mother, my godmother were, in a way, my moral exemplars. I didn't hugely enjoy going to church. I found it quite boring, but I didn't massively mind it.
To be fair, that's most kids. I also didn't like going to church. It was super boring.
And I quite enjoyed reading the Bible. reading the Bible stories. I had
This is where we get to what I want to show you guys, because it's going to be part of what we're going to be discussing next.
a wonderful collection of. There we
I think
go.
this is the speech.
It was by a Jewish writer called David Kossoff, who wrote about what, of course, Christians call the Old Testament. And he described these stories in very, very dramatic ways. And preparing for this talk, I was thinking about it, and I could remember the illustrations so vividly. So I went and looked them up on the internet and found this one, which, of course, is David fighting Goliath. And I loved the whole sweep. I loved the stories in Genesis. I loved the stories of the battles and the tempests and the plagues and the seas convulsing entire armies. Great stuff. However, I will be honest that despite this pleasure that I took in the narratives, the stories of the Bible, there were a few shadows on my relationship with Christianity. The first of these was that I was one of those kind of those children, and I think they're often boys rather than girls, who was obsessed by dinosaurs. They were all I ever really thought about. And one of the problems that I had with the Bible was that there wasn't really any mention of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And then one day I was at Sunday school, and we had a whole range of illustrated children's Bibles at Sunday school. And one day I picked up one of these that I hadn't previously looked at. And in the beginning, it was about Genesis, so it was about Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. There were these illustrations. And that at the top, you're quite right, is a brachiosaur.
The problem is, and this is something I have a problem with as well with a lot of Christians, is, and I'll just mention it here, a lot of Christians read Genesis as if it's a scientific account of the creation of the earth, which it isn't. If you're reading Genesis as a scientific account, you're reading it wrong. Genesis is the creation story in order to refute and explain to the Jews their relationship to God and their relationship to earth. It is not meant to be read as, this is how God did this is how God did this is how God did that. Because if you are reading it like that, you're making giant claims that you physically cannot back up scientifically. Now, I'm open to it. If there is a scientist that can absolutely prove that the earth is only 6,000 or 10,000 years old, go for it. But don't just tell me, well, that's because the Bible says so, because no, that's how you interpret the Bible. That isn't what the Bible says. That would be completely, in my opinion, the wrong reading of what the Bible is, right? And what Genesis specifically says.
With various pterosaurs floating overhead. And you might have thought that I would be thrilled finally to find a Bible that had a dinosaur in it. Except that it caused a great crisis for me. Because, of course, down below, Adam and Eve are busy naming all the various animals. And I knew that no human beings had ever seen a brachiosaur. It was a cause of great grief to me. There was nothing I would have loved more than to see a brachiosaur. And so I asked the Sunday...
Daniel, it's not that it's inaccurate, right? So the basic example I have of this, the basic explanation I have of this comes from the mathematician John Lennox, that explains, imagine you're looking at a mall that was just built, and you go to the builder and you ask the builder, how did you build this mall? The builder will tell you, well, I laid the foundations, we did the digging, we put it this way, then we had the bricks on top of it, and first floor was done, and then second floor. So the builder is going to tell you exactly how they built it. But now imagine you go to the designer. The designer is probably going to tell you, well, we started with a food court, And then from the food court, we wanted you to go out into the banking sector, and then we wanted to go out into some clothing sectors, and we wanted a couple of floors that led from the food court. So we have these escalators that go up, and on these floors, you're going to get the toys and so on and so forth. Now, obviously, that's not how they built it, right? That's not at all. That's completely wrong. You didn't start with the food court. The food court is on the second floor in the middle of the mall. No one would build from the middle out. That's stupid. But the designer isn't telling you how they built the building from brick to brick. The designer is telling you what they had in mind when they were designing it. So what they wanted the mall to represent. What was important in the mall. That's what the designer is telling you. That's what Genesis is. Genesis is not the book telling you exactly how everything was put together. It's telling you what was important to God as he was designing the universe. That's why man is created on the sixth and final day, and man is given dominion over all of the earth. That is because everything is built and designed for man. Man does not exist to serve the universe. The universe exists to serve man. And then man is built to serve God, right? So it's giving you the creation order rather than the physical account of creation. That's how I read Genesis. That's how I've always read Genesis. This is why I have no problem believing in the Big Bang. I can even make space for evolution. My problem with evolution is there's a number of very large issues that evolution will have to deal with, but I have no problem believing that evolution at least contributed to life. Even if it was not the origin of life, it certainly exists, and we can see it. We can see that evolution happens. So I have no problem with this, right? Because Genesis does not lend itself to any of this. But I want to get to, there's another part that I really want you to hear. I really hope this is the right talk. If it's not, I'm going to have to go hunt for the actual talk here. But this is still interesting.
School teacher and said, how can this be? And she didn't have an answer. And it wasn't only that she didn't have an answer, but that she didn't really even seem to see why there might be a problem. And so there was a kind of a brief, fleeting shadow over my faith. The other problem was that I've said that I loved the Bible stories.
Here we go.
But the awful
I think
truth
this is it.
That when I read these Bible stories, I would generally be on the side of the very powerful. So David and Goliath, I'd read this up, might have been an ancient Greek. He might have been dressed as the warriors who fought at Troy had been dressed. So basically, I was on his side. And when I thought about Pharaoh leading his armies into the Red Sea, I was kind of on his side as well. Pharaoh and his Egyptian charioteers looked more glamorous, looked more powerful than the scruffy children of Israel who were making their escape. I was on the side of the Assyrians. I was on the side of the Babylonians.
It was basically because the Jews were literally just a ragtag group of farmers and villagers. So he was basically on the side of the empires. Every single empire he loved. He loved the history, the story, the majestic nature of these societies.
The children of Israel sat on the rivers of Babylon and wept. I couldn't understand what they had to complain about. Jerusalem was a tiny place. Babylon was amazing. It had huge, great ziggurats. What was not to like? And worst of all, when it came to the New Testament, which I have to say I found a lot less interesting than the Old Testament, I was massively on the side of Pontius Pilate. Jesus was a scruff. I mean, that was kind of the whole point.
Yep.
Whereas Pontius Pilate, as you can see, he had a toga, great temples, soldiers, purple, spears. That was what I liked. And I guess it was an expression of the same reason that I like dinosaurs.
So this all is a preamble, by the way, to why he went into history, became a historian, and why all of his studies, early on at least, was Greek and Roman history. He was fascinated with the Greeks and the Romans. But this is also where he would make one of his biggest discoveries.
They were big, they were fierce, they were glamorous. And I felt that Jesus and the apostles weren't, at least not in the same way.
Well, they weren't.
And so over the course of my late childhood into my teenage years, it was the glamour and the swagger and the charisma of the classical world that really seduced me. So I much preferred the Greek gods to the Christian God. I found the Greek gods, they were terrible. You wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of them. But they were so glamorous. They were so charismatic. They were so sexy. And when I thought of...
This, by the way, is true for every single society. Their gods tend to be very luxurious. This is one of the problems, or one of the problems for people saying that this is all man-made, right? So this is just humans who sort of invented God and humans that sort of invented Christianity. The issue is that all of the religions we look at that isn't Christianity and Judaism, none of them follow that sort of line. Their gods tend to be what we think of when we think of gods, right? If you were to design or invent a god now, you would make that god better than you in every single way, but from the human perspective. So it'd be very rich, they'd be very glamorous, very beautiful, very sort of overwhelmingly so, right? And they would only care about the prettiest and the most amazing things, and only the richest people would be the ones blessed by the gods, and so on and so forth. And here comes this Christian God, and the Christian God says, I am here for the lowly, I am here for the forgotten, the left behind. I'm here for the beggars and for the prostitutes. I'm here for the broken, right? This is the only time that ever happens, right? Like, no other invented religion has this. In every other invented religion, if you're poor, it's because you're being punished by the gods for something. If you're sick, it's because the gods are punishing you. If this happens, it's the gods that's doing it. If you're rich, it's because the gods are blessing you. In Christianity, there's an order of, it's nothing you're doing. It's simply the plan of God playing itself out over the course of time, and your doing anything won't change any of this, right? Which makes it very difficult to think that this would be man-made, because we don't see that anywhere else. If indeed it is man-made, we would see this in other religions as well. We would see this play itself out in other religions as well. The other problem, of course, is every other man-made religion has some people be a lot more, shall we say, chosen. So some people are very chosen. Other people are not so chosen. So, for example, in ancient Rome, ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, ancient Babylonia, the chosen are the pharaohs, the rulers, the sort of aristocratic wing of society. They're the chosen of God, of the gods, rather. And then the peasants, the slaves, and so on, they're not chosen. And then you have Christianity again that says, no, everyone is made in the image of God. Everyone is equal in the image of God. And again, super radical, and again, not something that any other religion does, which again breaks from what we can observe in every other religion, and then with this religion, right? That and like I said, it's one of the things they look at and they go, "Wow, this is weird, right? Why is this the only religion that does it this way?" Ramnax, take care of yourself, sir.
Of the Roman world or the Greek world and compared it to the world of Christianity, to me, the Greek world and the Roman world seemed a world full of color. It had bright, clear blue skies, brilliant white marble, gold, purple. And when I thought of the world brought in by Christianity, when I thought of what in England we call the Dark Ages, it did seem dark. It seemed a bit like the weather today, kind of grey, leaves falling, puddles, mud. And so when, in due course, I came to turn to write the writing of history as my career, it was to Rome and to Greece that I turned.
Here's your friend. There are battles, specific battles, where God tells the Israelites that Jerusalem's walls will not fall, but it is during that battle. So Jerusalem, the Israelites will not lose this war. If you're referring to what happened to the Jews, didn't God promise that Jerusalem will never fall? It's exactly the opposite. It's exactly the opposite. Breaker Gaming, how you doing, brother? Happy Easter to you as well. Daniel 22. I just read it last night, actually. Daniel 22, verse 9. Now you have to read the full passage in order to fully get it, but I won't read the full passage to you. But it says here, while I was speaking and praying, confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting my plea before the Lord my God for the holy hill of my God, while I was speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the first, came to me in swift light at the time of the evening sacrifice. He made me understand, speaking with me and saying, "O Daniel, I have now come out to give you insight and understanding. At the beginning of your pleas for mercy, a word went out, and I have come to tell it to you. For you are greatly loved, therefore consider the word and understand the vision. 70 weeks are decreed about your people and your holy city, to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin and to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. Know therefore and understand that from the going out of the word to restore and build Jerusalem to the coming of an anointed one, a prince, there shall be 7 weeks. Then for 62 weeks it shall be built again with squares and moat, but in a troubled time. And after the 62 weeks an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed, and he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering, and on the wing of abomination shall come one who makes desolate, until the decreed end is poured out on the desolator. This passage, so here it speaks about now, the 70 weeks is how we interpret it. It's not how the Jews understood it. They understood weeks differently. Their words for weeks were more specific periods of time, so passages of time, rather than specific 7-day weeks. And we know this because we have a lot of Jewish writings about this. They don't, when angels give prophecies in weeks, it usually means seasons. So there's seasons that's passing. And this is sort of what it moves into. So here it says that they will have a number of seasons that is going while in the holy city will fall to sin. There will be a lot of sin that happens, and there will be atonement for the inequity. And then there will be someone who will bring everlasting righteousness that seal both the vision and prophets and to anoint a most holy place. And so it says Jerusalem will be built up. Jerusalem will stand. There will be someone that comes to bring everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. Then it says, know therefore and understand that from the going out of the word to restore and build Jerusalem to the coming of an anointed one. Christ means anointed one. A prince. So there shall be 7 weeks. Then for 62 weeks it shall be built again with squares and moat, but in a troubled time. During Jesus' coming to Jerusalem, Jerusalem is built with squares and moat. It's a troubled time because Jerusalem at that time is under the control of the Romans. The Romans control with an iron fist the land of Jerusalem. Then it says, and after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come. Now, I can't remember the exact name of the guy, but the Roman centurion that oversaw the destruction of Jerusalem 70 years after Jesus' death. 70 years after Jesus' death, right? The most holy place is the temple. 70 years after that, Jerusalem is sacked by the Romans because the Jews became unrowdy and the Romans eventually just had enough of this nonsense. So they sent in their soldiers and they destroyed Jerusalem 70 years after Jesus was killed, right? It says, and after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. This centurion, his father was the emperor of Rome. So he is a prince. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. And he shall make a strong covenant for many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. This is what happened. For almost a year after the sacking of Jerusalem, they stopped doing any sacrifices. No animal sacrifices whatsoever because they did not have a temple. The temple was destroyed. Destroy the city of the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood. And the week it shall put the sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall come one who makes desolate until the decreed end is poured out on the desolator. So this passage here literally discusses the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple. It says that Jerusalem and the temple would be destroyed. I literally read it last night. So it's quite the opposite of saying Jerusalem's walls will never fall. The Old Testament makes, and it's not just in Daniel, Isaiah also prophesies about the end of Jerusalem and how Jerusalem will be destroyed. And I think there's one more prophet in the Old Testament that also prophesies about the destruction of Jerusalem and how Jews will be literally thrown to the ends of the earth as a result of this.
Rather than to Christianity. Because by that point, essentially, my faith had faded. It hadn't been a kind of spectacular repudiation of religion. It hadn't...
Thank you, Massey. Yeah, that's the guy. Titus, son of Roman Emperor Vespasian.
Been anything like that. I still valued it, but I didn't believe it anymore. And in a sense, it had been blotted out by the great blaze of color that for me was what Greece and Rome were all about. And so Daniel very kindly gave a resume of the books I've written. The first book was about the fall of the Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Republic. So an incredibly glamorous period of history: Julius Caesar, Cleopatra, all that kind of thing.
This is the part that I want you to focus on. This is why we watched this whole thing up until now. I'm gonna make a point on this, but pay attention to this because this is insane, right? This is truly. This sort of speaks to something I said to you guys last week that I've been sort of coming to terms with.
And then the second one was about the Persian Wars. Again, incredibly glamorous. The battles of Marathon, Thermopylae, Salamis. Great, surging, rolling drama and heroism. But I found the project of spending 2-3 years trying to inhabit the heads of the Romans and the Greeks an increasingly unsettling and, in fact, disturbing experience. So,
before we go, think about every movie that you ever watch or series that you watch about ancient Rome, ancient Greece. it's always presented as incredibly glamorous, beautiful. You know, they're a very forward-thinking society. The problem is with our movies today is we take the morality of today and we sort of place it on top of the Romans and the Greeks and their empires. So we sort of pretend like they have our morality, but they're these ancient empires that just also have our morality. He's about to explain to you why that 3 years that he was spending trying to understand how Greeks and Romans thought sort of helped him become disillusioned with this veneration that he used to have for the Greeks and the Romans. Because as he put himself into their minds, he started to realize that, holy crap, okay, these people you wouldn't want to live there.
Writing about Julius Caesar, for instance, one of the figures who had obsessed me as a child. When I wrote about Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul, what's now France, it was a horrendous narrative. It was a narrative of genocide and enslavement. Caesar, it is said, slaughtered 1 million Gauls in the course of his conquest. He enslaved another 1 million. And to the Romans, these were not crimes. In fact, these were achievements to be celebrated. When Caesar staged his triumph, his great procession of victory through the streets of Rome, prisoners followed his chariot, placards were carried, boasting of the feats of slaughter and annihilation that Caesar had accomplished. And I found this, as I say, unsettling.
Remember what I told you guys earlier? When I read you this, do not even the Gentiles do the same? See, to the Romans, if you were Roman, you had a special place before the gods, right? Like, you had a special place. So they would be kind to you because, well, that's as long as you were a good Roman. The second you became a less good Roman, you'd be subject to their evil and their depravity. But as long as you were a good Roman, you had nothing to fear. If you were not a Roman, however, you would be basically seen as less than human by the Romans. And the point that Tom Holland is making here isn't that all societies throughout history has committed atrocities. In another talk, he actually goes into this. When you have the great slave trade, for example, in the West, where the West is sort of trading slaves and buying slaves from Africa, it's not celebrated. In fact, there's massive conversations in the West. In every Western nation, there's conversations between people saying, hey, is this okay? Is this something that we're even allowed to do? What bothered Tom Holland was that there were no such conversations in ancient Rome and Greece. Not a single philosopher even dared to go, wait, guys, is it okay to kill 1 million people in a conquest? Is it fine to take 1 million slaves? Like, isn't this like at least somewhat issue? Like, shouldn't we have some issue with this? It wasn't even a topic that entered their minds. Now, we can finish this talk if you want from Tom Holland, but the point I'm trying to make with this whole talking about destiny and the left very, very specifically is last week I told you guys I don't believe that there is such a thing as a good human being. I think you have law-abiding humans, and if the laws are ever removed, human beings become incredibly cruel, incredibly quickly. As is viewed in ancient Rome, in ancient Greece, in ancient Egypt, in ancient, not even that ancient, but the Vikings. You wouldn't want to have lived during the Viking period. You wouldn't want to have lived in a Viking village. They were incredibly cruel and evil, right? So it appears, at least, when we look at the world over, if the law says you can't kill, then people just won't kill. But if there's no law that governs that, if there's no rule that says, hey, you can't kill, people will kill. So when you have someone like Destiny, and the left more specifically, when you look at these people, and I use the left as I make a distinction between the right and the left for this reason. Even non-believers on the side of the right, so even your non-believer conservative, still submit to Christian-based morality. So even if they don't believe in the story of Jesus or of God, they do submit themselves to the overarching moral framework that is Christianity. So they sort of accept that this framework is fine. On the left, we see a complete and utter rejection of Christian morality. In fact, Christian morality at its core is being ripped out of the left. They hate Christianity, they hate religion, and for the most part, they despise any sort of moralistic sort of rule set or law set, as it were. Well, and how are you doing? So the reason I point this out is you are seeing on the left the natural consequence of a society without a Christian moral framework. Someone like Destiny not only doesn't have any moral compass whatsoever, as you can literally tell just by thinking about it for 2 seconds. Listen to what Destiny is doing. To Destiny, the bigger moral issue is someone celebrating the arbitrary and malicious firing of federal employees than laughing at a man getting killed by a stray bullet. Laughing at a man getting killed, that's fine. Morally, there's nothing wrong with that. Celebrating someone losing their job, how dare you, you evil son of a gun. Now, anyone with any sort of based morality would look at these two issues and go, wait, they're not the same though. In one, this person can just go find another job. In the other, this person is dead. Like, dude, how could you even begin to try and equate these things to each other? Right? Like, if you have, as part of your moral framework, and it's okay to laugh at people dying that I don't like, then you have no moral framework that you can judge anyone on. It's not just Destiny. This is Hassan too. Remember, it is Hassan that said America deserved 9/11. This is Hassan who said this, and his viewers echoed it, celebrated it. You have Frogan and Denims laughing at soldiers with PTSD, wishing that soldiers would get PTSD. If that is your moral framework, and I will take you back to, do not even the Gentiles do the same? If you view yourself as a person with morals, however, your morality only extends to those that absolutely parrot and agree with everything you say, then you are not moral. You have no morality whatsoever. And that's the point that Tom Holland makes here. It's... I think what makes it hard, and what makes it incredibly hard to talk about, is how do you deal with this? How do you deal with an enemy that, even on their best day, is morally completely deprived? They're completely deprived of moral sentiment. How do you deal with that? Destiny is completely off the rails. Absolutely in agreement with you there. Right? Because you can't make how do you make a moral argument against someone like this if your opponent cannot even see the moral difference between a man getting shot and killed and an employee getting fired? If your opponent does not even understand the difference between these two things, how do you how do you deal with that? Because you're not dealing with an opponent that just has a sort of wrong moral compass. You're dealing with someone that doesn't even mean the same thing when they say morality. The West went through a major selection event to remove the most violent and from the population, starting with the expansion of printing books. Balthazar, I would say, I don't think we removed the most violent from society. I think, and this is sort of part of what Tom Holland makes his whole book, Dominion, shows you how the Christian worldview, so not necessarily Christianity itself, because even people who does not believe in Christianity and yet still accepts the Christian worldview, how those societies were just far and above superior to any other society on earth. And you wouldn't want to live in any society that doesn't hold at least sort of fast to the Christian worldview. Even if they don't believe in Christianity, if they support the Christian moral system or the Christian moral framework, at least, these are the societies that you would want to live in. You wouldn't want to live in ancient Greece or ancient Rome where these worldviews were not established. So the problem is you have a sort of, I think what we're seeing now, Niara, how you doing? What we're seeing now, and what Tom Holland in his book Dominion also showcases so beautifully, is on the left, we're seeing the result of what Nietzsche pointed out. But Josh, how you doing, sir? Because Nietzsche pointed this out first, right? God is dead and we have killed him. Because for Nietzsche, one of the greatest problems was what's going to replace at its foundation the Christian worldview. What can we build that allows for that moral sort of weight that creates a better society overall? And fundamentally, I think we're seeing what a world without Christianity looks like when you look at the left. When you look at people that gleefully disrupt society, gleefully burn down buildings, celebrate the death of people that they view as their moral enemies. This is what the death of the Christian worldview looks like. These people encapsulate it. And now imagine if these people win, what life becomes like. Yeah, Kiklo, you're not wrong. Best I can offer you is we can find and revoke consideration privileges of these moralist people. Mock them. Mr. Mythicor's debate with Destiny completely exposed his pedestrian intellect. Oh yeah, Destiny is not a smart person, actually. Destiny, to me, is the same as Vosh. There's an actual word for it, but I can't remember what the word is called now. It's people who use very sophisticated words in an argument in order to appear more intelligent than what they actually are. So they'll use incredibly sophisticated language, almost like walking thesauruses. They'll constantly use these sort of incredible, incredibly advanced wording. But if you actually sort of look past all the smart language, right, and you just listen to what they're saying, you go, what? What? Really? Dude, that's nonsense. That's just that doesn't even track, right? Pseudo intellectual, but there's an actual word for people who use big words in order to appear more intellectual than what they actually are. So they're trying to mask the weakness of their argument by supplementing in words that make it seem like they know what they're talking about, even if they don't. But I can't remember what it's called. So I remember when Vosh would say modus operandi, like it was his catchphrase, and we have, true. I'm not talking about imprisonment, but more like in New Australia, a bin we drop people in to let them be them, but we don't let them interfere in wider society. That again puts us in now we have to become the moral arbiters of society, which makes it difficult because I don't trust myself to be the arbiter of morality within society. So I get what you're saying, but I would have some problems with that because I don't know if I'm the right person for that job. I would never say Destiny is dumb, but he certainly overuses complicated words. You can hear him constantly correcting himself when he's not sure of the meaning of the words he's using. So, Bridgos, it's not so much that Destiny is dumb, right? It's more a case of Destiny uses smart words to supplement for his lack of understanding of a topic. So if he doesn't quite understand a topic, he'll just supplement in big words to make it seem like he knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. And it allows you to talk about anything without actually knowing anything about that topic. And just quick question. Why do you think humans would quickly become even more violent and start killing each other, hate each other, etc.? Should laws be removed from society? Its moral compass would prevail because people's moral compass is not product of humans' laws, at least I assume. So, Lise, this is where you and I have a difference of opinion, right? I do believe that the moral compass of humans is completely determined by the faith framework of society. So if you live in a Christian society, your morality is 100% based on Christian morality. Even if you yourself are not a Christian, everything you believe comes from the Bible. You believe that you can't steal from other people because that's what the law says, and the law is based on the Bible. You believe that you can't murder other people because that's what the law says, and the law is based on the Bible. The problem with a sort of universal moral claim, so making the claim that there is a universal morality, so a morality that supersedes any sort of human law, is we don't observe that throughout history and throughout society. We don't observe that. If that was true, we would largely observe every society and society acting roughly the same. But we don't. Throughout history, we have examples of incredibly powerful societies, like the Romans and the Greeks, being what we today would call morally completely depraved. Like absolutely incredibly evil societies that you would not want to live in, unless you happen to also be Greek or Roman. Because if you were not Roman, you had, well, hell. Because they viewed you as nothing. You were not Roman, therefore you did not matter. Even Romans born of lowly society, of lowly caste, would oftentimes live in absolute hell, right? Because you are not favored by the gods, and therefore you need to be killed, or at least we don't need to care about you. So it's definitely not observable, right? At least from what we can tell. That morality is a universal trait, that it exists bar any input from anywhere else. So I guess you don't agree to feed lions with people for fun? Oh, Niara, sadly, no. I know your dream is to bring back the glory days of France and of the, I think what's the Republic you want to start again, Niara? I know you want to bring that back, but maybe you and I should talk about the whole lions eating people thing. That might be, maybe we do something else there. I don't know about to react, but I think you would find those interesting, Akko. What's this?
The internet is driving everyone insane.
I'll add it to a watch later. Why not? I'll add it to a watch later. I have nothing against the Bible, but it was written by man, which means it's not perfect. Waylon Jennings, so this is again where you and I would have some serious issues. If you think, just thinking the Bible was written by man ignores so much of what the Bible is, and ignores so much of what the Bible contains within it. Because what you're effectively saying is that a bunch of men came together over the course of 1600 years to write, you're talking about over 40 different authors over 1600 years that wrote multiple different letters, all of them not even living in the same place. Some of them don't even know each other. And yet they tell a full story from start to finish over the course of 1600 years, where from the first book until the last, each book can be cross-referenced with each other book in over 66,000 different cross-references, more than any other book that's ever been created by man. So no other human creation has ever been able to do that. Not even academic books can do that. And those are oftentimes written in 2 or 3 years' time by one person. Here you have over 40 authors all doing the same thing. And then they also happen to get exactly to a T right everything that you need for a functioning society, as is observed by the West today, being some of the only societies you would have ever wanted to live in. So there's a number. I mean, there's more to it than that. But there's a number of things that at least should make you go, I don't know, This might not have been written by man. Ten Commandments was written thousands of years before the Bible. Very simple too, and everyone can relate to them. Wait. So you do know the Bible isn't like... Wait, what? So the Bible means library. The Bible is the collection of the writings of the people who wrote the letters. So when you're talking about the Ten Commandments being written, you're talking about Moses and Abraham and the people who wrote what was said to Moses and Abraham. And then those writings were simply included into the Bible as a library, so that we could have everything in one place rather than having to go to multiple different manuscripts to find the information. So yes, the writing of the Ten Commandments predates the official writing, I guess, of the Bible, but the Bible wasn't written. The Bible was simply the collection of all of those works being put into a single volume. Because prior to that, what they would have was scrolls or parchments of different elements within it, right? And you would need hundreds of these parchments in order to make sense of all of this. So yeah, the Bible was compiled, not written. The Ten Commandments were supposedly written by God. It was given to Moses by God. So Moses went up on the mount. There, after 3 days, I think, he received the Ten Commandments from God. The idea that God wrote them himself, the Bible doesn't ever actually state that. It just says that Moses descended from the mountain with 2 slabs with the Ten Commandments on them. But it's entirely possible that as God gave these to Moses, he carved them on these slabs. And it would have made sense. Paper would have been super expensive. They probably wouldn't even have had paper at the time where they were. So they would have known how to use rock and how to write these things on rocks. And that's what he decided to use in order to write down these 10 commandments. So yeah, that's perfectly fine. But I'm still not sure how that leads you to man creating it, though. The film, how you doing? Rika, it says, okay, but I would just like to point out, right? When, for example, and I'm not saying that this isn't the case, it may have been physically God that wrote the 10 commandments, but it's also important to understand that a lot of the language that is used in the Bible it can oftentimes be taken by us to mean one thing when they meant something entirely different with it. So, for example, when Moses says that God literally wrote on the rock with his finger, it could be Moses saying his very hand was guided by God. So, in other words, he wasn't just writing this out of himself. God guided his hand with his finger in order to write it. Not so much translation errors. Like, we have more than enough translation to know that it's not so much translation errors, at least in the way that most people think. I'm not saying you're thinking about it that way, but there are people who think, oh, we just translated it completely wrong. It's more a case of imagine I type to you and I say, oh, bro, the Cowboys completely decimated the Buccaneers. Context. You know exactly what that means, right? But now imagine in 6,000 years from now, someone discovers that text and they go, bro, at some point in their history, there was this tribe called the Cowboys and they completely decimated the Buccaneers. Do you know what that means? Like, there was not a single Buccaneer left, right? So this is why historians pay a lot of attention to sort of how words were used, right? Like, when they say something, how would it have been accepted by people of the time? So what would they have heard? And this is where a lot of people will sometimes read something in the Bible, for example, and walk away with a completely wrong impression of what was actually said there, not realizing that one of the greatest things I ever heard was someone saying to me, you should always remember that the Bible was written for us, but not to us. So when Moses recorded the events of Israel and what happened to Israel leading into the Promised Land, Moses wasn't writing for us or to us, right? He was recording their history, but it wasn't to us. It wasn't to you and me. The words and the language that he used was written for the people of the time so that they could remember their history. So he would have used words that they would have understood. He would have used phrases that they would have understood. Right? We today might read that and have a very different interpretation of what that means, but that doesn't mean that that is what they meant when they wrote that. The problem with this, of course, is it allows for people to come up with all sorts of wacky things where they go, well, actually, the Bible doesn't even say that. Right? One of the famous ones is when people talk about homosexuality and they go, well, the Bible doesn't actually talk about homosexuality. It doesn't say that it's wrong. That's not what the Bible is referring to. when the Bible says unnatural desires, it's actually talking about sleeping around and not being in a monogamous relationship. And then you go, wait, hold up. Time out. Let's go back and look at what the Jews of the time would have accepted unnatural desires to mean. And they absolutely used the words unnatural desires to describe a man laying with a man and a woman laying with a woman. These were unnatural desires. So when they're using the word unnatural desires, this is exactly what they're referring to. Just because you now read unnatural desires and think it's open to interpretation doesn't mean it's open to interpretation, because we know what they would have known at the time. Waylon, I think, you see, you are making a couple of mistakes there. Jesus was a cool dude. He absolutely did not get along with everyone. And he most certainly did not allow people to exist in their sin. Jesus did say, however, that I came for the broken. Right? So yes, Jesus did hang out with the tax collectors and with the prostitutes and the sinners. But the examples we have of Jesus doing that, in every single one of those instances, the prostitutes stop being prostitutes. The tax collectors stop being tax collectors. They do not continue in their sin. Because, yes, Jesus loved even the prostitute. That doesn't mean he loved their sin. Because that's not love. If people like to focus on the love bit, they love to say, oh, but God is love. If you allow your brother or your sister to exist within sin, and you know for a fact that the end result of sin is eternal damnation and hellfire, do you truly love them by not addressing their sin? Is that true love? Because I would say that's cowardice. You're just too coward to tell them, hey, you need to right your shit, mate. This is not on. You're destroying your own soul by doing this. True love is to address the sin. To say to the person, oi, fly right, bro. And I'm saying this because I love you. Now, there's a difference, and one of the key problems in the modern era is that Christians, some, like to be almost self-righteous in their condemnation of sin. So it's almost like a moral superior act of me telling you you need to get right with your sin or else. Right? And that's also not good. You will be judged in the same way that you've judged. The Bible says this. Collect taxes is a sin. Damn, in Europe, we forgot that. It's not so much that taxes collected was the sin. It's more that the tax collectors were the sin. Jesus even said, forgive them, Father. Yeah. But what you have to understand in that, right, is that it showcases Jesus's love and mercy for the people. It still does not excuse their sin. Jesus is showing you. So there's this. There's a passage in the Old Testament where it's in Psalms, where David writes about what Jesus said to him. And it's speaking about knowledge and mercy. And Jesus explains that mankind, at the beginning of creation, mankind was given to Jesus. We are given to Jesus. When Jesus comes down to die for our sins, his reward is us. God gives us to Jesus. So in that passage where Jesus says, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," right? Jesus is literally portraying why he dies, why he is on that cross. He is on that cross so that he can intercede between us and the Father and make it right. The Bible says we were at enmity with God, and Jesus came and he made peace between us and God. Right? But it still doesn't mean that those who crucified Jesus were not punished for their sin, although we do have evidence that the soldiers that saw Jesus die on the cross believed. When they saw Jesus die, they became suddenly and very abruptly aware of the fact that they had just killed the Son of God. Save this to your watch later, if you like. This man, a prolific Jew, set out to prove... Oh, Massey, it's interesting that you just shared that video with me. Very interesting that you just shared that video with me. I watched that video yesterday morning. It's why I was reading Daniel 9 last night. I literally watched it yesterday morning, saw it pop up on my feed, and I was like, wait, what? So last night when I was doing Bible study, I was going through Daniel to try and figure out, what exactly is going on. Yeah. But that is a super good video. If you haven't watched this already, guys, you absolutely have to. If you haven't watched this video yet,
I'm really happy that we...
I would absolutely say go and watch this. There's a shorter version of this as well, if you don't want to watch the full talk. But basically, this is a Jew that his daughter came home from college, told him that she's a Christian. This sent him on a massive crisis of faith. And he eventually started reading the Bible in order to prove to her that you're wrong. You're completely wrong. And through reading the Bible, he realized, oh, never mind. I'm the one that's wrong. So very good. He gives you the Bible passages that took him there. In my opinion, living your life by a book written by men 2,000 years ago, then rewritten ever so often to twist it, is about as weak-minded as it gets. Oh, McBainey. So when you claim that the book was written by men 2,000 years ago, do you have evidence of that? That it's been rewritten ever so often? Because we have the original transcripts of the Bible going back to the literal first century of the Bible, and it has not changed for 2,000 years. There's definitely translations that are rejected by every church. So yes, there's been attempts at trying to rewrite the Bible, but whenever these attempts are made, the church rejects it. They say, no, this is not how it's actually... We have the source material. We can go back. I would say, from my perspective, what is weak-minded is someone making a claim that reveals that they themselves have done no research on that claim, and yet they make the claim because they heard someone else that they trust make the claim. Because just based on what you just said there, McBainey, it is quite clear to me that you have never looked into the historicity of the Bible. You've never actually examined the historicity of the Bible. You most likely watched some dude that really wants to prove that God isn't real, made a bunch of claims, and accept that this guy is true because it happens to be what you want to believe. I don't know. I'm just going to say, that might be the real issue here. Tadia, how you doing? No, I didn't watch the full 46-minute one. Yeah, of course math is real, Tadia. Why wouldn't math be real? material, but not false. Well, for me, I can say this. If it's evidence you want, there's overwhelming evidence of God's existence. If it's proof you want, the proof I can give you will not be proof for you. It's proof for me because it happened to me. And I know what happened in my life as a result of giving my heart to Jesus Christ. And to me, that is proof that God is real. But you would have no reason to believe that because it's not your life. It didn't happen to you, right? The evidence is all around you. You need only open your eyes and look, and you'll see that there is overwhelming evidence that some kind of mind or intellectual structure must be behind the creation of the universe. Right? That is I would say almost irrefutable if you actually look. Now from there, you have to test the different faiths. So go and look, go and look, go taste all of the different faiths, taste their historicity, look at which one of these faiths highlight most specifically who that possible creator could be, which one of these faiths hold up to historicity and historical muster. And to me, throughout my searching, that turned out to be Christianity. Because all the other religions I found had severe issues. Some of them just did not have the historical backing. Some of them just clearly wasn't actual, they were just way too fantastical to even begin to believe in. And then some of them were just not complete. Some of especially a lot of the Eastern religions, so like the Far Eastern religions, tend to have like this weird mystical bang to it, where the religion itself it isn't really enough, and you can only really do or practice that religion if you completely remove yourself from society, because it cannot be translated to society in any way, shape, or form. Like if society were to live this way, we would just all die, right? So it's sort of like this weird thing where if you want to be, so for example, Buddhism, if you want to be a good Buddhist, you can't live in society. You have to completely remove yourself from society. That's why all of their monks live in monasteries away from society, because you have to remove yourself from technology, from any sort of interference, and even there you have incredible trouble with it, right? The other problem is Buddhism doesn't really hold any of the tenets that you require to build a civilization upon. It's fine for individual living, not so good for societal living. It becomes very difficult to operate a society on Buddhism. Jainism is even worse, because you can't even kill an ant in Jainism. So what happens if you're being attacked? Your society would just be completely wiped out in a matter of seconds, because you're not allowed to fight back, right? So there's a lot of religions in the world that sound good on the surface, but when you actually drill down and say, okay, if there is a God, and this God would have given us, obviously, a sort of blueprint to understanding him, these religions wouldn't be it. Because they don't seem to encompass what would be required. Shem Level, how are you doing? Okay, yeah, I mean, I come from being an atheist to being a Christian, specifically because I looked. And I did the unimaginable thing of looking. Because for a long time, I would just sort of listen to Sam Harris videos, read Christopher Hitchens, read Sam Harris, read Richard Dawkins, and I loved it. I thought these guys are so forward-thinking, so smart, so intelligent. I'm such an enlightened person for reading their stuff. And then at some point I thought, well, maybe I should look, are they actually being honest? And once you look, this is the worst part of it. Once you look, you realize just how full of shit they actually are. How many lies they just openly tell. With like no regard for even trying to be honest or truthful. Just, yep, that proves my point. That's all I needed. So that's where things really start to fall apart. The second you actually challenge your own worldviews as an atheist, it becomes very difficult to remain an atheist. The library wasn't a big deal after all. Why are you guys talking about the burning of the library? Of course that was terrible. Who's saying it wasn't terrible? The burning of any library would be terrible, because at least in those days, a lot of the knowledge you would have would be there and would be gone once it's burnt. These days it would be different, right? If a library burned down today, it would just be like, well, just go online and find the book. How hard could that be? Massey, I wouldn't even say that, because I think bias is everywhere, right? Even I'm biased. I want all of you to become Christians. Like 100%. I'm biased as hell, right? The problem with bias is, at least from my perspective, there's this belief from some people that, and I used to be one of these people, when you listen to religious people, you go, well, you're just biased. But then you listen to a scientist and you think, well, this is a completely rational, balanced mind. Right? The scientist is balanced and rational. The religious person is biased and irrational, because they want to prove God. The scientist guy is just following the truth. It's like, no. The scientist guy is biased as well, because the scientist guy will follow any truth as long as it doesn't lead to God. Right? So everything that scientist is telling you is literally designed to move you away from God, as far away as they can, right? I'm not talking about, you do get scientists that absolutely do not do this, or at least try not to do this. Brian Cox, I believe, he's a British astrophysicist, I want to say. He was asked once. The guy who asked him wanted to make fun of religious people. And he was like, well, what do you make of these people going, oh, well, it's God? And his answer was actually beautiful. He said, well, I don't believe in God, but I can certainly see how there is place for a God. Like, there's no reason why God and science can't coexist. Which, at least, I would say is probably the most balanced and rational you can be. Spinoza, I have to admit, don't know much about that. So you would have to inform me on that, Didier. There's a new Exodus video up called Exodus Founders Q&A video. Bro, we'll watch that. We'll watch that. I just quickly need to go pee, because I've been sitting here with a pee for like 20 minutes. Let me just quickly go pee, and then we're going to watch that, because I am mega hyped for Exodus. Really hyped for that. right, I'm back. The film, I would say no. I would say question everything. I think it's healthy to question everything. Questioning everything is what led me away from Christianity and ultimately also led me back to Christianity. I would say the truly dangerous thing is to reach conclusions. Even now, I don't ever close my mind to information. If I see a video pop up on my timeline going, this is why Christianity is fake, I'll watch it. I'm not afraid of their arguments. But then I need to see a good argument, right? It is good. It's just putting a massive target on you, depending on who you are questioning. Well, yeah, I don't give a crap about that. I'm okay with having a target on my back. Okay, where's this Exodus video? That's what I want to watch now. Oh, this is a day ago, bro. It's so recent. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Chad Robertson. I'm the general manager at Archetype Entertainment, and I am thrilled to be back for another edition of our Founders Q&A. I've got some of my favorite colleagues with us today. As a surprise, you're going to get to meet some new folks that are going to give you some amazing responses to your wonderful questions that have come in. So before we get started with the questions, let's do some introductions. On my left, I have Drew. Drew, can you give us an intro to who you are?
Hi, I'm Drew Karpyshyn, and I am the narrative director at Archetype Entertainment.
Very cool. Thank you, Drew. And
Nice.
Jesse on my right.
Hi, I'm Jesse Sky. I'm the
So many white men. Like, could they not have had at least one woman?
creative director on Exodus.
Very cool. Thanks, guys. First off, thanks for taking the time to talk with us and talk with the community. In all seriousness, we got a great batch of questions in this time, and I think the responses are going to be really exciting for fans to hear. So let's get started.
The maximum number of years you will experience in order to complete the full
It's difficult
storyline.
to talk about the total span of years for the game without spoiling things, but I can say this. When we first started thinking about the IP back in 2019, one of the things that excited us the most was the potential to see huge changes in your home civilization based on the choices you make. For this game, the trick is going to be to give you enough time to grow attached to your homeworld and get invested in the characters there before we send you on your first interstellar mission. And from that point forward, you'll start seeing things advance at a rapid rate. But of course, we want you to see the human impact of your choices, so your initial missions are more in the range of a human lifespan. But by the end, who knows? Centuries may have passed.
Yeah, the great thing about our story is
Now, for those of you that don't know, just to give you a bit of a backstory here, in Exodus, you're going to go through these gates, and these gates literally, as in science, slow down time. As you travel through it, time for you remains constant or remains sort of normal, but everything else around you sort of speeds up, as it were, in relative to you, right? So your time slows down significantly while the rest of the universe continues to go. And so this is the unique sort of thing with theirs. As you go on these missions, when you return, life on your planet may have changed completely from what you remember.
it starts at a very personal level and becomes very epic by the end.
Yeah, so the Awakened are one of my favorite aspects of Exodus. When we first started thinking about what it would feel like to board Ark ships and colonize distant star systems, my immediate concern was, what about my cats? I have 2 cats that I love and I don't want to leave them behind. So I want them to come with me on my adventures. And the more we thought about it, the more we realized that this love for animals is something that sets humans apart from Celestials. We're sentimental creatures, and I think traveling 15,000 light years from Earth would make us even more sentimental about the things that are unique to Earth. So we gotta bring them with us. I'm also a huge fan of Hayao Miyazaki and Princess Mononoke in particular, and the idea of these independent, intelligent animals that have their own lives, their own motives, was really interesting to me. It's not something I've seen in an epic science fiction universe before, and it adds a touch of whimsy. And it allows us to see ourselves through their eyes as we start questioning what it means to be human in a universe that has basically evolved beyond us. So the answer to the question is, you won't be playing as an Awakened, but you will have an Awakened companion. And there are lots of Awakened supporting characters who will help you along your journey as well. And we'll announce more about them in future updates.
So Jesse, we've known each other a really long time, but I gotta tell you, I'm allergic to cats, man.
Oh, no.
So I'm gonna bring my dog. Is that gonna be a problem?
Yeah, we got dogs too, it's fine.
We do? Okay.
Yeah.
Separate sections on the ARC ship will be good. All right.
Can I bring my elephant?
Oh.
That's
TBD. TBD.
yeah, TBD.
So the Maruyama are what we call Celestials. Celestials are the descendants of the first humans that left Earth, arrived in the Centauri cluster, and evolved over thousands and thousands of years before we arrived. So even though they started as human, they have evolved into very divergent beings. They're basically the aliens of our game. They don't look human. They're many different types, many different forms.
Wow.
They're also something called changelings. Jesse loves the Awakened. I love the changelings. The changelings are genetically engineered, created by the Celestials to be their servants, their workforce, their soldiers. They use them to colonize worlds, to go into environments that are hostile, almost unlivable. Changelings are really, for me, a way to explore what is possible through the genetics, through the alteration of what.
Oh, and that's the other cool thing. Every single alien race that you're going to learn about in this game was once human. There's no actual aliens. It's just humans that, because of how vast space is, some of these human civilizations have been there for millions of years. That and their evolution has changed them completely from what you and I would consider human today. So they're completely different beings now. They don't even care about the same stuff that humans used to care about because they're past that or whatever. So another very interesting sort of bend to the overall storyline. So like the primordial race in Star Trek explains why so many are humanoids. Massey, pretty much. So they're basically saying, what would the world, like Earth, have looked like if it played out on the entire backdrop of the galaxy? So what would happen if you just placed humans in all sorts of different areas of space and just let them go and see over millions of years what evolution would do?
What life is, and I think they're going to be really fun, really incredible, and you're going to meet quite a few different ones.
Yeah, I think the changelings introduce some sort of awkward and uncomfortable questions about what it means to be human, especially since many of them are possibly descended from humans or from other Celestials.
Yeah, and I don't want to spoil which ones are in there. I think, what were you saying, Chad?
Yeah, we've introduced one actually. So for fans that haven't seen it, go check out the Archivir video that we put out. There's a little bit of a tease, some stuff going on that we think you'll like too.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it was one of the big challenges we had to solve early in the project. So obviously in this game you'll be taking on the role of a traveler, which is someone who ventures into the unknown to seek out powerful celestial artifacts and technologies. And that will include a mix of missions where you explore the ancient celestial history of your human homeworld, missions that take you into your local star system, and interstellar missions that take you to distant star systems. The game is structured around linear story missions with some open exploration beats and role-playing beats in your home city. Our top priority was to tell an epic story with choices that matter, and we try to give you as much agency as we can within that story. So there are a few beats where you can choose the order that you tackle story missions and side quests, but it's not a sandbox. In terms of,
I actually prefer it. I know there's some people that love sandbox storytelling. I don't. I think if Starfield was any proof, it becomes very difficult if you want to tell an actual good story on the backdrop of the whole galaxy. I actually prefer this. Give me missions. When I land, give me a slight sort of semi-open space that I can explore. And then once I get back on my ship, we get back into linear storytelling. Much better, I think, for specifically games that want to focus on story. Yeah, very similar to Mass Effect. I think very similar to Mass Effect Andromeda in a way, in terms of more open space, but not quite open world, right? So the missions, at least from earlier Q&As, the mission areas, so the planets that you land on, will be a lot bigger. So there'll be a lot more space to explore, but it won't be open world. So there will be a limit to what you can explore. In the stars and Setelier, and there it will happen. Oh yeah, probably.
Of its overall structure, it probably has the most in common with Knights of the Old Republic or maybe the original Mass Effect, which is appropriate because Drew was a big part of both of those games.
Yeah, one of the things I love about RPG games is you do get to explore a lot of different locations, but for me it's more about how the story is shaped by that travel, how your journeys affect your home, your companions, your allies, your enemies. What is the point of the travel rather than the actual mechanics or how it works? What are the consequences and how will that change your experience as a player?
Aside from the Marayama and Crown Dominion, will other celestial civilizations be featured in the game and relevant to the story?
Yeah, so for those who aren't familiar, Celestials are basically the alien civilizations that we have to contend with in the Centauri cluster. They were once humans from Earth, but because they traveled to Centauri at different speeds under the effects of time dilation, they arrived here thousands of years before we did. And they've evolved.
Kiklo, the guy that owns the studio was one of the original writers of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. And a lot of the people that's on the team here is also from the original Mass Effect team. They all broke away and they started this new studio back in 2018, I think. And they've been working on this game ever since.
Evolved into countless cultures and species. To answer the question, you'll encounter a number of strange new species in the game, including a number of changelings, which is what Drew discussed, which are subspecies created by Celestials. In terms of large celestial civilizations, or what we call the Dominions, the Crown and the Marayama are the two big ones you'll encounter, who are still active in the cluster. And once your homeworld becomes technologically advanced enough, they start taking an unhealthy interest in you. But your homeworld was also created by a celestial dominion that is now extinct. And a big part of the game will be investigating the ruins of that culture to learn what happened to them. You'll have chances to meet some of the remains of that culture
cool.
and use what you learn to inform the choices you make about the future of your homeworld. And one of the themes of our game is that those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, one of the things, if you want to learn a little bit more about Crown Dominion, I would check out the Archimedes Engine, the Peter F. Hamilton novel set in our universe. Gives you
I want to read this.
A really interesting glimpse into their culture and their worlds. And I think it's really a really nice introduction to the universe of Exodus. In our game, travelers are the heroes of humanity. They are adventurers, they're explorers. They seem to have a common overarching goal, which is to elevate humanity, to help us find our place in a galaxy that is very hostile, to help us find our world among these advanced civilizations that the Celestials have created. However, the way you do that varies quite a bit from traveler to traveler. So as a traveler, you leave your homeworld behind, and when you come back, things might have changed. So what the travelers have developed is a system of what we call dynasties. A dynasty are people who share your beliefs, share your systems, are loyal to you, who you can leave behind on the homeworld so that when you return, it will have been progressing in the way you want. Things won't have changed too much, or they will have changed in the way that you sort of pre-approved. There are different dynasties on every world that are often in conflict. Sometimes they're rivals, sometimes they're allies. In our game, you will have other dynasties that you run into, other travelers.
I don't think it would be as hostile as 40k. Remember, 40k is grimdark, whereas this is just, I think, more sort of bog standard sci-fi, right? Whereas 40k is sci-fi, but it's grimdark in that way. So I wouldn't say that's exactly it.
Who have their own agendas, some of them who will help you, some of them who will oppose you. And it's one of the things I really love because we show that even though humanity has a common goal, we aren't united in our ways of doing things, in the way we think we should get there, in how we...
I don't think, Grofal, so I don't think that Earth is dead. From everything I've been able to gather, this entire game doesn't take place in the Milky Way. So what you probably have is, as Earth became spacefaring, we eventually figured out a way to send people to different sort of almost like the Andromeda system. So we managed to send people to different star systems altogether, and this is taking place in in one of these systems, most likely, right? So we're going to a different system. At least from what I gathered throughout all of their Q&As. So it might be that. If it is going to be that Earth is destroyed, it might be some war. There's something that we might be discussing there at some point. I genuinely don't know. I don't know if the game is going to go into that, but I do know they've had some strange explanations for things. Let's put it that way. All right. So I don't know. Or maybe it's fictional. Maybe it's completely fictional. And they're instead going on something completely different. So in short, Earth is just not really relevant. Maybe not, no. Maybe not. It doesn't sound, at least, as if Earth is relevant.
We want to achieve these goals. And I think that play between the different dynasties is one of the things that really adds to the flavor of the game and of your companions and the story we're trying to tell.
Our universe is as much about contending with the difficulties of other humans as it is about aliens. All travelers are united by the Traveler's Creed, but there are a number of sub-philosophies that people ascribe to, which we'll explore in later videos.
How does the rot impact the world, and does it have a direct effect on the player's journey? Is it a force of nature, or is it something of someone controlling it?
Basically, the rot is a powerful phenomenon that affects celestial technology, causes it to degrade, break down, causes it to malfunction. The origins of the rot, the mechanics of the rot are very mysterious. It is unknowable, but also unstoppable, inexorable. Slowly, it will bring your homeworld to destruction if you don't find a way to save it.
Yeah, I will say the rot is a big part of the story, but it's also part of gameplay. It affects how you traverse levels and stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can you give us a sense of what truly drives the player forward? Is the goal survival or something greater, something that could redefine the fate of humanity?
That's a great question. The story we're telling is very much the classic hero's journey, which is something I guess you don't see too often in video games recently. You start out...
Oh, yeah! Here we go, the hero's journey. Let's go, bro. I love the fact that they're taking stabs at these games that just no longer do the hero's journey.
With humble beginnings as a salvager just trying to scrape by on a dying world. But for various reasons that I can't go into right now, you know that you're destined for something greater, to become a traveler and build a better life for you and everyone you love. And it's the combination of that dream and that desperation that drives you forward in the early parts of the game. But then, of course, things get complicated. As you grow more powerful and influential on your home world, you start dealing with the problems of leadership, and there's a conundrum at the heart of it, which is that the more you fix up your home world and advance your civilization towards something that can survive in this universe, the more you draw attention of hostile forces which vastly outmatch you.
Yeah, it's really an underdog tale where you start as an underdog, but eventually become a true player in the galactic power struggle. But that's one of the things I love about our game is just that evolution of you from the humble beginnings to the grand epic.
Yeah, it really is epic in scope, I think. Yeah, I mean, so I would say, honestly, most of the important things. Time dilation, the travelers, the celestial dominions, the hero's journey. I think we've had a pretty clear vision for the story from the beginning, but it's very ambitious, so it takes a while to build. I guess one thing I would say is, I think from the beginning, I wanted our story to convey the richness of human experience. And I want to show people in a hopeful but realistic light. My favorite stories have elements of heroism, romance, tragedy, and comedy. I'm a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, and when I think of the game stories that I love the most, they hit you on a number of levels. And I think recently games have fallen into the trap of being very monotone, too cynical, or too idealistic, or too detached from human nature. Striking a balance is hard. Life is extremely messy, and every individual is a strange mix of good and evil, and I want our story to reflect that.
Yeah, the thing that actually amazes me is...
I like everything he's saying.
The seeds of the story that still remain and those core elements, but how they've actually changed and evolved. That's the thing I find always interesting. You look back at some of the old documents, the old plans, and as we've progressed with the story, as we've brought other brilliant creative people onto the team, as we've taken the bits and pieces and started putting them all together, seeing how things grow and change and develop and broaden from those initial seeds into this vast universe is the thing I actually find really interesting, and the thing that always strikes me when I look back at some of the original documents. And
I feel so much pride in it, having we've been working together on this for so long now that around the office now even we have some documents on the wall that are sort of the tenets of what we envisioned Exodus to be before it was even called Exodus. Like the fact that we've stuck to those at the core since the very beginning, I mean, just a testament to the creative power of these guys and James and everybody else involved to make something that we think fans are really going to enjoy. But it's really humbling to be part of it.
So Didier, the reason there's no gameplay in it is it's a Q&A, right? They're answering specifically lore questions and world questions and stuff. We have seen gameplay. They've shown us a little bit of gameplay. And they've also spoken about the gameplay. They've said it's going to be very similar to almost, think Mass Effect Andromeda. Because a lot of the people that worked on the gameplay side of Mass Effect Andromeda now works on this game. And if you ever played Mass Effect Andromeda, you would know the gameplay was literally the best part of it. Everything in Mass Effect Andromeda sucked, except for the gameplay, which was actually super fun. So, from that perspective, it at least seems good.
See it have started back then and still stick to those roots and still be with us today in that same form.
Will there be paths or outcomes that only a very rare few will uncover based on their choices in Exodus?
Oh, yeah. So there are outcomes that I think only a small percentage of players will likely discover. And I think they're pretty awesome, but I can't talk about them right now. Obviously, it'd be huge spoilers. But yeah, I mean, I saw some concepts for them recently, and yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah, one of the things I love about RPGs is having all these little Easter eggs, these other little hidden things. Our story is about choices. The choices you make influence the story, influence the outcomes, influence your companions, and we want to reflect that in what happens in the things you see.
Obviously, Obi-Wan, no one would ever know that, right? But the fact that they left after Andromeda should tell you something, right? Because the problem is, oftentimes even I will make this claim of they should just fire everyone at Ubisoft. But the question is more, is everyone at Ubisoft completely incapable, or is there just a lot of people that's completely incapable? And I would say Andromeda was a good example of, so the writers here, that at least all the writers that I know of on this game, none of them were at BioWare anymore when Andromeda was in development. They were not working on Andromeda, right? So I would say, at least in that sense, the game is probably safe. But then from the perspective of the gameplay developers, there's a very good chance that if a developer is happy at a company, he's not going to leave that company, right? The fact that a developer ended up leaving should tell you that they were not happy with the direction that people wanted to take their universe in. And here, the reason this is super important to me is, or why I take a lot of sort of good news from this, is these guys left BioWare, literally left BioWare, to go make another game that is basically Mass Effect. They could have just stayed at BioWare and made the next Mass Effect, right? Like, why would you leave and then just go make Mass Effect again? That should tell me that they're very interested in making a Mass Effect, but they couldn't do it with BioWare. The way BioWare runs now just wouldn't have been possible for them to tell the story that they wanted to tell. Mark Dora made a video about impact versus profit and asked what he would like more from his game. He said impact, but sales pay the bills. And I told him, wish someone told that to BioWare. Not wrong. Not wrong.
So there are definitely going to be things that as a player, you will think you've played the whole game, and then you'll find out that your friend had something very different happen, or you'll go online and you'll see and you'll say, oh my God, I didn't even know that was possible. That's one of the things that makes, I think, the story so rich, is that there is all these little bits and pieces hidden away, these hidden gems that you can discover by doing different things or taking a different path than someone else.
And you're making choices over the course of so many years, and there's so many different sort of phases that your civilization goes through, that seeing the unique combinations that can result from that is really interesting. And it's a big part of, well, I can't say much more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the coolest part with this, and we've talked about that as the core of the game since so long, that seeing it come together in the game now has been just really exciting, because the complexity of that part of the development has been one of the deepest parts of it that has taken the longest time to get to a place where we can actually see it and see the way players are going to respond to it. And it's exciting to see that come online now.
will we be able to have relationships that are romantic or alliance-based that factor into the impact of our choices?
Yeah, your relationships are a huge part of the game, including romantic relationships. But they're complicated by your interstellar missions, which separate you from the people you love for years at a time. So the choices you make with regard to your relationships have the biggest impacts on the story by a huge margin.
Yeah, our stories are about choice and characters. That's what makes a great story. So your choices impact your relationship with the characters, and your relationship with the characters impacts your story. And that goes for family, friends, romantic attachments, everyone you encounter. You can take things in one direction or another, and it will be reflected in the story and affect how your relationships evolve and change.
And some of the characters you have relationships with are very powerful and influential people on your home world. So those relationships obviously have an outsized impact because of their influence.
Oh, excuse me. I think you make your own character profile. You play. I don't think you play a set character. I think you can make your own character, but it'll likely be similar to Mass Effect, where you are playing an established character, but you can choose what they look like. They haven't said anything like that. I haven't seen any Q&A with that, but just based on the backstory of your character, it sort of suggests to me that it's going to be something similar to like a shepherd, right? So your character is an established character, but then all of the choices and everything. So basically like a semi-blank slate character. There's enough room for you to make any choices you want, but then there's also, the some things that's set in stone. Whom did you romance, and Amy, and why was it Liara? So my first romance ever, Jake Reaper. How you doing, brother? My first romance was Liara. Then it was Liara. Then it was Miranda. Then it was Liara again. Then it was Tali. Then it was Liara again. Then it was Miranda. Then it was Miranda. And now my newest playthrough, I'm trying with Ashley. There's probably a couple of Mirandas in there as well. That I'm forgetting. But my newest playthrough is trying to get Ashley, because I've never actually gotten Ashley. I want to try and see if I can get Ashley. Don't you play? No, Jake Reaper, I don't play WoW anymore.
That's it for our Founders Q&A for today. We really appreciate you joining us, and I'm very appreciative of Drew and Jesse joining me today to help answer your questions. Please keep them coming in. We sincerely appreciate them. The depth to which you're helping us explore this IP is amazing, and we really appreciate you tuning in. So look forward to talking to you again soon, and thanks very much. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
If there's one thing, just one thing, I wish Western developers would stop doing, it is the bog standard media approach. This is something you see from every single game. Oh, we're going to do a Q&A, guys. Here is our 6 pre-recorded, pre-selected Q&As. And we've also crafted the answer perfectly. So we're reading off a script. I hate that. It's like, why can't you just do a live stream? We have the technology, you could literally just start a live stream, have people in chat to ask questions, and answer those questions. Why do we have to do this? Because they try and make it look like it's an organic conversation amongst them, but it's not organic, right? It's like, oh, come on. I like hot blue checks from outer space. Did you manage to make such an awesome experience? Yeah. Notice how many sci-fi universes have hot blue alien checks. Twilight and so on. I'm currently playing ME3. If I ever play again, I'll choose Ashley. If I go for Renegade, races Cerberus run. Cerberus, yeah. Aniara, I'm with you. I am so down for a nice sci-fi universe. Like, just a game that I can really sink my teeth into and go on an epic space adventure again. I'm so down for that shit now. It's been a while since we've had a Mass Effect. I seriously, off like every single time I see anything about this Exodus, I'm like, come on, bro. Let's do this. You've got this. Give me another. Like, I feel myself sort of yearning for this game, and I haven't even played it yet. I want a Foundation MMO. I have to finish watching Foundation. I got bored with it, like, I think in the second season, I got bored. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would not be surprised at all. I think the storylines of this game, the ideas that they have here is very unique, very interesting. I just knew about the show. I didn't know that there was an actual oh wait, they do have, from what it seems here. Is this podcast? Yeah, I think they're doing podcasts. I really hope that this game does well. I would like to see more in sci-fi in general, like more sci-fi concepts, like artificial worlds, like Dyson spheres and stuff. Not really necessary, but still would be funny. Dyson spheres. Oh, yeah. But didn't we just watch a game? What was that game again? Someone just linked me a game. It was in here. Oh man, what was that game called again? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, Beyond Astra. We just watched this. Like, this looks super cool, man. I really want this game. I mean, the graphics isn't great, but I don't care about graphics. I like the concept. I'll show you the Dyson sphere. That's why I keep watching it now. You'll see the Dyson sphere in a second. Oh, expanse would work well, yeah. There's the Dyson sphere. Well, sun weapon, Dyson sphere, same thing. It's around the sun and it definitely gets power from the sun. So pretty much. It looks fun. It looks like a game that I could really sink my teeth into. All right. Are you guys ready to see the game that's been driving me insane for the last few days? Told you guys I'd show you this. It's a love-hate relationship with this game, boys. This game is love-hate. I love playing every second of it, and I hate every second of playing it. It's absolutely nuts, this game. Oniara, I would go for Mars. Obviously. The Martian Republic, militaristic. Yeah, let's go. I would absolutely go for this. Have you played Paraspora on stream? No. Paraspora is a game that I really, if it's the game I'm thinking about, it's been a game that I've struggled to get into. I probably should spend more time on it though. But yeah, it's a game that I'm struggling to get into. Graphics are overrated. I still enjoy playing the original Fallout 2. Yeah, I don't give a shit about graphics. So we can go for Otto von Bismarck or for George Washington. I usually play as a German, like every single game, Civilization, every game that you could choose a nation, I usually choose German because I'm German, right? My origins, at least, is German, so we'll go with German. You'll see in a second, Gregory. I'll show you everything there is to know, and you'll see why I hate and love this game. I don't have Heart of Iron, but I probably would play the Germans in that too. Oh, wait, you guys can't hear. Damn it. This is me and this bloody bullshit again. No, that's not gonna work. Need to do this. Settings. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I need to change the settings in order for this stuff to work. Because it keeps not going through the right tracks. My apologies, guys. My apologies. All right, can you hear it now? All right, cool. So this is the world, the map, so to speak. Now, very similar to Civilization, except, so here's how the building in the game works, right? So every region that you capture has a number of sub-regions, you can see here, right? And we choose this and we find, okay, we want to do a dwelling on this one. There's some food here, not a lot of anything else, so we might put a farm down. Or will we? No, I'm going to do farms there. It's fine. I'm not going to do a farm there. Let's just stick with this for now. So very well. Can you talk a bit about the differences? What you like, more or less? Oh, Wayne, so the difference between this and Civilization. In Civilization, you would click here, right? And then you would literally just choose from a bunch of stuff here on what you want to build, right? You don't really have a lot of control over where you build what. And once you've built something, it just does the thing, right? Whatever you've built. You'll see in a second, we're still in the early days here. We're not yet, we're not yet at the place where the game actually starts getting annoying. This part I like. You'll see in a second the part that I don't like. And then we have our technology tree where we can advance. We're going to start with advancing into... I want to do rope making first, I think. No, let's do grain storage first. And then some feasts. Billionaires play this game IRL? Yeah. Billionaires have this interface on their PCs, but it is IRL. We, of course, don't have that luxury. Nice. What did we build? So now we built the dwelling. Now this is where the game gets really tricky, because this is our dwelling, so this is where people will live. You can see up here, growth. We are 1 out of 10. Every dwelling will add 3, except for dwellings that you build in your town center, which will add 5. So you really don't want to build too much inside or close to your home. You would want to keep this for dwellings, because the dwellings give 2 extra slots for people to live in. And then you have these supply areas. Now, each of these supplies will grant something extra to your city. You can see on the side here with quality of life. This is the happiness of your city, the health of your city, the knowledge of your city, the prosperity of your city, and then finally the security of your city. And you want to add supplies into this that grants your city different sort of bonuses so that you can get quality of life as high as possible. Then you have amenities over here. Clicking on the amenities, we can go feast. The feast will give plus 25 city growth, plus 5 city food, and plus 10 city happiness. We're going to start with that because we need some growth right now. Then we're going to go into, I want to say, rope making next. The city is idle currently, so we'll do a scout. I'm waiting for us to do another claim, so we'll do that in a minute. Oh, that's dangerous. Let's come back home. Claim. Right, here we go. Now we can start building. So now you can look here and you can see that there's we can claim this part, which will give us access to fish, so we can start fishing. We can go here. This gives us access to grapes. Grapes can either produce grapes or food, depending on what you require. Grapes can be turned into wine, and the wine serves as an amenity, but can also be used in other recipes for greater amenities. You have to keep in mind all of this stuff. I'm going to claim this one here because it gives us access to wheat and to grapevine, and we're going to build a granary that boosts the output of both of these, so we get 2 of each of these rather than just 1. And then later I'm going to put down in this also a well that will boost it even further. So we'll get 3 of each of these. So it's a good tile. So we'll grab these 2. Take a rest. And is it turn-based, or can you stop the time like in Crusader Kings, or does the time always continue at the same rate? It is completely turn-based, so you guys can't see it on the side here. But if I make chat slightly smaller, right? I put chat over there, and then I'll put my camera over there. You can see I'm clicking down here in order to progress the turns. All right, now we can attack this wolf. Right, rope making is done. I'm gonna go for animal husbandry. No, I'm not gonna go. Wait, I might. Yeah, I will go for animal husbandry. No. Do that. All right, and now we can do farm. Can't do a granary yet, but we will soon. Precious stone. Start of the game is very slow. As you build up more cities and stuff, this will speed up. And pottery is done. We'll go for animal husbandry next. Can you with animal husbandry also make combat animals? Not at the start. So if you look here on the side, right, it will give you access to the plow, cured meats, and the butcher shop, right? And then it opens a number of animals for you. Camels, horses, elephants, ivory, domestic sheep, wool, and live hogs. By the way, you're still in just chatting category. Biotrex, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm basically just chatting at the moment, right? So for me, it's fine either way. I'm just playing this game because I told chat I'll show them the game that's currently driving me crazy. Wait, no. You can go attack that guy. Go attack that guy. There we go. Farm's done. Race. No. Yeah. Back in there. And now we get paragons. So paragons are people that you employ into your city, and each of them come with a different bonus, right? Which this is where things get really messy, because they can also work in certain industries, and when you place a paragon into an industry, they will craft relics as well as ancient scriptures and stuff that you can then put in museums that will give you extra prestige. It gets weird. What part drives you nuts? Look okay so far? You'll see, Kiklo. You'll see. We're not there yet, bro. Like, this is still the fun bit. We're not yet at the place where things get really messy and tricky, and you sort of become a bit of a micromanaging asshole, just trying to keep track of everything in the game. But I'm going to go with Thaig over here, because he gives me plus 10 bold production in all cities, which is kind of what I want right now. So we'll do that.
Fair.
Negative effects they do that you need to be wary of? Not really. No negative effects. Just some of their effects. What you have to be careful of is, like, some of the effects will only apply until a certain point. So once you get to that point, that effect will just no longer apply. So you have to be very careful if you're choosing, say, for example, that one guy. If I place him in my city will have increased growth by 10%. But only up until it hits growth 5. Once it hits growth 5, it's over. They will not grow any further. So then the point is, well, what the hell am I doing here, right? So then you just have, like, maybe good for early game, but you definitely would want to change them for late game. Okay, we have another claim that we can grab. I want to move up here because I want these goats. It's not quite a cow. Where's the cows? Not gonna lie to you guys, I would have loved to have the cow instead. Alright, we'll go for here because I just need to kill that, then I can get these deer. I'm gonna need that deer. There's pigs over here. Probably need those pigs. Oh! Oh, look at the sheep! Nice! Where's the cows? Do we have any cows on the map here? Damn. So only sheep that popped up, but no cows. I'm gonna need horses, because it's either cows or horses. Those are your options. What I personally would love is a game that like mixed with real-time strategy, kind of like a Total War Civ mix. I have thought about games like that. I'm just not sure how difficult it would be to design.
For money.
Oh, damn, Waylon.
Waylon Jennings super chatted $10. You're a good dudaco.
Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Yeah, we're doing well. For now, at least. For now, at least, boys, we're doing well. Let's see if we can build a settler so we can get a second city going. And then we'll go back in here and we'll start building some other stuff. Sounds like the game, Planetary Annihilation. I don't know what that is.
Boy, no older than 16 enters your court, springing with excitement. He explains that he and his friends were climbing trees, and while sitting atop a giant oak, he spotted a raised and unnaturally round hill and smoke, as though from a campfire rising in the distance. He requests support to safely investigate.
So now we can send a scout. We can arm the boy and his team. Or, yeah, we'll just send a scout. Screw it. Okay, so now we have Lithic tools. Now, here is where things start to get super interesting. See, so I have 2 farms here. I have the grape farm. I don't have any plows or heavy plows yet, and I need that. Then I need fertilizer at some point. I need power and fuel, and I need tractors at some point, right? Now, we don't have any of that yet. Because we haven't built any workshops yet. We need workshops in order to build these things. Oh no, can't attack that. Archery is done. Let's do herbalism. I could already progress, but we're so far ahead at the moment, we don't need to progress. At least not at the moment. Back home. How long is the settler gonna take? 2 more turns, okay. Feel like I'm not building fast enough at this point. Are you asking me, Obi-Wan? The nap is calling my name. Later, everyone. Massey, take care of yourself, sir. Okay, now we can do... Let's do a granary for this one. Put up a granary. I can't build anything there yet, but I can put up a logging camp over here. Yeah, that should be good for now. Right, our settler is done. For now, fortify yourself, and then I'm gonna send this guy to kill that guy. So where are we setting up the next town? Obi-Wan, I'm gonna show you what I don't like. Oh, wow. Okay. I think I might need to set up... we'll set up shop somewhere here. There we go. Now rest. Okay, so we can finally go hunting. Bronze Age is next. Right, new claim. Now we have to think very carefully. I don't want to waste this next claim. Shroud OC, how you doing, brother? I need to start building workshops. But this wood is so beautiful. I know what I'll do. Claim this. It's workshop time. I'm gonna stop this logging camp. No. Wait, yeah. Cancel this build. Instead, let's put up a hunting camp over there. And then over here, for now, that's fine. Okay. I need the next spot.
Speaker for the tribe meets with your emissary to inform you on their recent struggles. We are building a monument the likes of which the world has never seen. But our master builder has taken ill and is bedridden. His mind can't simply be replaced. Do you have a master builder that could help us finish this project?
Provide support. I'll help them. Because the more you help these tribes, the more the chances are that they'll join you. And that gives you a massive boost in terms of growth. So you want to help these little tribes around the map. Because if they join you, good for growth. Okay, so here we have our first granary. Now, pay attention, because this is where things get nuts. Eventually. So, the granary... Not only... So, the granary does the following. It will boost farming output. So, all of the farms on this area will have a boost in output as a result of being here. So, if we finally supply a plow to this, it will actually go up a percentage point, so we'll get even more grain per ton from this. I'm not sure if these farms are also affected by the granary, but yes. So you put the granary up here. You're eventually going to get a well that you can put in here as well that will boost it even further. But now the other thing that this granary does is it has the ability to build a grain store. Now note, as I hover over the grain store, that as an amenity, the grain store will offer plus 30 food to the city, as well as plus 50 city growth. That's these things here that we can add, right? We have some baskets that we can add that will give one production and one, so we'll do that for now. Now, here is the grain store. Now, you will see it takes 50 turns to do one grain store. But you can upgrade it or speed it up by 200% by adding stuff to it. So we can now add one grain. That'll speed it up. It's now only going to take 5 turns per grain store. And then over here, we can do ceramic pots. But we don't have any ceramic pots. We haven't started making ceramic pots yet. And every single thing in the game has this. These sort of... this thing requires this thing to speed it up. But then the other thing that makes the grain stores, the ceramic shop that makes the ceramic pots, also require a bunch of resources in order to produce fast enough so that, because this will use -1 per turn. So you need to get to a place where you're producing more ceramic pots than what your economy uses in order to keep up. Now, we're only in the beginning. Imagine when you get to like 15, 16 different buildings that use another 15, 16 buildings in order to maintain the first 16 buildings. And those buildings have multiple different buildings that also require them in order to maintain. So it gets to a place where it's almost annoying to upgrade, especially since a lot of the stuff that you build now will eventually no longer even be useful. So you'll progress out of it, which means you'll now have to start building even more stuff in order to build the new stuff that you require. So yeah, there's that. What am I building now? Hunting camp. Oh. It branches out way too wide, I see. It does. It branches out to the point where it becomes a little bit, it becomes a little too micromanagey. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that I hate the fact that it's micromanagement. I like micromanagement. I just there's limits to how much micromanagement one wants to experience. You know. Michael, can you imagine that? Obi-Wan, I would have preferred, at least slightly, if the game offered sort of like more sector management. So like a merge between Civilization, because Civilization 6 doesn't have this micromanagement. It has some micromanagement, but in Civilization, what I hate is that there are some things that I would prefer to be able to micromanage even more, right? So this game is sort of too micromanagey. Civilization isn't micromanagey enough. I would like something that provides the perfect amount of micromanagement, where some sectors I can micromanage, other sectors I don't have to micromanage as much. Now, there are ways to sort of make it a little bit easier for yourself. So if you click here, for example, you get a full overview of your economy. So rather than having to click on every single building individually, you can go through your whole economy. And if you see a farm like this, you'll be able to see what it needs to upgrade. You can place experts on these. So everything you build will eventually get into this window. So you'll be able to run it from this window. Yeah, let's give them baskets so they can start working harder. Middle ground would make it that you require X resource, but once established, you don't have to worry about it anymore as long as you have the resource. Yeah, I actually think that would have been perfect. So you require, or it would use automatically whatever resource it requires in order to speed up production. Without you, and you could go in and say, don't use this resource. So you can use any resource, just don't use this one. Something like that would have been perfect. So on default, it will just use whatever resource is available to speed up the production. And if there's some, so for example, cotton fields, if you don't want to lose your cotton, you can say to the rope makers, you can't use cotton. Whatever you do, cotton is off the menu. Something like that would probably have been fine. I wonder if I shouldn't get some spearmen. Because my scouts... I'm wasting a lot of time with my scouts fighting these bears when spearmen would probably do a much better job. Okay, so let's quickly think here. I'm never gonna come this far out. Like, this is way too far out for me. Which means... setting up here would probably be good. Let's go settlers. Move to this area. Obi-Wan, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. Can I form let them explore. I've not played this game for long enough yet to make that determination. I enjoyed Civilization, but like I said, Civilization got a little boring after a while for me. Okay, so now, why did I claim this area? Oh yeah, for our great workshops to begin. All right, workshops. First, just do 3. I'm probably gonna regret doing 3, but okay. Wait. What else do we have here? I think I want to do a ceramic shop as well here. Yeah. Oh, damn.
Tribes farmers
Does
are
this game have mod
fascinated by your
support?
nation's ability to track celestial.
I have no idea. I mean, I haven't checked yet.
You have reached the Bronze Age.
Thank you. Bronze Age. What are we doing? Let's do weaving.
One's life continues in.
Right, Library of Celsus. I don't know what that is, but okay. We'll work with that. Okay, now we can find or establish. I don't like the fact that I'm establishing a city here, but I still don't have any natural resources. Like, where's the mines? Hello? Dude, why is there no mining material here? Or have I not unlocked that yet? That makes expansion very, very difficult. Maybe a personal nitpick, but personally I would prefer if you don't have specific ages, but instead just the tech tree where you unlock more tech over time. Z Vengeance, how you doing, sir? And happy Easter to you as well, good sir. Obi-Wan, I don't mind the I don't mind it that much. The Aegis is fine because the Aegis are chapters in the game. So as you progress through the Aegis, the chapters get different, right? And every new chapter brings with it brand new challenges and so on. Balthazar, thank you so much for hanging out, sir. Really appreciate you. Take care of yourself, man. Okay. I don't know if I want to find... screw it. Let's just build our city here, shall we? Woke up late today. Been playing Door Kicker 2 till late last night. The hell is that? Livy, how you doing? What's that game? What's the game? The game is called Ara, History Untold. All right, our first city is ready, or our second city, I should say. As for production, I want you to... Actually, I want you to produce that instead. So you can remove this. We don't have precious metals, we don't have precious stones, and we don't have ivory. Great. It's going to take them 167 turns, boys. 167 turns. Ah. Bollocks. Wow. That's a lot of turns. Let's put up a dwelling. 75 turns later. All right. And here we get what I told you guys before. Now we get to the micromanaging. So we're going to add lithic tools for these guys. We don't have ropes or gear, but we're going to be building ropes now. So in order to build ropes, we need wool or cotton to speed up the process. We don't have wool or cotton, so no point. We need silk and wealth, and we need materials. We do have some materials, so we can do a 40% speed up. This gives us at least 6. Yeah, don't have anything else.
founders of your nation's newest city look to you for advice.
Give me knowledge. Arsenal bombs, and you use your squad members to breach and rescue them, but it's a bit more XCOM-y and tactical than action-oriented. That reminds me of the game called SWAT. Do you remember? Does any of you remember the game called SWAT?
A red-headed young man from the Garmir clan is looking to open a new business. He's a capable herbalist, but his family's back.
First person. This one is top down. Oh, okay. Right, so now we have our second workshop. And in this workshop, we're also going to give them a lithic tool. But we'll produce some plows in this one. We don't have cattle, we don't have horses. We do have some materials, but not enough to spend. So the plow is going to take 48 tons. New claim. Nice. I'm gonna say, wait, let's think about where we want to progress to. We want to get these horses up here. If we want to get the horses, we're gonna probably have to go. Man, I need some mining. Fine, I'll go with that. New claim. I don't know what the hell is going on though. Like, where is the mining? Why can I not mine shit? The house, but can't see what your squad isn't seeing.
A vision.
That does sound fun, though. I might give it a go. Okay, what did we just build? Oh, one more workshop, lithic tool, and we found a rope. Nice. So for this, let's build lithic tools. We'll use one material and one timber. 3 lithic tools per turn. It's gonna be good for now. It's gonna be good for now. We'll give them a wheel just to make it better.
Scholars from a nearby tribe hurriedly seek audience.
Freedom Mongoose, how you doing, bro?
For your help. Their latest works and studies are being decried as magic and an affront to the spirits which protect their people from peril.
Freedom, I would be okay with that.
And believe there are those in power within the tribe that would support their work, but refuse to come out of the shadows without your support to their claim.
I would support that. Like, if you're pro-war, you get drafted. Like, I would say that sounds like a fair trade to me. Here we go. I see some mining. Boys, here we go. We have it. I see us mining some stuff. See some cows over here. If we establish here, we get access to more limestone, which will give us early sculpting materials, which we also kind of need. There's some horses over here that we can grab. Yeah, we can build a nice town over here. A really nice town right here. I'll send my scouts. Actually, I need settlers, but I don't have settlers right now. Nice. Do a code of laws. Ceramic shop. I want to do a weaver over here. And then let's do another settler. And here we go. Ceramic pots. I don't really have material. Shit. And I don't have okay, we need that second city. Because this is going to take 6 turns to build. What also would be cool would be a fantasy version of such a game where it has more dangerous neutral monsters like goblin hordes and dragons and stuff that you have to watch out for. That could actually be like a fantasy version would actually be cool. I'm fully in agreement with you there. New Paragon. I feel like this is, yeah, it's the military advisor.
Sun Tzu, Chinese general and famed military strategist.
Yeah, Sun Tzu is my military advisor. Okay, now we need to think. What do we want these guys to build? If these guys can take over, because I don't need tunics. And I don't care about bandages right now. I do need fabric. I need more weavers as well. Bollocks to this, man. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This game is unhinged. Like, once you build a weaver, you go, wait, okay, so I need fabric. But then I also need fabric for all of these other things that I want to build. And I need these things for all of these other things that I want to build. And before you know it, you're just building out of your mind. For the early game. I don't think this matters for the early game. I don't care about baskets. Niara, this isn't civilization, though. Obi-Wan, I haven't even gotten that far. The furthest I've gotten is the Iron Age, and then I just go, screw this, I've screwed up. Everything's broken, and it's too much. And then I start over, because screw myself, I guess. So let's take the fur, because that gives us... don't have wool or cotton, and I can't use the silk, because I don't have enough silk. You just build all this fabric. This is called Aura. Niara. Aura. A-R-A. Aura. And, it's basically like Civilization, just more micromanagement. You'll probably enjoy it.
Your advisors approach you in confusion. A local tribe has provided 2 stories of their origin, but your scholars question the veracity of both. The first founding myth tells of a great prince born from a wild beast. The second tells of a foreigner who came to save the land. What should they record?
We can go with relationship with one tribe, record the beast-born prince myth, record it the foreign prince myth. Ah, well. Doesn't matter. As long as they join my tribe, I'm okay. Maximo, how you doing, sir? What am I building right now? Oh, a settler. claim generated. Where's the horses? Oh, yeah, I went the other way. I remember now. Oh, we have some dyes over here as well. Still no mines anywhere near me. I guess let's go for this one. Because there's some dyes over here that we might use at some point. Here we go. My settlers are ready. Where did we say we want to put the settlers? Is it over here? Oh, there's so many more mines now. Boys, we have rhinos over here as well, but that's fighting. Zebras. Oh man, these guys are in a good spot. Some llamas. This looks like a phenomenal spot right here. Right over here. Looks like the greatest spot on Earth. Although, maybe not. Maybe this is better. Because there we get horses. We get some tea, corn. And some cows down here. Go, go, go. Oh, yeah. Berlin. I want spearmen, please. I pulled 2 spearmen. And then, what else do we need? We have some open slots at the minute. Put on a water well and one more shop. What other shop do we put down here? Do we want to do another farm? It's just going to produce straight food, but it is going to produce a crap ton of food. We'll do another farm. Cows are important. The people need their Wagyu steak. In this one, I use the cows to make rope. I don't know how the cows make rope, but they do. Oh, these guys are also not building anything at the moment. Are they? No. Do we want to do more settlers? No. We need to start thinking about building out the society. Let's do logging camp. And we can do another logging camp. And then I want to do... let's do a watchtower. Braided cow hair for rope? Yeah, maybe that's why I use it. But I do know it uses the cow, the whole cow, so they don't let anything go to waste. Man, I love these mines. But I want to be situated in such a way that I can get to the horses. The horses are too far away. From this spot, the horses are fine. I can get to the horses from there. But then I can't get to the cows. Well, I can, but it's going to make for a hell of a city to defend. Screw it. Let's go. Hey! Okay, chariots or the wheel. Let's go for the wheel. And now we can change government. I would like to be a monarchy. Thank you very much. And we're going to go for plus 20 city knowledge. Okay. We are a monarchy now, boys. I want you to deploy. Yes.
An unfamiliar nation emerges.
Nefertiti from Egypt. I don't know who you are, but hey, how you doing? Thank you very much, Niora. I agree. Where's my... What the hell? Where's my forces? Oh, they take a while to deploy. Never mind. A trade agreement between our two nations. I don't know you, so I'm just gonna say no. You haven't pied me anymore at all. I don't know who you are. Another spearman squad. They're gonna use one food every single time they're deployed. Here we go. My spearmen are ready to devour everything on the map. Let's go, boys. Okay, now it's time for us to bold, boys. Time for us to bold. Put down the city. Actually, I think this might be a good spot for the city. Yeah, because it's mostly useless. Go for it. Nefertiti.
The artisans of a nearby tribe have created impressive woven fabrics and patterns for the changing weather. You send your emissaries to trade for some of their work, but they are stopped by the tribe's leader. It is our belief that both our peoples have uniquely skilled artisans. We'd be happy to formally trade these goods to establish a friendship between our people that will last for centuries.
Sure. But when are you guys going to join me so I can actually build on your land? Okay, we have a claim. Okay, first Berlin. Where do we move, boys? What do we do next? Where do we go from here? The fish is good. But I do want sheep. Let's go into that. Another claim is generated over here. Get our horses. And now we have a city. Give them a feast. And build a dwelling. Bomb. Bomb. Oh. It actually sucks for farming. But, okay. Let's do a code of... Wait, what is the code of laws? Oh, 50 knowledge. That's good. 1 timber should be good. 1 material should be fine. 1 food should be fine as well. 5 tons per build. That's fine. I kind of hate this. I'm not super happy with my city. See, this is the bloody problem with me. Like, I'm building this city and I'm not happy with where I am at the moment. We need to hurry up, though. This guy is gonna steal my shit. Lumber camp is done. Specific tools. Let's go. Leather working is done. Trading can be next. So what are you guys up to? You know, watching me play Aura, and what are you guys doing? I completely understand. I have the problem with games in general, even with RPGs. I make a character that I don't like as much, or make decisions I regret, and I end up starting over 3 or 4 times. Yep. I find in micromanagement games, it can sometimes take me a long time to get to where I want to be. Playing League, what champion, Hobo? I'm playing my jungler at the moment. Aye, that's basic standard League. Breakfast and chill? Even just what's for breakfast? I'm playing Skyrim because Oblivion Remake is here soon. Nice. I'm gonna go for... Oh, this sucks. This bastard. Guys, I think it's time we attack. We need to attack. I've had enough. What the hell is going on here? Oh man, this tiger is kicking my ass. Am I about to lose this guy? Hold up. No. Oh, wow. Dude, I almost lost to this tiger. I think I am going to lose to this tiger, though. This tiger is a hell of a lot stronger than I am. Come back.
Tribe's leader watches with disinterest.
Just woke up, still trying to recover from night shift week. Oh, man. Other things, looking occasionally.
Stole from the treasury, but the guilt was too much, and he came forward to return his purloined prize. The ruler is about to cast judgment, but interested in your sense of justice, asks for your counsel.
Frozen Solid, are you doing night shift every week, or is it just this one and then you're done? So next week's gonna be normal again, I hope. Our water well is done. All our farms should be growing a lot more stuff now. I think I'm continuing now, making my world for my D&D campaign. Nice, Obi-Wan. Very, very nice. Akshan. Oh, man. Yes! We finally have a nation that's joined us. Which one joined us, though? This one. Nice. Now we can move to the cows. Almost. Well, we would have to go around about, but this tribe will join us soon, I think. And then we'll be good to go. Oh, this will be a lot more expensive to maintain, though. I'm not gonna upgrade you. You'll just heal. Let's do chariots. Claim generated. Whoa. Claiming this region will provide +5 food. What? Dude, how is this region so incredibly powerful for food? That's nuts. I don't need that much food, though. What I need is metal. I can probably move here to get some fishies and stuff. And we can get some access to the cows soon.
New faces from a distant land greet you.
Jeanne d'Arc. They describe Jeanne d'Arc in hushed tones, sharing her regular commune with the divine. Whether or not you believe this to be true, it's clear they hold their faith to be of high import. Jeanne d'Arc. Alright, so the French has entered the map. Well, we know who the first enemy will be, boys, don't we? We know now who we need to attack first. I don't make the rules. I'm playing as Germany. The rules sort of write themselves. Last night week for now. Next week, we'll start a new work time model where we'll do 2 mornings, 2 evenings, 2 nights, and then 4 days off. Frozen Solid, what do you do again? Okay, so Berlin. Where can we go with Berlin? Aka, your French pronunciation is excellent. I don't know about that. Joan of Arc was in World War One. Well, she's in French territory now, so the attack is how it's going, bro. Used to do a similar shift like that back at BlackBerry when it was still around. Wow, BlackBerry, that's a blast from the past. Have you played any tabletop RPGs like D&D, for example? Yep, played a bit of D&D. But to be fair, I'm not the biggest fan of tabletop. Graphics are better as is, you know. I have much better graphics here. Oh man, something spazzed out. Oh, this is annoying. Wait, hold up. Something spazzed out. I need to leave the game. Jeanne d'Arc. What am I building from? Oh yeah. Okay, I know where we are now. Another lumber camp. Goody goody. Without John, the world would be Franglish today. Well, the world is about to be German. Liara, get ready. Learn how to speak some German. Because I'm about to come for this shit in a second. England and France would have fused into one nation. Are you convinced of that? Hold up. Let me think. Let me think, chat. Let me think. I need to build a lot of shit. What do I need to build? I really don't want to build. I kind of don't have a choice. Flower field. Wild colonization would have been? Well, you're assuming that France and England would have been the powerful nations that they are today if they fused. But it could have been that that fusion would have led to a completely different nation, no? Window and door scratching, so I just sit and watch that everything is glued correctly. Oh. Are you big on Oktoberfest? Oktoberfest here in Canada, the German Oktoberfest scene is huge and I love it. So Rekka Gaming, I'm not really big on Oktoberfest, mainly because we don't celebrate it at all, at least not here. I'm sure there's people that do. I'm sure there's people that do go drinking and having a good time. I just... Do I have... Shit. I don't have a domestic. Nice. The Angevin Empire? Yeah, but Niara, again, if they fused together, would they have been as... would they have been as powerful as they are today? Maybe, maybe not. I love when you ask historians questions. You go, hey, historian, do you think they would have been as powerful? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. It is what it is, you know? But it's not history, though. It's Ukraine. Yeah, but it's part of historical conversation. We can posit on it, right? We can't know for a fact, but we can posit on it. But we would need to go into a bit more than history. So we would need to also do a bit of anthropology, as well as a bit of sociology, because we would need to figure out the differences between the two cultures being forced into a single culture. Would that have created a stable environment, or would that have created an unstable environment? Now, I would almost say, if we look at the problems that the British Empire has had, just with the inclusion of the Welsh, the Scottish, and the Irish, which, oh, some of the Irish, which, I guess you could say they're similar enough to the English that it's not, and even that created serious problems. So I have a sort of feeling like adding the French to a single sort of empire would probably have created more issues. Like far larger issues. A couple of centuries before in the first place. Teria, but it never was without its problems. Like, it always had huge issues. You are correct. Just to be clear, I'm not saying you're not right. You are absolutely correct. But every single time England and France sort of joined, it came with issues. Virginia Speculation Channel. Growfile, it wasn't.
Where scouts report back on a family of traitors they witnessed.
The channel that was originally a speculation channel, that I haven't posted anything on that channel for a long time. Oh wait, this guy can't attack stuff anymore. No. So when you go to Swordsman, just ban this shit. How do I disband again?
Your scholars come to you for guidance. An ancient religious text was found that they believe holds important wisdom. However, the nation...
No, this isn't Civilization, Pringles. How you doing, by the way, sir? This is called Aura. What did I just build here? Ooh, tannery, lithic tools, rope, ceramic pots. Let's do leather. And... oh. Oh, we can speed it up a little. See, but I need another... I'm gonna need another tannery in order to create the shoes. Well, maybe not. Screw it. Here's another farm. And another farm. Man, so many farms. Although this farm is good. Now the question is... Gregory, so it is my understanding that these were developers that used to work on Civilization that weren't super happy, or at least some of them weren't super happy with the direction of Civilization, and so they decided to make this game instead. They left, started their own studio, and then started making Aura. I would say in terms of like, it definitely does not equate to what I would call budget Civilization, because it's the same in terms of grand strategy. Not that Civilization is necessarily the grandest of grand strategy games. There's obviously grand strategy games that's far more involved than Civilization is. But this is sort of, I would say, a mixture of the two, right? It's sort of a... I would say it's a game in its own right. It does its own thing. It doesn't try to be Civilization. At least not in terms of the systems that's built into it, which I think works well. Zazel, how you doing, bro? What do you think of that new? What do you think of that newer update? I hate that some games they spam you with demand money and some they don't. Sometimes it's so bad everyone just hates you in no time. Zazel, what update do you mean? You mean for Civilization 7? All right, another claim. Ooh-hee-hoo-hee. What are we claiming, boys? Oh, an Aura. I don't even... Oh, yes. I get what you mean. I didn't even know that was a recent update. But if it was, they need to remove that immediately. Because that shit is boring. I don't want to screw this guy over because he's messing me off, building near me. But how do I screw him more? If I take that does screw him a bit, no? I want the cotton. Here we go. My cows are ready.
A dignitary from a foreign nation.
I'm not even looking at what I'm researching because it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Like, no one cares what you're researching, not in the first few. In the first few, you're desperately just trying to get everything built in such a way that it makes sense. And then you start caring about what you're actually upgrading when you get to later game. Oh, shit, these guys are burning down? What the hell happened here? Bro, who's attacking the city? No, crap. What? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. France! Bloody France, man. Look at what the French just did. Moved into my territory, attacked my neighbors, and took my shit. Bloody French. Well, that cannot stand.
On horseback carrying large.
It simply cannot stand. You have gun troopers? Not yet. Dude, what do you mean guns? We're still years away from guns. There we go. Sacred rights. Okay. Claims are being made. I'm gonna take this because I need more workshops and stuff. I also need to start... Oh, yes. Thank you, boys. Yep, I have thought about Age of Wonder. It does look like a really good game. Yeah, get some rope involved here. I still don't have cows or horses. I have some material I can throw at this to make some more plows. You mean East Francia? Wow. Wow. Imagine being French and thinking you'd be able to conquer Germany. What am I doing? Yeah, but we both know that's not going to stand. I would like to do metal tools soon. Seeing animations and stuff happening all over the map is cool. While I'm not sure I would prefer this over Civ, I will say that this game looks more like a proper game than just a board game like Civ does. It's really fun, but it is one of those games where you have to have time. You have to have time, you have to get stuck in, and you have to keep your head, right? You have to really think about what it is you're doing and what it is you're trying to do. Because one of the things I just remembered that I completely forgot about is this. You have to continuously change this out. So that your people are happy and, you know, taken care of and all the rest of it. Bollocks. All right, let's get some roads going, shall we? Let's go for sure, even if a bit different. I think it's a really fun game. Although right now it's slow as hell. Like, the game is really slow at the minute. Dude, did France get wiped off the map? Because they were right here, and then suddenly France no longer right there. Here we go with the tributes. Oi, Joan, shut the hell up. I don't care, you stupid bitch. She wants 1,680 wealth. You're out of your mind, bitch. I'm not giving you that much gold. Are you crazy?
Courtier conveys a message from a leader in need. Their army has been stuck in a deadlocked battle, and now their supplies are nearly depleted. Their soldiers bellyache, and their outlooks are dispirited. Can you hastily resupply them with food?
I can, actually, because you guys are fighting France. Let's help them out, boys. Ironworking, let's go.
You receive a concerning...
Yeah, you guys can join us too. She's trying to look as if she doesn't need me. Knew you would say that. Now, who is this?
A new power arises in your world.
The Crow Nation. Who the hell is that? Oh, it's the natives.
You have reached the Iron Age.
Yeah. Okay, so now we need to start worrying about what we're building and how. Because now it gets important, actually. Let's do textiles first. Okay, what do we have here? I do need my cows farmed immediately. Wait. Does this place only have 3? Oh, that sucks a little. Do a farm on that one too. Zazel, yeah, I'm gonna do Palace soon. We can finally do Palace, actually. Question is just, do I want to put my palace in this first region? Because first region dwellings is a hell of a lot better than, because the dwellings get a massive boost if they're built in the city center. Because they give you 2 extra city housing rather than just 3, you get 5. Which is a hell of a lot better. What does the palace do? Oh, yeah, that's actually not bad. And it gives 1 city cap. It actually makes up for it. Niara, yeah, I saw that. I did see that. Although I'm not entirely sure if it's Maloney not liking him or just Maloney being very stressed. Because remember, Maloney is going literally against the European Union. The European Union has decided to go screw Trump. And Maloney is going, well, maybe we'll work with Trump. Now we have so much shit to build. Where's the water? Wait, what? Wait, I'm missing something. Why can't I build another well? But it says region. It is only talking about this region, right? It's not talking about the whole region. It's not talking about the whole of the city. It's only in this region that it's boosting production. Azazel, you needn't... Okay, so don't make the mistake of thinking in currency terms. Currency going up and currency going down, actually at the moment for America, its currency going down is not the worst thing in the world. Especially if Trump is trying to get businesses to come back. The euro going up is really bad for Europe. Because Europe already has a very difficult time trading with the rest of the world because of how expensive the euro is. The euro going up just makes it even worse. Right? Because if you're a business now, you're thinking of getting out of Europe. Because no one wants to buy from Europe. It's too expensive. Be happening. The industry moving won't really happen. It will still happen, Azazel, because the tariffs aren't on everything, right? So even if Europe folded, there are still some what Trump and them call strategic resources that will always have tariffs, like no matter what. These are steel, aluminum, fuel, obviously, right? And a couple of others. I think microprocessors are also in that. So even if Europe says, okay, fine, we'll come to the table, we'll meet, we'll drop the tariffs, America is still going to charge tariffs on all of those goods. But I think if Europe wants to make the best possible decision, they will come to the table, they will talk to Trump, and they will drop the tariffs. Because that's what Trump is after. He wants a world where no one charges tariffs except on select goods. So if you have goods that you say, listen here, this is important for our strategic position within the world, sure, charge your tariffs on those. But you can't have tariffs on everything. You can't just block everything from every other country because you want your nation to be protected. What Trump is arguing is that's not fair. It's not fair to all of the other nations that don't charge this stuff, right? So I kind of get where Trump is coming from. I understand why Europe doesn't want to do it. Like, don't trust me. I understand why Europe really would prefer not dropping their tariffs. But, you know. Azazel, 75 countries have already come to them, right? That's why he paused it. And I don't think he's going to drop more things from China. Because if you look at, and this is where it's important to always look at the news, every single item that Trump dropped from China came with strict conditions. He dropped a lot of the goods that come from China at the behest of a lot of the big corporations that produce this stuff. And the big corporations had to deal where they said, we will open our factories in America, but please give us some time to do it. If you charge the tariffs now, we're not going to get our factories ready. So Trump is sort of going, all right, I'll give you a bit of time, you know, get going and see where we go, right? So as long as he sees, and this is why I think people freaking out about the tariffs as being either just misled or not really paying attention. Because every single time Trump has charged tariffs, it's never just been about, I'll tariff you no matter what. It's always been tariffs if not. So do this or tariffs. And then as soon as a nation goes, okay, we'll do this, Trump is the first person to go, okay, cool. You know, no tariffs then for you. Because I think Trump understands tariffs is not a great long-term general strategy. You don't want to charge tariffs forever. Not on everything. There's some goods where tariffs are just not going to make sense in the long run. But there are times where tariffs is at least somewhat important. Right? Rokan, I did see a lot of those videos, yeah. Niara, the issue with that is the American bases aren't in those countries for America's benefit, right? Not solely. Wait, I shouldn't say that. They're not solely in those countries for America's benefit. America does benefit from having those nations or those bases, right? But remember, a lot of those bases are there because a lot of the other countries don't have the ability to deal without America, right? They don't have the military strength without America to withstand any sort of attack. So if a nation, for example, let's say Japan suddenly said, we're going to charge you money for your military base. Or let's say South Korea said to America, well, if you want to open your shit here, you're going to have to pay rent. America will just take their bases away. Literally the next day, North Korea will invade South Korea. That's all North Korea is waiting for. They're waiting for a gap. But because the South Korean army, they know won't be able to stop them. So they'll invade the next day. So this is sort of where you're going to have to be clever if you're a country that wants to do that. I'm not saying you can't. But if your country doesn't have the military strength, maybe pissing America off isn't the right move. Niara, but that's exactly why the military bases were open. Germany made a deal with America saying, you can open your bases here if you protect us. This allowed Germany to basically spend no money on their military, whilst America would protect them because America has military bases there. But this is also exactly why Trump has gotten annoyed. Because the idea was always that, the rest of the world would trade and do business with America, and through this, America would get rich, the rest of the world would get rich, and everyone would eventually trade with each other. And in exchange for this, America said, we'll protect all of you. Now, what the rest of the world did was they kept all of their tariffs in place, or import taxes in place, protecting their own industries against American companies, whilst also taking advantage of America's military. So at some point, America was always going to go, wait, this is not fair. Like, what you guys are doing isn't fair to us. Let's produce some of this, shall we? I want to do 20. I don't have that yet. Wait, how much timber is that? 8. That's a lot of timber. It's an impossible thing. Russia invade Poland and then Germany. Do you think USA will protect Germany and risk their own town to be nuked by Russia? I don't believe that. Well, that's the deal, right? If America were to renege on that deal, and I think every American president understands this, if America were to renege on that deal, America would lose all credibility. Because the deal that was made was, you protect us, and in exchange for this. Now, the reason Trump is getting so annoyed with the rest of the world is because he's trying to force a new deal. And if I'm just reading the situation correctly here, and I'm not saying I am, but based on what I'm seeing, what I see from Trump is Trump doesn't want a world wherein America is the only military superpower and all of the other nations basically just live at the behest of America. Because it does cost America a shit ton of money to constantly have to invest in their military in order to protect the rest of the world. So what Trump instead wants is an alliance of countries that are all friends with each other, right? Adelia, 34 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All nations that are friends with each other. So Europe, Canada, Mexico, America, maybe a couple of others. All militarily strong. So all of these nations have strong militaries. And so together, these nations can then project their power to the rest of the world. So now, if someone like China wants to bullshit them, Europe and America can tell China, well, we can go to war if you really want to take us on, but we do have the power here, right? Because I think Trump has realized the deal of the Bretton Woods Agreement, as it is known, right? The one where America protects the world and the world does business with America. That deal doesn't work in a globalized world. I started the stream today with this exact conversation. In a world, right, where most nations, in a world where logistics is slow and it's very difficult to move goods from one continent to another, the Bretton Woods Agreement kind of makes sense, right? Because if you're really a car manufacturer, you're likely gonna keep your shit in America, make it there, and sell it there. because moving cars from Germany to America would be very expensive. In a world today where travel is a lot easier, logistics is a lot faster, and it is possible for you to move thousands of cars in a single ship, the Bretton Woods Agreement no longer makes sense. Because what ends up happening is, and for that, I'm actually gonna have to exit the game. Adelia, the game is called Aura History Untold, but now we got into another topic that I like, so we're gonna deal with that topic now. Wait, my camera froze? How the hell did my camera freeze? I just realized that. How long has the camera been frozen? That's kind of weird, though. Very awkward. Hold up. Let me see if I can fix it. All right, we should be back. We should be back. I don't know why that happened. Very awkward, but okay. All right, we're back. Okay, so let's quickly get into this, shall we? I need to pee, man. Holy crap. The downsides of drinking water. All right, so how do I do this? Let's say no. Wait. Let's do this instead. All right, so let's say you have, okay, so you have two nations, right? So you can have, let's say, the USA. So we just do US over here, right? So the US here, and you have EU on this side. Now, in the current system, the way the system is set up, because of tariffs and how tariffs are promoted, the European Union has a wall around itself, right? So it's built a wall around its own production, which means, thanks to income taxes in Europe, if you're a company that's making a product in America, right? So let's say, for example, let's say you're Ford, right? So you're Ford making cars in America. If you want to export your cars to Europe, you have to pay, some of it is up to like 40% import taxes, right? On those cars. So there's no way for you to compete against BMW or Mercedes or any of these guys. You can't compete with them because they're building their cars inside Europe, selling to the European market. And obviously it's not just tariffs. A lot of the times it's actually tariffs as well as subsidies, as well as all sorts of market protections that exist that allow for Europe to make manufacturing of their own cars a hell of a lot cheaper than it is for Ford. So what ends up happening in the current system is Ford says, hold up, we can't sell our cars in Europe if we're from America. So what we'll do instead is we'll open in Europe. So we'll open a manufacturing plant inside Europe. Now, yes, we're not getting the protections and the subsidies and stuff, but we are able to at least compete with the European cars. We can't actually beat them, but we can compete with them. Now, what happens here? America just lost a manufacturer. That's X amount of people that are now unemployed, right? They're no longer working because the factory that was supposed to produce the cars moved out. Now, this example gets actually far more clear when you look at something like, let's say, iPhones. Let's use an example of iPhones. And now we'll call this country China, right? Writing with the mouse is weird. We'll call this China. So you have Apple, and Apple makes iPhones. For Apple, making their iPhones in the US is slightly problematic. Why is that? Because if they make their iPhones in the US, they cannot sell it to China because China has incredible protections on literally anything that's sold inside China. You can't sell stuff in China unless you produce it there, and the Chinese government has to be involved in the whole process. It's a whole thing. Right? So what Apple does is Apple says, okay, never mind. We'll open our doors here in China. We'll produce inside China, and then we'll ship it back to America. Because America doesn't have tariffs. Remember, America is a free trade nation. Everyone can trade. So what ends up happening is, in the old system, the way it was during the Bretton Woods Agreement, because remember, that's what we're talking about here, Bretton Woods. During Bretton Woods, the sort of standard logic, the wisdom of the world at the time, was that capitalism is good because while Apple is certainly, so you have Apple, and Apple is making phones, so Apple makes phones that it sells to the US, and then also Apple gets money from the US, right? So Apple gets rich thanks to the phones that they're making, but Apple also has a factory in the US that produces the phones that Apple can sell, and this factory is also paying the workers in the US as well as resources like mining and the like, and refineries and the like. So Apple, the net benefit of Apple being allowed to extract money from America by selling iPhones outweighs the net loss of Apple. For every $1,000 they make on an iPhone, they spent maybe, let's say, $600 or $700 in the US paying labor, paying minerals, and all the rest of it. So the economy is in a beautiful state of cycle where the money is sort of, this is what trickle-down economics was supposed to be. Right? This is literally what trickle-down economics was supposed to be. It's this idea of Apple makes all of this money, but because you have all of these other factories and mines and all the rest of it, the amount that Apple ends up spending in the economy is more than the amount that they extract from the economy. The problem with a world where global trade is a hell of a lot easier, you now have the system where Apple makes their phones in the US, sells them to the US, gets the money from the US, and then spends it back into China for resources, factory workers, and all the rest of it. So where's the benefit for the US? Because the US is just losing money in this regard. The money for the phones is going back to China. The production of the phones is in China. The export of the phones is from China. So America is getting no benefit from this economic model. You see, and that's because trickle-down economics was created on a false premise. The false premise being that it would be easier for a company to produce their good inside the nation that good is being sold in. But this is false. Companies will go wherever it's cheaper for them to produce the good. And this leads to some nations winning and other nations losing. Tedia, trickle-down economics isn't a myth. Trickle-down economics literally is how it works. I just explained it to you. Trickle-down economics is how it worked for the longest time. The reason America was able to get as rich as it was trickle-down economics. A guy has an idea to build a car. His name's Henry Ford. He builds a bunch of factories that produces these cars. Does Henry Ford make a shit ton of money doing it? Yes. How many people in America become millionaires because of Henry Ford? Lots. That's trickle-down economics. Because you have factory workers, you have plant workers, mine owners, the people that produce the steel. All of these people get rich because Henry Ford had an idea to build a car. Right? So there's nothing wrong with trickle-down economics. The question is, can you control the trickle? The myth was that trickle-down economics is just automatic. Meaning people will just make decisions that make the money trickle down. That was the myth. And there I agree with you. In that sense, it is a myth. You have to be able to control the trickle. And Trump's tariffs is literally that. So you can think of Trump's tariffs in this regard almost. Trump is saying, if you're Apple, right, and that's fine, you can be Apple, do your Apple thing, but here's your pathway of trickle. We're going to control the trickle. So we expect you to build your factory inside the US. We expect you to utilize the resources of the US. We expect you to invest in the US economy. Now, if there happen to be some things that you can get from China that's cheaper than actually doing in the US, that's fine, as long as the trickle flows down into the US. Because ultimately, we don't want to be blade dry as a result of this system. Right? And that's the whole idea behind the tariffs. The tariffs are these things. These guardrails, these are tariffs. And that's their only job, is to create guardrails. What do you mean the Trump cock with EU tariffs? So yeah, you'd have to ask Alistair if he wants to cut it into a video, but I'm sure he will. I want to know where to begin to find this in the actual stream. I've recorded it for him, so he can upload it if he wants. But yeah, it is basically just it's meant to create the guardrails. And Tekla, no, it didn't. Because fundamentally what happened was, as soon as Trump announced the tariffs, every single nation reached out to America and said, "Oi, boys, help us. We want to escape these tariffs. What can we do? What discussions can we have?" Even the European Union, that was thumping their chests and going, "Screw you, America." Even the European Union was going, actually, let's talk. And that's all Trump wanted. He just wanted to hear the words, "let's talk." So now he's given them a 90-day reprieve. He literally said, for 90 days, we'll pause it. We'll see how it goes. if the talks go well and you guys come to the table in good faith, we can extend the neutral window, right? We don't have to reimpose the window, but if any nation then comes and screws around and sort of goes, nah, well, we don't really want to drop our tariffs, then Trump can go, well, then the tariffs come back up. Like, we're not going to extend this window any further. Well, think about it this way. Prior to Trump announcing the tariffs, not a single nation on earth reached out to America to discuss the tariffs. Europe was publicly, literally the day before, saying if Trump wants to play this game, they'll reciprocate. If Trump charges tariffs, they'll just charge tariffs in return. It's like, what do you mean? You're already charging tariffs on everything coming out of America. Are you crazy? Right? So Europe wasn't going to bend the knee. All of the other nations were sort of looking at America going, well, we're not going to do it. And then Trump comes out with all of these tariffs. And within hours, every nation, not every nation, 75 nations reach out to America and go, oh, shit. Okay, we didn't think you were serious. Let's talk. So I would say it strengthened his negotiation position quite a lot. But it also made it clear to the world that Trump isn't being heartless. Trump isn't just doing this out of spite. The fact that Trump offered an olive branch, right? The fact, and this is what I always find so interesting from people, especially on the left, but some other people do it too. It's like, wait a second. If I tell you, listen here, if you don't stop doing this, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And then you come to me and you say, okay, wait, I'm sorry about what I did. Let's talk about how I can stop doing this thing, right? And I go, well, I'm still going to beat the shit out of you. That's not fair though, right? Like, you came to me and you said, let's see if we can figure this out. But now I'm still going to beat you up. Whereas if you come to me and you say, okay, let's see if we can fix this. And I go, okay, I won't beat you up for now. Let's talk. That's extending an olive branch. That's telling the rest of the world you're serious about wanting to solve this issue. You're not just looking at tariffs as this is the new future. You want to solve the issue. And as long as the world is ready to communicate and actually solve the issue, America is willing to listen. I would say that's a nice sign from Trump. I wouldn't say that exposes weakness. I would actually say this is how you should be negotiating. They will try to be less reliant on the USA, though, because of this. Well, they should be, and I think this is exactly what America wants. America doesn't... I think what the rest of the world needs to realize is America doesn't really need the rest of the world. America is the single largest consumer block in the world. If you're a company and you're producing a product that you only sell in America, you'll still be rich as shit. You'll still make more money than most other companies in the world. So from Trump's perspective, if most of the stuff that they need is produced in America, they couldn't give two shits if the rest of the world doesn't need America as much. But it's already doing it though, because remember, look at the tariffs that Trump paused, and then look at the tariffs that is still going and that Trump literally said will not be going away. Tariff on steel, tariff on aluminum, tariff on I can't remember, semiconductors has been made 10%, I think. Those tariffs are there to stay because they're considered to be national security tariffs. These are products and goods that America views as important to national security. And those tariffs are bringing in, I think, something like, is it $3 or $4 billion a day that those tariffs are bringing in? Because remember, there are a lot of factories that import steel from all over the world, and aluminum and all the rest of it. So there's going to be, towards the end, there will be more there will be tariffs on some things, and then there will be stuff that just doesn't have tariffs. And I think that's why Trump wants to negotiate, because he wants to hear from someone like Europe. What is it that Europe views as nationally important? In other words, France comes to America and says, look, we're happy to let all of our tariffs go, but we're not letting go of our wine. Wine is important to us. It's of national security to us. I'm just using an example here. But wine will always have tariffs. Then America can go, okay, that's fine. You can have tariffs on your wine, but then all the other tariffs have to go, right? Or whatever that list might be. 10, 20 things, whatever it is. But what does annoy America, I think, is when a nation has literal tariffs on everything. So you physically you can't get anything into Europe because they tax everything that comes outside of Europe. That's not a fair thing, right? So make your list, decide what it is that you feel is of national importance, and let those goods be your tariffed goods, but allow all other goods to trade freely. Oh my God. Okay, so why is it that people don't seem to understand the American economy was already crashing? The American economy is already crashing. Everyone loves to use this. The American economy was built on this. The American economy was built on that. If we really want to use that, we have to go back to the founding of America. In that case, the American economy was not built on free trade with other nations. It was built on insane tariffs. The first Congress of America had ridiculous tariffs on goods. In fact, that's how the American economy became as strong as it is. So if you want to talk about America's economy being built on anything, it would be built on tariffs. What you need to understand is the fullness of the situation. There's something more going on here. In America, you have a GDP that is supported primarily by very large corporations, not by the people. The middle class in America is shrinking at a rapid rate. The poor class in America is growing at a rapid rate. This is problematic. This is seriously problematic. Because at some point, this becomes unsustainable. Now, why is it possible that such a large economy is built on the backs of a couple of very large companies? Because of the free trade myth that everyone seems to push. America was founded on free trade. It was founded, the modern day American system was founded on the Bretton Woods Agreement. The Bretton Woods Agreement, right after the Second World War, America extended an olive branch to the rest of the world. And it said to Europe specifically, boys, we tell you what, we'll be happy to trade with you. You can send all of your goods to us. You can impose tariffs in order to protect your industries, to get your industries off the ground, because obviously most of you were shot to shit. So you can protect and subsidize and all the rest of it. We won't. So we won't charge you any tariffs, any import taxes, none of this stuff. You can sell to us. This was always meant to be a temporary measure. This wasn't meant to be the status quo. America was doing this to help Europe. What ended up happening was, once Europe was on its feet, Europe went, oh, thank you very much, bro. We really appreciate that. We're still going to put tariffs on all of your goods coming in. And America's like, but boys, like, you're on your feet now. Like, should we not be trading equally? No, we don't. Like this equal trade thing, we don't think that's fair. We think we will charge tariffs on all of our goods. And then you will just take all of our goods for free. This way, your companies can't compete with our companies in our countries, but we can compete with your country with your companies in your country. And hopefully our companies even close your countries. Whew. right? Because we're subsidizing our companies, we're protecting our companies, we're making sure that your companies barely can't compete. And America's going, boys, this doesn't seem very fair. This seems like a super, super unfair agreement. Mind changing it? Europe's like, no, sorry, bro. What are you going to do? You know? Detroit happens. Detroit once was an incredible nation, an incredible city, on the verge of, as far as factory cities go, on the verge of greatness. Today, it's a ghost town. All because of this free trade agreement. No one is saying that you can't have free trade. But if you're going to have free trade, it has to be free trade for everyone. Then I need to be able to sell my goods to you free of any tariffs and import taxes. And you have to be able to buy my goods free of any tariffs and import taxes. Can't be it can't be one-sided, where America is the only nation on earth that doesn't charge import taxes, but every other nation does have it. That's stupid. Now, user, how are you incapable? Okay, so before you come at me with the bullshit of, oh, you're a MAGA defending Trump supporter or shill or whatever, how can you logically refute what I just told you? I explained to you logically how this hurts America. Logically. So before you ad hom your way into some cultural victory that doesn't exist here, if you want to throw around insults because you think that strengthens your argument, it doesn't. Not with me. You need to explain to me logically how a country, right, gets blade dry of every single one of its resources, how every single factory moves to the rest of the world, sells its goods to that country, extracts the capital from that country, that then goes back to the country where the goods are made, and how the country that is being blade dry as a result of this doesn't end up going bankrupt. Just explain this to me. This is a logical concept. A fifth grader could figure this out. If I have a dam full of water and I keep pumping water out of the dam but never put water into the dam, where does the water go? Because it seems like we have a problem. There's some holes in this dam and the holes never get filled because no one's putting the water back in. Oh, user. Oh, so you're starting your history in the 1920s rather than going back to the founding fathers of America. I told you, America became great because of tariffs. Go back further, bitch. Read back further. Go back to the original Congress, the original Secretary of the Treasury. Go look at the tariffs that America had. The tariffs that people quote that caused the Depression wasn't, first and foremost, the tariffs that caused the Depression. If you actually knew anything about economics, you'd know it wasn't the tariffs that caused the Depression. And you'd also look at those tariffs and go, wait, these were terrible tariffs. But again, you probably didn't do that. You just watched your CNN. They told you, oh, Trump is bad. He's causing the next Depression. And you went, well, that's the news I needed. Now I'm going to go to Akelon and call him a MAGA shill. And I'm going to be so smart because I watched CNN and they told me some things. It's cool, bro, but wrong. Buying stuff and getting it shipped from the other side of the world is not reasonable. It goes for both China and the US. There's nothing wrong with buying stuff from other countries in the world. The issue is, as I've already explained, when does the money come back into the country? Right? So you have all of these giant corporations that literally just extract money from the United States economy. Their factories are not in the US. Their mines are not in the US. Their refineries aren't in the US. All of that money goes to China. All America gets is the iPhone. $1,000 a pop getting extracted from the United States economy and then moved to the Chinese economy, where the Chinese worker is getting money, the Chinese refinery is getting money, and the Chinese mine is getting money, along with all of the workers that work there. So the Chinese economy is getting a net benefit because all of the money that is extracted from the United States economy is being sent straight into the Chinese economy again. So at what point does America go, wait, but we can't keep doing this? You can't just extract. You're not giving anything back. Like, none of your money is coming back into the economy. All of your money is just getting sent out. Keeping on. Okay, so user, the only people that benefited from that are morons that live on the coast. You guys that work in the service industry, people that work for Google and for Facebook and all the rest, you guys benefited from that. You benefited from these super cheap products that you could consume at your local Starbucks. The middle of America did not benefit from that at all. In fact, the middle of America is dying. Your fellow countrymen, if you're from the US, although I'm not even entirely sure that you're from the US. But the middle of America did not benefit from this little agreement. In fact, this little agreement was made in spite of them. They're the ones paying the price so that the people on the coast can drink lattes at Starbucks and have cheap Apple Watches. If you don't understand that that's wrong, you're morally depraved. And you are correct. It is United States' problem. That's why they're fixing it. What I don't understand is why the liberals seem to have a problem with the United States fixing it. The thing is, be careful that hatred for Trump doesn't completely overshadow your ability to look for the logic in a system. I didn't need to be a Trump supporter to look at what Trump and his gang is doing and go, that makes sense. And to be fair, it went against my worldview, 100%. When I first heard, the very first time I heard Trump imposing tariffs, my immediate response was, this is bullshit. This is going to be bad. That was my first response. Because I am what you would call a laissez-faire capitalist. I believe that the market should be free and open and everyone should just be able to do business. But then I did this thing that these days, obviously, no one ever does. But I did this thing. I said, okay, wait, maybe I'm missing something. Let me go watch some economists speak on this little topic here. Let's find out what the economists think. Now, to be fair, I found some economists that agreed with me. They say tariffs is going to be really bad. It's going to be really shitty. It's going to be really awful. And then I found a couple of other economists that explained how bad the last 50 years was for America's middle class. How bad the last 50 years has been for the poor class. And then I found even more economists that said you need the government to define the parameters of competition. There's nothing wrong with free markets. You want people to open businesses freely. But someone needs to create the barriers. Someone needs to say, boys, okay, this is out, this is in. This is where the touchdown is. This is where the overtime is, whatever, right? You need to have the government guide the free market by saying, oi, you can play, but in this little circle, right? If you go out of this circle, we're going to punish you. As long as you stay in the circle, you're good to go. And you can do as much business as you want. And that's the problem with complete laissez-faire capitalism. It makes an assumption that people will just do what is good, right? And everyone will just get rich. And in a world where you have no international trade, that would work. Because in a world where international trade doesn't exist, you don't have the ability to export goods and import goods. If a factory wanted to produce something, it would have to produce that something inside the nation that it wants to sell it at. This means that Apple gets $1,000 for their iPhone, but of that $1,000, a lot of it is going to the mines, to the mine workers, to the refineries, the refinery workers, to the factories, to the factory workers, and then to the salespeople and all the rest of it, the software companies and the people that work there. And only then does it get sold again to the American public as an iPhone, right? So you have sort of everything just staying within that economy. The second you have international trade, this becomes harder because they move the thing that's supposed to keep some of the money in the system, they move out of the system, and now they're just extracting from the system. This creates a problem. Grandfall, maybe we can always speed things up. In what way? We will invade Greenland. Greenland, please help with egg. Please help with egg prices too high. Greenland says no. Trump, why don't you help us, fellow allies? That's the Trump logic. So, user, So let me just get this straight. You came here to argue on the facts or on your made-up scenarios? Because I'm fairly certain everything you just said never happened. So, we're either going to argue the facts or, I don't know. This seems weird to me. No. Okay, dude, I did do my research. Trump did say we're going to take Greenland. Trump never asked Greenland anything about egg prices or anything like that. Greenland and tariffs are not the same thing, my good sir. I think it is you that need to do your research. Trump wanting Greenland has nothing to do with the price of eggs or with tariffs. Trump wanting Greenland is something completely different. But this, again, you would understand if you actually understood the play at hand and what is actually happening. But I suspect your hatred for Trump overrides any logic and reason. Which is fine. The left has done this before. I'm sure within the next year or so, we'll get the Summer of Love again, where reporters will stand in front of burning buildings and say it's mostly peaceful riots. Well, protests, riots. Like it was that. And you will just find another reason to sort of go along with whatever they're saying, because, hey, it is what it is. Richest people has gone down by billions, including Elon, who's friends with Trump. Everyone's net worth went down by 10 to 100 billion. Yeah, funny how this works, no? A lot to build some things rather quick. Plus, there is still some infrastructure intact. Just have to restart. Granville, it has to. It has to restart, right? America, not just America, the entire world cannot, under any circumstances, be beholden to China. China has shown itself to be an incredibly unreliable nation, and it is not a nation that wants to work with anyone. China's policy is not America first. It's not China first. China's policy is China only. So if you are in a nation that is wholly reliant on China, you're screwed. Yeah, you know what? User. I tell you what, bro. Like, for one moment, okay, just for one moment, stop reading your Bloomberg, stop reading your CNN, your MSNBC, and just think logically for 2 seconds. Okay, just think logically. If you have one nation that plays by the rules, and every other nation has their own set of rules that directly contradict your rules, how is that a fair system? How can that system ever lead to anything fair? It simply cannot. That's not how, it can never work that way. You need either the whole world to play fairly, or you need the whole world to play unfairly. But the system as it existed to this day is not a system that can continue to exist. Because America will be the one that crashes. The American national debt sits over $30 trillion. That's not a coincidence. It's not coincidental that America has racked up more debt than any other nation on earth. Because unlike the other nations that is capable of using the goodwill of America in order to abuse that system, America doesn't have that goodwill. America has to play by these unfair rules that the rest of the world just doesn't care about. And then when America says, and I want you to focus on this, when America announces that it's going to apply tariffs to Europe, Europeans suddenly lose their shit. Europeans suddenly go, how are you? This is not fair to us. We're your longest allies. But hold up, Europe has tariffs on every good that comes out of America. Fair is fair, no? Like, if I'm not allowed to pick up the ball in football, then you're not allowed to do it either. Like, either we can both pick up the ball and run, or neither of us can pick up the ball and run. But you can't say, well, I'm being unfair because I now also want to pick up the ball and run when you've been able to pick up the ball and run this whole time. That's not fair. Because of what I said? What did you say, Nyara? Zazel, the funny thing is how few people actually know that the whole world has had tariffs pretty much for 60 plus years. The funniest to me was Canada. Canada went, we're your longest ally and your best friend. Why are you doing this to us? And it's like, what? Like doing what you're doing to us? How? What do you mean? Like, we're not doing anything weird to you. We're doing exactly what you're doing to us. What's good for the geese is good for the gander. No? A list of goods I know that are straight up forbid for purely protectionism BS. Like what, Niara? I like our allies, but damn, need a lot of understanding. Ukraine is a prime example. Guys, you could have handled this on your own, but you didn't. Grandful, I'm not even suggesting that they should have handled it on their own. What I find really funny is the sort of actually, here's what I find the most annoying about this entire situation is the hypocrisy from the European leadership. The European Union stands on this giant sort of podium, right, where it screams about how it's supposed to protect Ukraine, and it stands behind Ukraine, and Ukraine is not going to fall, not while they're on the side of Ukraine. And then you find out that Europe has sent more money to Russia for gas than it's given to Ukraine. Europe is literally funding both sides of the war. They're funding Russia with gas, and they're funding the Ukrainians. And it's like, dude, what the hell are you guys doing? Hey, are we serious right now? Yeah, but most people don't even know this. Yeah, but Z Vengeance, it's easier if you just read the headlines and not actually the article. Yeah, but Niara, there's a difference between just outright forbidding a product, right, and tariffing a product to the point where you can't, even if you would want to sell it there, you can't. And if we're really going to play the list game, there's far more stuff that Europe blocks than what there is that America blocks. Because technically, Kinder eggs aren't blocked in the US. It just can't have the toy inside of it. You could still sell the egg. It's pretty tasty. So they could still sell the egg, no? I'm pretty sure the normal Europeans' view of the EU is they're just out there somewhere doing some bureaucratic stuff for better or worse, but probably more for the better. I don't think it's ever for the better, but that's just my opinion. You want to play fair? They should ban all American product, not tariff them. I mean, you could. If you feel like that's what you want to do, you could absolutely do that. But you already ban more stuff from the US than what the US bans from you. So, but you could if you want to. Today I learned that the stock market goes up and down. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, isn't it? It's almost like you shouldn't be looking at the stock market as an indicator for growth. Which has been my problem with the first Trump term. I said it at the time. I'll say it again. When I hear a president go, our economy is doing so great, look at the stock market, I want to crap myself. And I'm not just saying that because I currently have a stomach bug. I genuinely want to crap myself. It's like, dude, shut the hell up. The stock market going up or down is no indication of your economy's success. Zero. Doesn't mean shit. Because all it means is that some of the rich guys are being rich and probably getting richer. It means nothing. And also, stock markets are always going to go up. That's just apparently how it works. I personally want to see the stock markets crash. I want to see them crash a lot more. I think the stock market needs to go down by, I'm just going to throw out an arbitrary price here, but I think 70% more than that. There's a lot of fake money in the stock market that needs to be burnt away. And that is only going to happen by the stock market being erased, effectively. BS rant that boiled down to the stock market is collective cope, bro. It's all a delusion. That's the trick. Well, yeah, because the stock market has basically turned into a bunch of it's betting. It's just gambling. I personally believe that what Trump is doing now is the best thing that America could have ever asked for. I think America is going to be better for it. And I think if the rest of the world is smart, the rest of the world is going to be better for it. And I'll be on record as saying this. If it turns out I'm wrong, because I could be wrong, I will be the first to apologize. I will be the first to say, boy, was I wrong. You know, that's not a problem. Because I am not, in spite what people might think, I am not an ideological MAGA supporter or an ideological Trump supporter. I think, and I've said this before, I think the world system is incredibly sick and it needs fixing. And I think Trump is the one that's fixing it. And for that, I'm happy, right? Because I think the world needs to be fixed. There's far too many people who make money at the expense of everyone else. And the system has become such that those are the people that's being rewarded far too happily. Now, the difference between me and some left-winger is the left wants the system to continue. They just want corporations to be taxed more. I don't want corporations to be taxed more, because I don't trust the government to be able to distribute the funds to the people that need it. I think that's absolutely stupid. I think what you should be doing is you should be trying to get these companies to once again spend their money in the economy so that other people can make money again. Oh, man. Meanwhile, back in South Africa, if we can move from actual first world problems to just for a second to the real world. My world, at least. So here in South Africa, the national government proposed a VAT increase of 0.5% because it's running out of money and it doesn't know how to fund all of its socialist communist policies. Okay. This was opposed by the GNU, the Government of National Unity. They didn't want to go along with it. So the ANC went outside their coalition partners and they spoke to a number of smaller parties, i.e. Action SA, to try and get them to help get the budget through. Now, Action SA is one of the parties that did this. They were one of the parties that voted for alongside the ANC to get the VAT through. Their argument is this. Their argument is that if they didn't vote for the fiscal framework, which included the 0.5% tax increase, then the 0.5% tax increase would have happened anyway, which isn't true. If they didn't vote with the ANC, then, in fact, if they didn't vote at all, come the 1st of May, South Africa would not have had tax at all. Because without the fiscal framework, because the fiscal framework sort of lays out what the fiscal process for the country would be, if there is no fiscal framework, all VAT and everything stops. There's no taxes. Their argument was they had to vote for it, otherwise it would have happened. That's where we live in South Africa. Yeah, this is a clown country, dude. Like 100% clown country. More than 30 million laying hands. Okay, but the timing of the request is awkward for the US, with Denmark among the countries feeling the sharp end of Donald Trump. Yeah, but okay. So I get what you mean. This looks silly, right? You just threatened to annex Greenland and now you're asking for eggs. But I don't see anything here with them not being able to charge tariffs or import taxes or whatever on the eggs, right? Like, they could do that, I'm sure. And so, yeah, I get your point. It does look silly, right, to be asking this. I would also like to say, I don't think it was Trump that asked for the eggs. I would assume that it's most likely the agricultural department of the US that would ask for eggs from Denmark. I would also just like to point out that Trump, the only people that think Trump actually wants to annex Greenland is leftists. It's only the people on the left that think Trump actually wants Greenland. It is not about Greenland, and it was never about Greenland. It has nothing to do with America. Doesn't want Greenland. It wants to negotiate for military bases and mineral resources. So that's it. And it's gonna get it. Denmark is gonna give them that access because, that's just how it's gonna be. To be fair, though, a lot of countries forbid egg importation. As, again, to stop sort of bird flu, avian flu, and a bunch of other things from spreading. So I know even South Africa, there's like a bunch of countries that won't buy eggs from South Africa. Even though we don't have bird flu here, a lot of countries just don't. They don't allow it. So it's sort of this, there's some produce that a lot of countries just will not import unless they absolutely must. So I wouldn't say that's that's not really a special thing. That's a thing that just exists. Trump says it on the video about buying it, about sending his representatives to Greenland to film videos about how they want to join the USA, about his representative claiming outside the White House that Trump won't be afraid to use force if they wouldn't say Trump and his administration is leftist. User, it's quite clear to me that you struggle to understand nuance, or maybe have you never heard of Trump before today? Is this the first time you've interacted with Trump ever? The dude has an entire book literally explaining everything he's doing right now, and you're still in like figuring that you should take his word on everything. It's like you guys just slept through the first Trump presidency. None of you were paying attention. This was the funniest shit to me in the first Trump presidency. Because during the first Trump presidency, I wasn't even a Trump fan. I didn't like Trump at all in the first one. Because I thought he's basically just a guy that makes a lot of noise and he's just going to be there to make himself rich. I didn't like him at all. It's only after his presidency that I went, well, he was actually not bad. He was actually a pretty decent president for a while. But one of the things that made me laugh about the first Trump presidency was Trump would do this thing with the left, and the left would bite every single time. Like, every single time, like clockwork. Trump would say something, so he would say this thing, and the left would go, wow, how dare he? Would you hear what Trump said? And every article would just be like all the shit that Trump said. And then right here in the corner, Trump administration passes this thing. And you go, that's interesting. And then Trump does this thing again, and all the left lose their mind, and then Trump administration does this thing. And you go, wow, okay, that's twice now. And then he does it again, and again you see Trump passes this thing. You go, wow, that's 3 times. It can't be a coincidence now. Then it happens a 4th and a 5th and a 6th and a 7th and an 8th time, and after a while you go, but I think this is by design. Trump is playing them like a fiddle. He says a thing, they don't understand nuance, so lose their minds, and then he gets to do whatever the hell he wants because all of them are freaking out about some bullshit, and meanwhile he's over here just living his best life, passing the laws that he wants to pass because the media is too busy being outraged and the left is too busy protesting to realize that, oh, he just said a thing. He never wanted to do the thing. He just said it. Because he knows the left will literally jump on everything, no matter what it is. If there is a thing to jump on, they'll jump on it. He just needs to make the claim outrageous enough and the left will just go along. Because they can't help themselves. No, I never said Trump will stop the war. In fact, I said Trump is overpromising. It won't happen because I think Putin is playing a much different game. I don't think anyone can stop that war. Not quick. Trump may be in a position to do it now, but it's gonna take time. Niara, they can't do it because they know that Trump came in knowing exactly what he wants to do. This is why the left is freaking out. They don't know how to stop him. He's doing too much too fast. The left, they don't know what to do. So they're looking like morons, which they are, but they're looking like morons even more so. What I hope for, user, you and I can go at this forever. It's quite clear that you will never change. You will not change your mind on this. I'll put the following challenge to you, sir. If by the end of this first 4 years of Trump, if it turns out that America is in a better position then than what it is today, will you apologize? Will you admit that you were wrong? And will you apologize? Because I already told you, if it turns out that America is worse off than it was today, I will apologize. I will be like, shit, all right, I was wrong. Sorry, boys. You know, you win some, you lose some. What can you do? But I have a feeling you wouldn't even know if Trump did something good. Because from your perspective, the man is only evil And therefore, anything that he does that might even for a second turn out to be good, you'll just ignore or find something negative to point out about it. And you don't have to answer me. This is not an interview or a sort of question. It's a rhetorical question, let's say. Ask that to yourself. Just in the quiet of your own bedroom, or when you're sitting tonight with your wife or your girlfriend or whatever. Just sit down and ask yourself this. Would I even be able to know if Trump did something good? Would I be able to see that? And be super honest with yourself. It's just you, right? You're not dealing with anyone else here. Ask yourself. And if the answer is genuinely no, I won't be able to, or your answer is only if he does this, then you know you're ideologically captured. And most likely, you have to re-examine a lot. Kev, I have no idea. Wow, user. That's interesting. That's interesting. So you're going to use a once-in-a-lifetime event that drove up the debt of every nation on Earth by insane levels against them. Okay. So let's take a look at this, shall we? So here you have 2019. You have the coronavirus that breaks out. No nation on earth knows what to do, how to handle this. The experts, I'm sure you're vaccinated to the hilt, user, but the experts are telling all of us that this is the worst thing ever. Millions are going to die unless we do something. And so every nation on earth does something. They all immediately kick off and they start doing stuff. So you are absolutely correct. Trump drives the United States debt higher, it's not quite higher than it's ever been before, just FYI. Based on percentages, it was higher in 1946, but it is high, right? It's pretty high. It's 98%, 98.7, almost 99%. That's a super high one. It comes down and it goes right back up. Now, it would have come down because the economy was starting to open up again. People were starting to make money again. Business was starting to cruise again. And so, of course, there was always going to be a bit of an uptake there. Biden, however, just continues to grow the debt. Not quite as fast as Trump, true, but Biden still continues to grow the debt. That doesn't stop. Dude, what you're talking about, are you seriously saying that him continuing the debt on the, I would say, same incline as pretty much every other president before him, right? Exact same incline. Like, you can look at the incline there, bro. I'm not showing you anything weird. It is somehow evident. So, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. You believe what you need to believe, bro. It's. Let's see what happens at the end. I told you. Let's see what happens at the end here. Let's see. I am thoroughly convinced that you wouldn't be able to notice Trump being good on anything. It's the last I'll say on this, right? I don't think you know how to be objective. That's something that you can go think about. Ask yourself, would it be possible for me to be objective about this? Would I even know what to look for objectively? Happy every time they're screeching about Trump being bad. It's funny. I suspect that nations have been deliberately indicted so they can be controlled. I don't think that's what it is. I think the very thing that you and me have discussed up until now, right? The fact that every single nation on Earth has basically exported all of their production input out of their nations and now simply live as extractionary economies, has forced the world to go into debt. How else are you supposed to fund things? When the vast majority of the money is going out of your country, you need to fund your government. And so, you do that through debt. There's no other way to fund it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be an interesting experiment. User, I don't play WoW anymore, so never. Where does said money go outside the country? Well, it goes to China mostly. China, or some of it goes to Taiwan, obviously, for the semiconductors, but China, Indonesia, there's a few countries in that part of the world. India is now a new player as well. So those nations are mostly the ones that's benefiting from the system, while all the other nations are paying the price for the system. So yeah, not necessarily a fun system, I think. All I'm saying is I don't judge what a president is doing. I didn't do the same. You'll note, I did the same thing with Biden. I didn't judge Biden on a day-to-day basis or on his first year in office or his second year in office. I judged Biden towards the end of his term. That's when I said Biden is a terrible president. Because I gave him time. He had more than enough time, and he just screwed up. So I don't care about 6 months into your term, or even a year into your term. Economies don't act that quick. They don't react that quick. It takes at minimum between 18 months and 2 years for an economy to react to economic changes. At minimum 18 months. So the idea, for example, I don't know if you guys saw it, but a day after Trump announced the tariffs, people were taking pictures of increased prices in their local supermarket on goods that weren't even tariffed at the time. Right? Like, those goods weren't even under tariffs. And people were going, oh, this is Trump's economy. Look at the prices on this shit. But then, what you need to realize when it comes to goods being shipped, the goods that you're buying in the supermarket today, right, in your local retailer today, entered the country months ago. Months ago. If you go down to your local Best Buy and you buy a motherboard right now, that motherboard has been in the country for 3-4 months already. Because that's how shipping works. It takes time. These things don't ship overnight, right? When you buy your motherboard to, Monday morning, that motherboard wasn't shipped from Taiwan or from China on Friday morning. It was shipped there 3-4 months ago, right? And it sat in a warehouse until the release date, and now you have it. But so to think, oh, this is all Trump tariffs, it's like, how? Those goods would not be subject to tariffs? They're already in the country by the time the tariffs are in. So if you are going to experience anything with tariffs, it's only going to be in about 4, maybe 5 months at best. That's when you'll experience it. Because there is no such thing as overnight international shipping. Doesn't exist. Maximo, that does happen. That does happen. There are people that will gouge, right? And price gougers will definitely play out. There's nothing you can do about that, right? That stuff will absolutely happen. But it's fundamentally going to it will eventually slow down and eventually be eradicated. Mr. Delicious, it's an interesting proposition. You're absolutely right. I lost a lot of subscribers, a lot of followers. You're right. You're absolutely right. A lot of viewers. Yeah. The difference is I'm no longer surrounded by evil assholes that lack any sort of morality, empathy, or decency. So from my perspective, I've gotten rid of some of the worst people in the world. That's good, you know? And if that means I'm only streaming for, 10, 15 people, I don't know how many people are watching currently, but if that's all I'm streaming for, then, hey, at least I'm streaming for decent people. People whom I can actually have conversations with. And not people who think that children should be massacred and mutilated. Who does? Right? Anomaly, how you doing, bro? Welcome to all of the raiders. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. About to roll out on Progressive Server for EQ once more. Are you still playing EverQuest? Holy shit. How is your stream, Anomaly? Civilized people can have very different opinions and still be friends. You did the right thing. Well, yeah. I have no interest in having viewers who can't have conversations. I don't really care if you don't agree with me, right? You don't have to agree with me. But then you have to have an argument and you have to be willing to have a conversation. If you don't want to have a conversation, that's cool. I have no interest in discussing anything with anyone. Sorry to raid and run. My kiddos are awake, but stream was good. Ended with some ASMR. Love your content. Been watching your stuff since I was a kid. Chat be good. Anomaly, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Enjoy your time with your kid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know how EverQuest is still a thing. That is phenomenally weird to me. I genuinely thought that game was dead already. But then again, RuneScape is still around. Like, old school RuneScape is still a thing. People play the shit out of that. So clearly, there's some people who still love that, It's disgusting, not us on YouTube. Tekla, you're the most disgusting one here. What are you talking about? I was literally talking about you in that. I was literally just going off on you. Have I missed something? Obi-Wan, Mr. Delicious is one of those love-only people, you know? The whole empath bros. It's just what they do, you know? What can you do? Sephion, how you doing? Was my first MMO. It will always have a special place in my heart. I never played RuneScape. I've never played it. One of those be kind people? Yeah. You know, one of those empathy first, probably has a bio longer than my arm on Twitter. I've heard about the new RuneScape. I might actually give that a go, because it does actually look really, really good. Empathy only, unless you disagree with me, then I go full Destiny. Yeah, but that's because they don't have empathy. It's not real empathy. It's. We discussed it at the beginning of the stream. I'm 6 hours into the shit that I want to repeat myself. It is what it is, man. I just don't care. I'm genuine at a place now where I couldn't give two craps. I think trying to cater your personality towards an audience that will destroy you as quickly as you break rank, you know, like all of these leftist streamers, if they were to, for one moment, say something their audience disagrees with, they're done. They're done. That audience will destroy them. If you're on the left, you have to be very careful. Your opinions have to align perfectly, 100% of the time, with the furthest left people. X, how you doing, brother? I think we'll try the new RuneScape survival game. Yeah, I think I want to give it a go as well. It looks decent. It looks like a really decent game. Yeah, Mason, basically. I've been watching you since your Shadowlands lore days and remember you mentioning that you were an atheist. Been praying for you on and off. Glad to see you came to the place where you and Jesus met. Reka, and I appreciate the prayers. It was a long journey. And yeah, I did start off as an atheist. And then I found Jesus, you know, and part of that I think is also very much my political awakening. Because you don't think about good and evil in that sense, right? Until you know what real good looks like. And then you sort of look at the people on the left and you go, okay. Well, that's awkward. Oh man, I have to pee again. I've been sitting here for almost like an hour needing to pee. But I also need to go buy food. What should I eat today, chat? It has to be healthy. It can't be takeaways. It has to be natural. Yeah, but what meat? What kind of meat? What kind of steak? Everything is going to be closed now. It's already too late. It's already 4:45. By the time I get out of here, Evazor, how you doing, sir? By the time I get out of here, butchery and everything's closed already. So, bear balls, fried and honey. I will not eat bear balls. What are you talking about? A kudu steak. I don't know what you eat in SA. Online groups tend to try to eat other content creators up. When there is no drama, they start eating each other instead. Stay away from those groups and kind of people. True. No, Kudu, you were right the first time, Mason. Kudu, Kudu. Go to Joe Rogan, ask him to make you some elk steak. I'm not a huge fan of venison. if everything else is closed. I will find a supermarket open, but I tend to not buy meat from the supermarket because their meat's mass-produced slop. Like, you get the worst cuts of meat, bro. Like, you buy like a sirloin steak or like a New York strip, I think is what you guys call it. Dude, and it is just filled with sinew and silver skin and nonsense. It is terrible. Like, I hate buying meat from the supermarket. The best I will do is I'll buy ground beef from the supermarket. Because I find no matter where you buy it, it's very difficult to screw up ground beef. But like steak and stuff, I need to go to the butchery for that. This is the only ones you get decent meat from. Although, thanks to you international assholes, even if I go to the butchery, I'm still not getting the best meat. Because in South Africa, all the best meat is exported to you guys so that you can buy the beautiful steaks, the ones with all the marbling in it. Us South African poor people just have to buy the offcuts, the shit that you won't buy. You know. So yeah, pretty much the supermarket cuts. Yeah. Dude, it's like, Maximo, I'm not even kidding. Do you know that if you buy brisket here in South Africa, you can't, like, unless you order it personally, you can't get the point of a brisket. They don't sell it, at least not in any of the butcheries that I've been in. When you buy brisket here, they'll be like, there's a packet and it goes brisket, and guess what? It's always the flat. Just the flat. They cut it off. They give you the flat. So the good part of the brisket goes literally anywhere else. As long as the South Africans don't get their hands on the good. We don't want to spoil them, you know? They just give them enough to survive. We don't want to spoil them with the good meat. Oreka, I've heard of that as well. I've heard of that. So where did the good meat go? We sell meat to the UK. At least we used to. I don't know if we still do. We sell to China. We sell quite a lot to China, actually. Some of it goes to America. Probably Europe, too. To some extent. I mean, South Africa has a lot of food. We produce a shit ton of food. So, yeah, we do sell a lot of it. And I know for a fact, because I know the farmers that produce meat and stuff. So the cow ranchers and stuff, I know them. My dad lives on a farm. He's friends with those farmers that export. I know how they choose the cows. The good cows go to abattoirs that primarily, if not exclusively, export. So they don't send their good cows to South African abattoirs because they don't get enough money for it. You can sell the same cow for double the price in the rest of the world than what you can sell it for here. Yeah, Maximo, so I can do that too. Like if I'm close enough to the farmers, I can literally buy the cow from them. And I used to do that when I lived in Pretoria. I would just phone my dad and I'd be like, I want to buy a cow. And then my dad would just send one of his cows to the abattoir, and then the abattoir would deliver it at my house. So then I'm getting it straight from the farm, right? And those were good cuts. But now I live in Cape Town. It would be mega expensive for me to get the meat from my dad. I would pay double the price. The video on this stream, I'm assuming that's what the title is about. I'm the Twitter guy. Evazor, I have not. We got distracted. We ended up reacting for way too long on something else. But I will be reacting to your video probably Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to be streaming on Monday, so it might be Tuesday only. But I will be reacting to your video. So for those of you that don't know, on the next stream, we will be reacting to Ivazor. He made a video basically calling out the woke or the anti-woke for calling Assassin's Creed Shadows woke. And I do have to admit, one of the things I did appreciate about your message. Do you mind that I show your message on stream, Ivazor? Oh, Wayne, if it can be exported, it goes to the base people. It goes to Europe or to America. So what I did appreciate about your comment is I enjoyed your WoW content back in the day. You even voiced one of my WoW machinimas. I remember that. I was sad to learn you became an anti-woke channel. I appreciate the fact that you didn't call me a grifter, because we would have immediately had a problem there. Although I'm assuming you will call me a grifter in your video. But I recently made a woke video about AC Shadows. I would be curious to see if you could rebut my points. I would be down to have a cordial conversation afterwards as well, while I feel very confident I am correct. But I am open to having my mind changed. Fair warning, the video is very aggressive. I did appreciate the fact that you gave me fair warning that the video is fairly aggressive. I will give you fair warning and say that my reaction will probably not be as aggressive. I try not to get angry about this stuff. I'll say, just without even having watched your video, the woke stuff in Assassin's Creed Shadows is not as obvious as in other games, right? So Dustborn, for example, is super woke on the face of it. The Veilguard is super woke on the face of it. And Assassin's Creed Shadows does have super woke stuff in it. Non-binary characters, for example. That is as woke as it gets. There is no world in which feudal Japan would have had non-binary characters. Non-binary is a literally yesterday invented thing. Because there's some people who don't really want to suck woolly, but they still want to feel special, and so non-binary is the best they can do. Because they need something for the Twitter bio. So those things are obviously mega political right there. But the stuff that actually drives the politics of Assassin's Creed Shadows is the very thing that a lot of people use to defend Shadows. So people will say, well, why are you guys angry about a black samurai? You don't have to play as Yasuke. It's like, hold on. That's part of the problem. If you actually play AC Shadows, you very quickly learn the game wasn't made with Yasuke in mind. Yasuke's intro is something like 20 minutes. Naoe's intro is almost 3 hours. It's like, wait, so why did you guys put this black character in here? If the black character gets just 20 minutes and the Japanese character, the one that literally the story is actually about, only gets 3 hours. Like, clearly you did this for political reasons. You needed to be able to say, hey, we have a black dude in our game. Look at us. You know, look at how progressive we are. That's the only reason you have it there. For no other reason. You just wanted to say I have a black guy. That's tokenism. That's racism. That's you being a racist. Because you thought that you could reduce black people to a little sheet that you just go, eek, now we have him there. Yeah, we'll do the story of free slaves in Japan. Yeah, why not? Oh no, non-binary characters, how devious. Maddie, so I recognize that you were simply being sarcastic for effect, but I will do you the courtesy of responding to you in kind, right? Well, not in kind, but responding to you sincerely. If you want to have a non-binary character, the world needs to make sense for that non-binary character to exist. You can't just shoehorn a character into a world where that character and the existence of that character makes no sense. Non-binary was never, throughout the history of mankind, a discussion that any civilization was having. No civilization had these conversations because non-binary is completely invented. It's made up. It's a modern day phenomena because people on the left want to feel special. So if you go back to feudal Japan, and now suddenly you have a character that is non-binary, this in and of itself creates a fourth wall shattering moment. Because you're allowing a 21st century conversation to take place in, what is this? Like, feudal Japan, was it 16 or maybe even earlier than that? I can't even remember now. So you're allowing a conversation that in no way, shape, or form fits in this world. There's no reason why this conversation would ever be had in that world. The people of that time had bigger things to worry about than pretending to not be of any of the genders. Far greater things to worry about. So what happens is, you have now, right, taken your politics and written it into the story, even if it doesn't fit the actual story. Compare that to something like Cyberpunk 2077. Having a non-binary character in Cyberpunk 2077 or a trans character in Cyberpunk 2077 fits. It makes sense. It's based on our future. It's a dystopian universe, right? You imagine to see all sorts of stuff in that universe, and you do. You'll note that no one made any stink about the transgender characters in Cyberpunk 2077, except for the left when they realized that they're being used as advertisements. But the right didn't lose their shit over that, because it's expected. You would expect to see stuff like that in such a universe. So it fits. The world fits. The story fits. But if I'm playing a game that is clearly modeled around the Middle Ages, and suddenly you have a conversation about feminism, you can't tell me that that's not purely politically motivated. You only inserted this conversation about women and women power because of your politics, because it doesn't fit in that world. That story doesn't fit at all. Name is difficult, but there's a character in the game that is non-binary. I can't remember the name now. It's one of the romance options, but it is optional. So just to be clear, that character is not a big storyline in and of itself. It's an optional character that you can engage in a relationship with, but they are non-binary. Just leave him here. I'm going to turn him into a samurai. Maddie, if you want to insert your politics, then write a story where your politics can shine, right? Like if you decide that you wanna write a story that is as super left wing as possible, right? So you want to embrace all of the biggest progressive talking points. Hey, absolutely go for it, right? Like no one's gonna stop you. It's your game, your choice. But then at least try to make it work with the world that you're creating, right? So try and make sure that where the story plays out, these things would be believable. Because if you don't do that, you're exposing yourself. You're exposing your political bias. Now, if you don't mind that, then you're like Dustborn. You know, the creators of Dustborn, they had no issue exposing their bias. They wanted to be as super left-wing as possible, and they paid the price for that. I think they all-time managed to get 86 players to play their game. So, you know, of course, if you want to be super left-wing, you can do that, but then make sure that you hide it well enough that the average player doesn't immediately go, man, I don't want to be playing a medieval fantasy game and hearing about feminism and shit. Like, why is this game being turned into political activism? Like, I don't understand. I personally, I don't think transgenderism should be celebrated. Personally, I don't necessarily think that homosexuality should be celebrated. But I don't have a problem with you putting it in video games. Because there are trans people. There are gay people. You can put that in your games. But then be smart about it. You know, handle it well. Do what the old games did. You could be gay in Mass Effect. They did it super well, right? You could be gay in Dragon Age Origins. They did it very, very well. Like, by all means, right? If you want to have these progressive characters, but then you have to be smart about it. You can't just shoehorn that stuff in. And you definitely cannot be preaching. That's oftentimes my biggest problem with the left's. I almost want to say with the left's invasion of video games is it's become preachy. It's like I'm playing through this game and I'm sitting here and it feels like I'm in a sociology class. I now have to listen to this Quinari bitch and moan because she doesn't feel quite like a woman. And I have to play through an entire struggle session with this medieval fantasy warrior who, on the one hand, is a strong, independent female, but on the other, also not a female, and hates her mother because her mother doesn't accept that she's not a female. And her mother is actually perfectly awesome, but she keeps treating her mother like shit. And it's like, wow, I like you've managed to create the most unlikable character in the history of gaming. Congratulations. This is the character that you wanted everyone to feel connected to, but this character is just unlikable. And that is a big issue. That's a big issue for me. So much potential when it was called Great Wolf. I don't think it ever had potential. I think the problem is your goal should be to make a world and to craft that world to fit the genre and the setting of the world. If you start making the world with a bunch of checklists that you have to hit, so you want to be sure that you have a gay character and a trans character and a non-binary character and a black character, and you're not going to make a good game. You're just not. It's impossible because you have to adhere to all of these stupid rules that force a bunch of stupid shit into the game that doesn't need to be there. And you have to try and make these rules make sense. Which is sometimes the biggest problem. Because you can very quickly tell when something is just unnatural. Maximo, take care of yourself, sir. Wayne, yeah. But again, they ended up making this character that is just so unlikable in every single regard. And I know why they made that character that way, because they see themselves in it. Right? The creator of that probably modeled Tash 100% after their own personality. And every single person, I am yet to meet a person on the left that I would say is a pleasant experience. I've met people who are in the center left. That's very pleasant. One of my brothers is center left, and he's gay, and I find him incredibly pleasant because he's not crazy. He's just he's more progressive than I am, right? But he also doesn't like the gay community, so that's good because he views them as crazy. So because he's not far left. But every single time I've had any encounter with progressives, they've been vile. They absolutely vile. The stuff they want for society, the stuff they want to do, their absolute insistence that you bend the knee and you do as they say. And if you don't, cancel. We will cancel you, right? We'll destroy your life. We'll go after everything you've got. The screams from people like Destiny and Hassan to basically kill conservatives. Vosh going so far as outright saying that they should steal every single election because the conservatives are evil. How can you look at people like this and say, well, we're the good side? To what extent? We'll see, right? We'll see. I have friends who center left, right? I have friends who have slightly more progressive politics. And while I don't agree on their politics, they're not leftists. I would say the leftists that I've met are not good people. At least the things they want isn't good. And the way they want it isn't good. I was on a stream just yesterday of some dude saying he's trans, but he was reacting to all UK stuff and laughing at all of those people who were supposed to present trans point of view. He was pleasant, doesn't care about most of this nonsense. I've told you guys this before. I'm not against telling adults what they can and cannot do. If you're an adult and you want to be trans, go for it. I couldn't give two shits, right? It's not my job. From a religious perspective, do I think it's sin? Absolutely, right? But if you're not a Christian, my biggest problem with the fact that with your life is the fact that you don't know Jesus. Not that you're trans or gay or whatever. I couldn't care less about that. I want you to get to know Jesus. If once you know Jesus, we can start working on sins. But prior to that, there's no reason. I'm not going to sit here and preach to a gay guy about how they're going to go to hell if they're gay, because my argument is always to people who do that. If you don't know Jesus, even if you weren't gay, you would still go to hell, right? So the biggest issue here isn't the fact that you're gay, it's that you don't know Jesus. The other stuff doesn't even matter, right? So at least not at the moment. So I don't ever prescribe to grown-ups what they should or should not do with their bodies. It's your choice, right? You're an adult. Where I do draw the line is kids. Keep your hands off kids. You don't touch a child. And I don't want any of this bullshit trans kids are trans kids exist or trans kids are kids as well. That's bullshit. There is no such thing as trans kids. When I was a child, I thought for a while I could fly. Luckily, my parents didn't throw me out of a building. That would have been hell. It would have hurt and I probably would have died as well. But my parents did the grown-up thing of going, no, you can't. Go play. Right? So that's how you deal with children telling you there's something or that they can do something. When your child comes in saying they're Spider-Man, you don't drop them from a skyscraper and say, shoot your webs. Right? That would be nuts. Why would you do this? Your child believes they're Spider-Man. Let them play out the fantasy, but don't do something that they won't be able to reverse. Once they're 18, so what? They're 18. They can do what they want now, right? But prior to that, parents should be protecting their children, not selling them out to an ideology that clearly wants to destroy them. Evazor, you see, but that's my thing. We just spoke about Destiny and his fireman stuff. So it seems to me like you're maybe someone who genuinely can be talked to, and we can probably end up having a conversation about some stuff. But I will note, right? So we just discussed this. You say you're closer to Destiny. But now I want to ask you, right? Do you believe that Destiny is a good example of a moral person? I quickly want to go pee. I'll be right back. But you can answer me. I'll read it as I get back. But do you believe Destiny is a good example of a moral person? All right, I'm back. He defends, but he certainly wouldn't be my moral beacon. Okay, so, well, you see, Destiny has gone bad. Things, therefore, everything says is wrong. Maddie, not quite. Again, I appreciate the fact that you're being sarcastic, but I will answer you once again in good faith, right? So, Evazor, let me... Let me just find this. What the hell is going on now? Okay, so here's where I sort of fall on things. There are some things that any decent human being should be able to immediately recognize as morally different, right? So pay attention to this. Destiny says, don't ever let fascist adjacent people like this who celebrate the arbitrary and malicious firing of federal employees. So to Destiny, from Destiny's perspective, celebrating the firing of a person is worse than celebrating the death of a person. So for Destiny, it's worse. Him making fun of a dude being shot and killed is nowhere close as bad as Asmongold enjoying the fact that useless federal employees are being fired. Now, right there reveals Destiny reveals himself as an untrustworthy actor. I cannot trust anything Destiny says from that point forward. Because if you can't even identify the difference between these two super basic positions, the one is a position of a fireman being shot and killed. The other is a person being fired, right? Like, those are not the same. But you see, because the firefighter was killed at a Trump rally, who gives a shit? Because a life was lost at a guy that you don't agree with, right? Somehow that is okay. But the people being fired, that's the real big issue here. Maddie, so if we go back, this tweet that he just wrote is in response to Asmongold's tweet. So Asmongold says, a lot of people excuse the range outburst like this in Destiny's community because they think Destiny is fighting for a greater good. That supersedes any form of accountability or decency. What they fail to realize is that crash outs like this, his comments towards the firefighter who was killed during the Trump assassination attempt, and the kid with brain cancer who was given an honorary Secret Service role, actively damaged any cause he advocates for. This is Destiny's response. So Destiny is saying, don't come at me with this, I made fun of a firefighter, or I made fun of a kid with brain cancer. You're the one celebrating people being fired from their jobs as federal employees. You're the malicious actor here. You're the immoral actor here. I'm not immoral. Notice how, in his response to Asmongold, he doesn't once come out and say, you know what, I made a mistake with the firefighter thing. You're right. How I acted was absolutely uncalled for. I should not have laughed at that. A man lost his life. This is sad. He doesn't do that. Instead, he excuses his behavior that he's been accused of, and instead points to what he views as the far worse problem. The fact that Asmongold is finding it funny that federal employees are losing their jobs. And also should add, Asmongold isn't laughing at individual federal employees losing their jobs. He's laughing at the fact that federal employees are being fired as a whole. Right? So this immediately discounts anything Destiny has to say, because you now have to go and look at everything Destiny stands for and ask yourself a fundamental question. Is Destiny's position morally correct? Based on the fact that Destiny clearly doesn't have a moral compass. There is no moral compass. There's no underlying moral anything for Destiny. He doesn't have a moral foundation whatsoever. This should call into question every single position that he holds, regardless of what that position may be. And what you should then do is you should go further and ask yourself, are my positions defensible? Or have I been duped into believing a bunch of things that might not actually be what I think they are? Because we can go through the list here. You have Destiny that does stuff like this. You have a son that says stuff like this. He's also on your side. You have Froggen, also on your side, saying worse stuff than this. You have Denims. Froggen, Denims, Hassan, they make fun of soldiers getting PTSD. Froggen wishes that people would get PTSD. Right? Soldiers would get PTSD. Hassan says publicly that America deserved 9/11. Shows literal propaganda videos from terrorists. These are the people that present or represent your side in the political arena, right? These are the people that hold your positions, that champion these positions. And at some point, you do have to ask yourself, what if the positions themselves are immoral? Well, assuming I've been duped, I hope you can expose it for me when we chat. It's very difficult to expose something like that, right? I'm not a psychologist, so I wouldn't even be able to, right? But there are some things I think that leftists inherently believe that I don't think they've ever really thought about, right? Like it's sort of it's like, and it's not just leftists, to be fair. There's some stuff people on the right also believe without ever really thinking about what it is that they're actually believing in. But what oftentimes happens is people will think about something because it sounds good, regardless of the outcome. So it doesn't matter what happens as a result of it. It sounds good, and therefore it's good. Oh, Evazor, don't get me wrong. I don't think many leaders are moral. I think, in fact, if you want to be at the top of any political ladder, you have to be immoral. Right? The question is, choose your poison. Like, who is it that you wish to back? You have to pick between basically two evils. And in this, you have to ask yourself, what is the role of government? The role of government is to keep society as moral as possible. I would argue the left has no morality. At least not that I can see. And therefore, I will never be able to vote left on anything. It would be impossible for me. There's also a lot of leaders on the right that I would not be voting for, because I view them as immoral as well. But fundamentally, there's so many things that I don't even want to go into again, because I've discussed it a million times before. But there's things that the left stands for that I find morally reprehensible, that I just would not be able to support. You can attack the people all day, but it's always going to be more productive to after the what do you mean to after the points, Maddie? I think you misspoke there, because I'm not entirely sure. You can attack the people all day, but it's always going to be more productive to after the points now. What do you mean by that? There are no solutions, only trade-offs. True. You love those government people, and now they can't pump money towards leftist causes. Doesn't leg to stand on after celebrating the firefighter. I do agree with you there, Slaps a lot. Or Plaps a lot. I do agree with you 100%. But it's sort of like, if you have to, so for example, on the right, on the conservative right, I can defend 90% of what the conservative right does and believe, because I can defend it as being good. The people that I won't ever defend is the far right, because I don't view that as good. I think the difference between the far right and the far left is almost non-existent, because both of them believe that people can be boiled down to the race, to the color of their skin, which I think is terrible. Like, I don't think you can ever boil people down to the color of their skin. All black people are not the same. All white people are not the same. And any suggestion that they are is racist, fundamentally. So I can reject the far right. And I can say with absolute certainty that the far right makes up a very tiny percentage of conservatives that would actually fall into the camp of the far right. For the most part, people like Nick Fuentes are not mainstream conservative voices. They don't get to speak for conservatives, right?
TMB super chatted $5.05. One side does not have a monopoly on truth. Do not fall to tribalism.
I appreciate the $5, dude. And I agree with you. One side doesn't have a monopoly on the truth. You're absolutely correct on that. The point I'm making, however, is on my side, right? The people that I would have to defend are people that I agree with for the most part, right? On all moral issues, we fundamentally agree. The things we disagree with might be policy positions, right? Where someone wants this and I wouldn't necessarily go that far, or whatever the case might be, right? But it's mostly policy positions. Whereas on the left, you have to excuse someone like Destiny, because Destiny is pretty mainstream. You have to excuse someone like Hassan. He's pretty mainstream. Frog and Denims is a bit more extreme, right? Their audiences aren't quite as mainstream. But there's a lot of Democratic senators and congressmen that hold the views of Destiny, that hold the views of Hassan, that would have no problem, right? Agreeing with every single thing here. When leftists were going around burning America down during the first Trump election, or Trump administration, the Democratic congressmen and senators were pretending like it wasn't even happening. Not a single one of them called out the violence and said, hold on, boys. This is not how we conduct ourselves. Now that the left is burning down Tesla and Tesla buildings and Tesla cars, harassing ordinary American citizens, by the way, who drive these cars, again, there's not a single Democratic senator or congressman that's calling this stuff out, saying, hold on, boys, what the hell are you guys doing? You seriously can't be thinking this is okay. In fact, when they've been asked, they just ignore the question as if it didn't even happen. So these are the people that you have to defend on your side, right? You have to explain how these people do not represent the majority of your party. And then you see another phenomena, which I think should be the strongest indication that there is something seriously wrong within the liberal Democratic Party. The amount of Democrats that are walking over to the Republican side. This should let any ordinary, decent Democrat take pause and say, maybe something's going on here. When lifelong Democrats, people that are as progressive as they come, are going, oh, wait, this is nuts. And they're starting to walk over. I mean, is anyone actively going to sit here and tell me Joe Rogan is a conservative? Is anyone actually going to sit here and tell me that Dave Rubin, the gay dude that's married to a man that just adopted a baby, is a conservative? Of course not. The fact that these people walked over from the Democrats towards the Republicans and went, dude, I can't deal with this, should tell you everything you need to know. When ordinary Democrats, who would in every other timeline be Democratic voters, are walking away from the Democratic Party, you need to start going, maybe something is wrong here. Maybe there is something fundamentally wrong. And I don't have anything against liberalism. I think you need both liberalism and conservatism in society in order for society to function. I don't think the one can function without the other. In super conservative societies, you lack progression. In super liberal societies, you get too much progression. So it becomes a serious problem. Okay, I disagree with that. I don't have to excuse them. I can condemn them easily. Condemning them is different than condemning their policy positions. But Evazor, the problem is their policy positions is an extension of their moral positions. Right? So let's take, for example, Maddie. You said you believe in universal healthcare. Okay? You believe that this is a good thing to try and establish. The issue is that I don't think your position is a moral one. Not insofar as I don't think you're being morally good in order to want this. Let's say for a second that I absolutely accept that you genuinely care about people's health and therefore you think everyone should have access to healthcare. My problem with universal healthcare is that it is physically impossible to provide without America picking up the slack. If America joins the rest of the world in becoming a universal healthcare provider, say for example, the rest of the world and America's healthcare systems screech to a halt and die overnight. And here's why. Almost all medical research currently today that allows for the curing of diseases, the building of machines, the actual research that creates all of the processes that heal people come out of the United States of America. Europe and the rest of the world do almost none of this. And the reason they do almost none of this is because most of their hospitals are subpar. Most of their hospitals are understaffed. Their academic hospitals are all but spent. So you have the American people basically paying the bill so that the rest of the world can have free healthcare. It's not free, but never mind. And even then, I argue that it doesn't actually provide good healthcare. You're not actually helping people become healthier. You're not actually helping people not get sick. That, however, does not mean that I agree with the current healthcare system of the United States of America. I think the current system in America is also broken. And I think that you can find a system in between these two. So rather than a single-payer system or a completely free system, you could probably find a system in the middle that provides good healthcare for everyone, right? At an affordable price, while everyone is still able to make money and therefore innovate so that medical research can continue, so that we can get better machinery and all the rest of it, for ultimately the best outcome for everyone. Cosmic Age, how you doing, bro? Evazor, the problem is, right? So I think that you have two types. Well, you have many types of people, but let's say there's two broad category people, okay? There are those who share the same moral underpinning, right? So people on the left want to see everyone get good, decent healthcare at affordable pricing, or potentially free. People on the right, who also form part of this group, want everyone to get good, decent healthcare at an affordable price. Right? The way they get to that is different. They have different ideas of how you're supposed to get there. Then I think there's another group of people. Now, this group of people exists on both the left and the right, although the left has a bit more of a noticeable effect on this, because I think the right, those people on the right have already won this battle. But I do think they work together on this. I'll explain to you. Then you have the people who don't want free healthcare because they actually give a shit about people's health or about people having access to healthcare. What they want is the control that comes with it, because it does indeed offer you a tremendous amount of control. The difference between the left and the right, like the ordinary people that genuinely care about this issue, is literally just a disagreement of how to get there. People on the right, more conservative-minded people, say, hold on, I'm sure we can find a free market solution that allows for people to get good, decent healthcare that isn't going to bankrupt them. People on the left might say, well, I also want good, decent healthcare, but I think we should all be paying for everyone's healthcare. I think that's all that's, but both care about people getting good and honest healthcare, right? So this is why I said you can probably come up with some kind of compromise where both sides get reasonably happy out of the process, right? The problem is that the people who are leading this conversation, so in this case, the politicians, I am not convinced that let me give you guys an example. I live in South Africa, right? Now, South Africa has a two-tier healthcare system. We have the part that is public, so the government and their hospitals, death traps, all of them. And then you have private healthcare in South Africa. Now, in South Africa, private healthcare is very interesting. You can get a full hospital package, all inclusive, right? So if you need to go to the hospital, you can go, everything is paid for, no co-payments or anything like that. Between $100 and $150, depending on how healthy you are. If you're super healthy, you'll probably get it for, you could even get it for lower than $100 a month. And that's everything. So if you have to go to the hospital, everything is covered for you. Most people don't really get full healthcare here because medical doctors are not that expensive. If you need to go to the GP, the general practitioner, for example, that's going to cost you maybe $15 for the consultation, and the medication is going to be, man, the most expensive I've ever paid for medication was, I think, $15. I had this was when I had swine flu. That was quite expensive. I think it was like $15 for the full course of medication. So you don't really get healthcare for that. You can just pay that out of pocket. Who cares, right? Now, why is our private healthcare that cheap? Like, why are we able to get it that cheap when you can't get it like that in America? Well, the reason is, in South Africa, hospitals are not determined by the government to be too big to fail. Banks are not determined by the government to be too big to fail. And healthcare insurance companies are not determined by the government to be too big to fail. In South Africa, if a hospital goes bankrupt, it goes bankrupt. If a medical insurance company goes bankrupt, it goes bankrupt. If a bank goes bankrupt, it goes bankrupt. So medical insurance companies, hospitals, and healthcare and banks need to be responsible. The hospital can't just go apeshit and charge whatever it wants. And the medical insurance company can't just go apeshit and pay whatever it wants. So you have a lot of medical insurance companies, and there's a ton, by the way, that are constantly fighting the banks to lower, fighting the hospitals to lower their prices. Otherwise, they won't cover them. And for a hospital, if a medical insurance company says we won't cover your hospital stays, that's really bad. So the hospital needs to be as competitive as possible with its prices so that the medical insurance companies will continue to actually fund medical stay at that hospital. This system is not the way it is in America. In America, the hospitals are all backed by the government. The medical insurance companies are all backed by the government. The banks are all backed by the government. So none of these companies care at all about making good or smart decisions. The higher the price, the better. That's all they really have to care about. What do you mean, F? Did the stream die? We went, if for American healthcare. Yeah, but this is the problem, right? When you tell a giant corporation that, hey, no matter what you do, you physically can't fail, how long do you think it takes them to go, hey, let's make a bunch of stupid decisions, right? We can literally not fail. Because if we fail, who bails us out? The taxpayers, right? So they don't give a shit. They'll just keep doing what they're doing. And this is, Papa Shango, this actually predates Obama. Obama didn't take it away, but it predates Obama. You have the first time companies are sort of labeled as too big to fail is I think 60 years ago or some shit, where companies are labeled as too big to fail. All Obama and Obamacare specifically did was it allowed for these insurance companies to basically go apeshit because they no longer had to give a crap about the poor. Because Obamacare takes care of the poor, so now they can go only after the rich people. They can basically charge whatever they want, because if you're too poor to pay their prices, you'll have to go on Obamacare, so who gives a crap? So the government effectively does with the medical aids, or the medical insurance companies, what they do with Amazon. Here would be another example of how something the left screams about a lot is actually created by the government. But now, the reason this annoys me is it's the government that created this problem, and then you have people like Bernie Sanders that say, if you just give us a little bit more power, we'll fix this problem. It's like, dude, you started this problem. What the hell are you talking about? The reason Amazon can get away with paying their workers literally no money is because of government subsidy. If you're a worker at Amazon, you're encouraged to also go on food stamps and government security programs. Because Amazon knows we pay you half your wage, you get the rest from the government, so the taxpayers are helping pay the workforce of Amazon. Right? This is the problem with a lot of... Whenever the government gets involved in a solution, it creates more problems. So you agree that government regulations and the free market is good? Matty Mac, yeah, to some extent. It depends on what regulations we're talking about. If you're asking for regulations, my argument would be the government needs to control the playing field. So there needs to be regulations that allow for the playing field to be fair and to increase competition. And to obviously set borders. To say to companies, oi, boys, these are the borders. You can play inside these borders. Go nuts. But these are the borders. These are the rules. So play by these rules. If you're asking about regulations that basically curb competition, which is what a lot of regulations end up doing, the regulations end up helping the super rich companies, but it kills competition on the bottom end. Those are regulations that I'm not a fan of. And the issue is with government, you almost never get the one without the other. Because government, once it has power to regulate, it'll regulate everything. And a lot of those politicians have vested interests because there's money that's involved in politics, and that's a serious problem as well. These companies, sky high. Well, Cosmic, the reason the insurance companies don't even care, right, about lowering the price is they just borrow from the banks, and if they fail, the government will bail them out. So for the insurance companies, this is also a great time. They're making so much money, it's impossible to, they can't even count all their money. Just get on Obamacare, which is shit in most cases. The competition would be great. Competitive plans would be great for the consumer. So if it was me, and I realize you guys don't like people from the outside telling you what to do. And I'm not doing that, right? I'm just making a suggestion here to all of my red, white, and blue fan base. But if it was me, if I was the president of the United States, I would get all 51 states, can't forget about Canada, but I would get all 51 states together. Just joking, by the way, to all the Canadian fans out there. But I would get all 50 states together, and I would get all of their governors into a single room, and I would say to them, boys, sit down. We're going to figure some shit out here. These crazy regulations that each of you have on medical insurance companies isn't working because it stops competition. You have certain states that have a choice between two. There's 50 in America, but only 2 can operate in this state because each of you have different little rules about bullshit that this company can't do because there's this and this and this. Figure out a rule set that is baseline, and all companies that adhere to these rules can operate in all states. Then I would do the exact same thing with the internet companies, the fiber providers in America. I would say to them, oi, boys, figure out your regulations. Figure out what is the baseline regulations that all fiber providers must adhere to, and then allow them to operate in your state so that we can get people cheap and fast internet, and so that we can get healthcare to be competitive in every single state in America. That way, I think you'll immediately get a lot more competition, because the issue is you have some states that have insane regulations, like California, and then you have other states that have very little regulation. And the issue here is that if you're a company that's doing medical insurance, if you're going to try and provide medical insurance to every single state in America, you're going to go bankrupt before you've dealt with all of these different regulations and all of these different little bullshit things that you have to figure out. So I would probably get that across the finish line. And then allow them to discuss amongst themselves, right? So it's not the federal government telling them what the rules needs to be. They can come together and they can figure out what they think the base regulations need to be. Like what's the borderline baseline thing that a medical insurance company should be doing, and that's it, you know? To our convo, and I honestly think it will go well. While I disagree with most of what you've said, you seem to be honest and open to discussing your ideas. It was all, yeah, no, I'm always open to discussing things, right? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well, sir. Take care of yourself and have a good time, man. I doubt we have had all 50 governors together in the same room together this millennium. I would bring them together, at least just for the medical aid. Like, we can leave the internet for a while, but for the medical aid stuff, I think, or the medical insurance, you guys don't call it medical aid. But for the medical insurance stuff, I feel like you have to find a way to increase competition across the states. Crash Bernie, how you doing, bro? Well, Crash, don't piss on our parade here. Like, why do you have to come in here with your logic and just be like, one word, bro? Politicians are stupid. We know this. We're just sort of thinking outside the box here and imagining what would happen if our leaders weren't retards. Right? Like that's the question we're asking here right now. Don't bring your reality into this. We're having fun now. You know, don't forget about Greenland. My apologies. All 52 states. You're right. Oops. Sorry, Greenland. I forgot. Amazing how the US system is a corporate scam. An example, an ambulance intervention. It's 10 times higher in the US for the same service distances. The wage are a bit higher in the US, so that explains 4% of the cost. They are, but again, they're charging those prices because they know they can. It doesn't matter. In Canada, too many libs up there. It'd be like adding another California. Papa Shango, the only reason I tend to do this is because it's funny. Right? And most Canadians get the joke, right? And they laugh at it. But every once in a while, you find one Canadian that doesn't think it's funny. And then that's funny too, you know? So I don't think America wants Canada anyways. And I don't think Canada wants to be part of America. So... Meeks, the problem that I would say there with your argument now is that in South Africa, all ambulance companies are private as well. And while it is expensive, because ambulances are mega expensive, if you have a normal hospital plan of like $100 a month, $100 of course, in South Africa it's like 1,500 to 2,000 rand a month, but that's about $150 a month. If you have a normal healthcare package, that's covered. Like, no matter which ambulance comes to pick you up, they cover the costs of that ambulance. And there's usually not some weird unwritten rules about what can or cannot be allowed. And, you know, your package only allows for the first mile, and you sadly live 1.1 miles away from the hospital. So now we don't even pay the first mile. None of our medical insurance agreements are that sort of adversarial. In South Africa, when you go and you sign up for medical aid, you go to a broker, they find you the best medical aid, and there's no like hidden sort of sneaky ways in which they're trying to screw you. It gives what it gives and it says what it says. Then I speak to Americans and I find out that actually, no, bro, you have to read that contract as if you're signing a merger deal with a Fortune 500 company. Because they're going to try and screw you in the legalese of that contract, which is just like, wait, contracts aren't supposed to be that way. Like, a company being sort of adversarial with another company is one thing, but a company isn't supposed to be adversarial with its customers. Your contract with a customer isn't meant to sort of get you off of doing your job, right? And this is again something that is because of politicians that have allowed for contract law in America to be so gung-ho bullshit that if you want to sign any contract in the US, you have to get a lawyer. Because they have to read through it first and figure out if you're not signing your kidneys away. You phone the hospital and be like, I'm dying, can you pick me up? They pick you up and they remove your kidneys because, you know, the contract you signed says that as soon as you get sick, the medical insurance company owns your kidneys now. Shit like that. Different though, and wages, EMTs start at roughly $15 an hour. If there's a paramedic, then you're looking at $25 an hour. Plus the cost, insurance, gas, technology, maintenance. These private companies aren't huge by any means. Most are franchises from a corporation brand. Meeks, I'm not, like, the problem here isn't really the cost of the ambulance. Like, I don't have a problem with that because, like I said, even in South Africa, they are expensive. If you don't have medical insurance, you're going to pay probably, last time I heard, it was something like $250 a mile that you're going to pay for this, right? So it is mega expensive. My problem is the amount of medical insurance sort of packages in America that doesn't even cover it. Like, you have a medical insurance plan that's supposed to be a proper plan that covers everything, but then it turns out that actually, no, we don't cover the ambulance if there were more than 3 red lights on the way to the hospital. Oh, no, sorry, because the ambulance had to stop more than 4 times, you now have to pay for all of it. All of these weird little bullshit rules in the contracts that make it so that they technically don't cover it. Like, if something ordinary happens and you have to get to the hospital, they don't cover that. They only cover the most, we only actually pay for the ambulance if you got hurt on Mars. If you read there in the fine print, it says ambulance only covered from the port side of Mars, and it only starts in the year 2055. And you're like, dude, what? Right? And that's just standard American contract law of all of these corporations doing bullshit. But they can say we cover everything. Another unrecoverable is if they take you to an out-of-network provider. See, again here, Meeks, here in South Africa, you have plans like that, but those are the mega cheap plans. So if you go for a full hospital cover plan, it usually covers all hospitals and clinics. But then you have cheaper ones for people who really can't afford the more expensive ones. And these will usually be called something like a network plan. So they'll basically give you a map of every single hospital in the country for every single town that they will cover. So they won't cover everything, but they'll cover these specific hospitals. And they'll only cover this or that specific thing. But that's usually then super mega cheap. Like, then you pay almost no money. Yeah, but I personally think it's because of a lack of competition. There's just not enough competition in the US. No, what am I looking at? Niara will enjoy this. She's French. Insurance providers, yes. But the ACA killed the competition. Only the big fish survive now. Yeah, but I feel like this is what we've been speaking about, right? Is the lack of competition in the US. The fact that US markets are almost it's like the US is the ultimate monopoly economy. Like, everything is just monopoly. And everyone is a monopoly. Oh shit, what happened here? Hold up, chat.
Palestine, bitch. Palestine, bitch. Free Palestine, you fucking bitch. You're ugly.
Lol. Bye. Oh, that's lovely to see, man. And then they cry. They're like, "Oh no, please! Why are you doing this to me?" It's like, shut the hell up, bitch. Go to jail. Straight to jail. Undercooked chicken, straight to jail. Overcooked chicken, straight to jail. Oh man, funny. I love it. Oh. What else do we have here? By the way, do you guys remember the conservative YouTuber Lauren Southern? Whatever happened to her? Because she just disappeared. What the hell happened there? She came back, Loki. I saw her come back. This is the other day. I was looking her up because she started making some decent videos that I sort of wanted to start following. Because I'll show you. She made this video that I thought was like actually really cool. This one about your food is fake, and I was like, damn, if she's gonna start making content like this, I'd love to watch this shit. And just gone 7 months ago, just gone. And I noticed because it happens to coincide with the Destiny leaks. Because those of you that don't remember, it turns out that she was banging Destiny while she and Destiny were doing Destiny and Lauren Southern things. Or at least she wanted to bang him or some shit like that. And then that came out, and then the Tenet or some shit deal. Who was it? Some Chinese media corporation that her and Tim Pool and that Lauren Chen chick belonged to. That deal got exposed. And since then, Lauren Southern hasn't made a single video. Oh, but Mason, she did. Oh, I promise you, sir. Like, as strange as that might seem, she did. So if you go Destiny, let me just see.
Towards women.
Like, you can look at somebody and be like, when it comes to clothing, for instance, like somebody could leak something, or not leak something. Sorry, somebody could play something.
We got stuff. We got stuff. By way of a short preamble, some weird, probably schizophrenic person, possibly a former fling of Stephen Vanel's, was in...
I'll just show you this. I'm not going to watch the whole video.
Queeman's Discord server, bragging about having a massive dump of private messages from Destiny. My immediate response was, who fucking cares? Is there anything like particularly politically scandalous in here? 90% of it is just like gross out him people in ways that would be comical to someone who cares about Steven's sex life, except for a few little details. Because within these DMs were screenshots of DMs with Lauren Southern.
Yup.
Lauren Southern is a very famous white nationalist, political activist, anti-feminist, etc., trad wife, and so on and so on.
I don't know if I would call her a white nationalist. If she was a white nationalist, she married, as far as I know, a Middle Eastern guy. Or at least Middle Eastern descent. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think her husband in Australia was white.
So forth. Whose entire grift is completely exposed by her engaging in extramarital affairs with political enemies. It goes a little bit deeper than that, but
Yeah, but you see, this is where, again, you're sort of defeating your own argument. If she is a white nationalist, why would she sleep with political enemies?
principal issue and why this kind of matters politically, why this matters more generally, besides it being yet another case of a conservative grifter being outed as a monstrous hypocrite in private, it's just something very disturbing about Destiny, if anything pertaining to Destiny being disturbing can be a surprise. Namely that through his involvement with Lauren Southern, he actually had complete evidence of her hypocrisy and her grift, which he protected so that he could maintain emotional/sexual access. That's pretty bad, in my humble opinion. And it's not clickbait. I haven't read through all of these, but I've read through enough of them. It is funny, it is embarrassing, and it's happening to all of the right people for once. So, let's just go through these. Now this gets funny. This gets very funny.
It's just, I'll just show you this, right?
Okay.
You'll see.
This question
what's sad is that she's saying this about Destiny. She says things like, "You have the most incredible mind of any person I've ever met." Like, she is smitten with Destiny, bro. Of all the people that you could be smitten with, Destiny. Now, I'm not suggesting that Lauren Southern is some, like, super hot woman, because she's not really. She's pretty average looking. But even her, I would say, is probably, she could do better than Destiny.
I'm in a horrible position right now that I was looking forward to talking about in person together. I've obviously been going on dates since you suggested it, and the guy I've been seeing is really lovely. Really cares about Brock, it seems, and is treating me well. I definitely feel he deserves a real shot and not games from me. I also need to put it out into the world that what I want from a relationship, which is monogamy, as I've always told you. Just always wished you were into it. Tear. I don't know, because...
See this? I don't know, because I'm still getting to know him, and I still love you. But you're obviously not available, blah, you get it. This stuff came out, and then the Tenet media stuff came out, and then she was just gone. Then she was just gone. She just disappeared. Matty Mag, I would ask you just, have you ever watched the videos about the Son of Hamas? Have you ever looked at some of the Son of Hamas's videos? Literally, the son of the leader of Hamas, who was exiled by his own father after starting to question the evil of of what they were doing. Because if you've ever watched his content, you'll understand what is happening currently in Israel is orchestrated by Palestine. There is so much more happening between Israel and Palestine than what people seem to understand. And the one thing that most leftists seem to really struggle with is that in Islam, kids dying is not a bad thing for them. It's not something that parents cry about. Because according to the Quran, if you die at the hands of the enemies of Allah, you go straight to paradise. You go straight to heaven. This guy, who is the son of the leader of Hamas, outright states they put their kids in the way of the bombs so that they can record it and so that they can show it to the world so that they can win the media war against Israel. They put their kids there. They don't give a shit. From their perspective, because they know the only way to win this war against Israel is for the world to hate Israel. So if that means that they have to kill their own children in order to win that war, that's what they'll do. And everyone's falling for it. Except when you actually listen to what people are saying that were inside these groups, you start to understand there's something much, much, much different happening on the ground. Your brain is mush. So McFly, are you saying I'm ignorant, but I'm telling you what the son of the leader of Hamas says about Hamas? I would argue the ignorant one here is you. Because you're arguing against the guy that was raised inside this death cult, that grew up in it, that knows it. Better than you, I might add. Have you ever been there? Probably not. Do you know anything about Islam? Probably not. Unlike anyone who has ever just spent like a couple of minutes to read about it. We love death more than you love life. Literally what they said. Yeah, I remember that, Mason. Matty Mac, that's all I've ever asked for. Because I am not on board with everything Israel is doing. Not at all. In fact, I have said many times, I think what you have here is two very evil groups going at it with each other. And by that, I'm not talking about, because I do think there are ordinary Palestinian citizens who are suffering at the hands of this war. And I think there's ordinary Israeli citizens who don't want this, right? But my issue is with the groups of people who seem to think Israel, bad, bad, bad. Hamas and Palestine, good, good, good. Nothing Hamas and Palestine does could ever be evil, could ever be wrong, could ever be bad. And nothing Israel does can ever be good. Israel is just always evil. I don't like black and white thinking like this, because that sort of opens the door for very evil people to do very evil things. You have, for example, people on the left that not only excuse what happened on October 7th, but celebrate it. So, yeah, they deserve it. I say, whoa, bro, like a lot of innocent people were murdered on that day. A lot of innocent people were raped and abused and severely hurt and harmed on that day. And from your perspective, this is good. This is fine because they deserve it. I'm not sure I would ever agree with that. Maddie, I just want to point out that girl was not arrested for saying Free Palestine. In that video, I think this was part of like a bigger protest, and she did actually assault or try to assault some people, and that's why she was arrested. Not because she said Free Palestine. There was an actual cause. You could see it happen in Britain. Britain will not arrest you for saying Free Palestine. The British are, or at least the British government and the police are as anti-Israel as can be. So that's definitely not why you would be arrested. She was actually breaking the law. If I remember, it was a protest, and some of the protesters were even starting to get aggressive with the cops, throwing stuff at the cops, and this is where the arrests happened. So it wasn't because they were saying Free Palestine. It was because they were acting like idiots. And then got arrested for it. So no, I mean, I am not a fan of Hamas, but I would always say that you are allowed, like literally where I live, about they say 10 minutes away, there's a small little gathering of Muslim women every single day on one of the corners, holding placards of Free Palestine and whatnot. I would never advocate for them to not be there. It's free speech. You can say whatever you want. Like, I don't care about that. And if anyone tried to remove them, I would be the first to say, hold on, bro. Like, you can have a counter protest if you want, but you can't remove someone for saying stuff. So definitely in that regard, I wouldn't celebrate that. But I know what happened there. Specifically, the reason they were arrested wasn't because they were just saying Free Palestine. As safe and relaxed, at peace anywhere else. Crazy to live in relative peace until the Brits came in and promised land to both of them and sat back and watched war erupt. I think it was always going to be a problem. Like, the Middle East was just never going to work. This was never going to work. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, to be fair. I don't think the two-state solution works. I'll just be honest. The two-state solution will not work. Obviously, a one-state solution doesn't work. So what's the answer? How do you solve the problem in the Middle East? I think anyone that tells you this is an easy problem or gives you an easy solution is lying. And you should probably not trust that solution. It's probably the worst solution. Give what land back, bro? Like, what land? What land is it that you want to give back? Are you suggesting from the river to the sea? Do you have a specific line? Which land do you want to go back, and which land do you not want to go back? Like, what land are you specifically referring to? Because if you're going from the river to the sea, that means all of Israel needs to be given back. Now, there we have a bit of a problem. Because we have documents predating as far back as almost 4,000 years ago that show that the Jews were the rightful inhabitants of that land, long before the Palestinians even existed. So if we're going by rightful land claims, then the Jews have the right to live there. And the Palestinians need to leave. If your argument is a bit more nuanced, so you're saying, well, actually, hold up. I'm not saying from the river to the sea. I'm saying, and this I will agree on you, will agree with anyone on, if you look at the current map of Palestine and Israel, it's bonkers. It makes no sense. You have Palestine sort of divided into these tiny little areas, and the Israeli map is cut into these weird forms. It's sort of like, wait, what the hell is going on here? Right? So if you wanted to come up with a give the land back in terms of this is the line, and you're going to have this side of the line, and you're going to have that side of the line, but then you also need to acknowledge the lines that the current map is sort of drawn upon didn't happen by accident. These are areas that were taken by the Israelis because every single time Hamas gets access to these areas, Hamas uses these areas to bomb Israel. This has been the fundamental problem. Every single time Israel gives another piece of the land back to Hamas, Hamas bombs Israel the next day from this new part. So you're sort of in a pickle now. If you divide the country again, right down the middle, let's say you draw a line straight down the middle of Israel. That side is Palestine, this side is Israel. If Hamas again starts bombing Israel, Israel is just going to go in again, right? Because they don't want to keep getting bombed by Hamas. I think if I were to give, I don't like giving my answer on this because it is too much. The issue is too complicated for any one person to really figure out. But if I were to give my opinion on it, on how it should be solved, I do think Hamas needs to be stopped. I don't think there can ever be peace in Palestine and Israel as long as Hamas is around. Here's why it becomes so difficult. Because in saying that, how do you get rid of Hamas? Doing exactly what Israel is doing now. Killing them. The issue with that is, in killing an army that uses humans as shields, you're inevitably creating more Hamas soldiers. Because some of these people that lose loved ones being bombed get radicalized and then join the radical group fighting the people that's killing them, because not all of them realize what Hamas is doing and that Hamas is doing this. So you're effectively creating a problem that can never be solved. There is no solution to this problem. Because the more you try to destroy and kill Hamas, the more people you create that join Hamas, the stronger Hamas gets, and the more you have to bomb Hamas, and so it continues. This is why I said, anyone that tells you I have the solution to the Middle East is lying. The full video was cut off then, but it did seem like you had a problem with those goals because they said free Palestine, if not my bad. No, I was just laughing at the juxtaposition being all badass, and then once you get arrested crying about it. That was what I found funny. That's what I laughed about. Yeah, well, I find anyone that protests on behalf of Hamas to be morally depraved. If you want to protest on behalf of the Palestinians, absolutely, and you should. You should not want to see innocent people die, right? Ever. Hamas is not Palestine. They're not the same. I just don't know how you deal with that problem. Israel versus the Philistines. Yep. That land has been a problem since the Promised Land, and it's never changed. Tekla, no, those students obviously don't understand it because the government propaganda centers have no interest in teaching that. This is the problem with government propaganda centers. Their interest is in teaching you to be a good ideological soldier, not to have the truth or to even know the truth. In fact, the truth would be inconvenient. All right, boys, now I am going to go get some food because it's already an hour and a half later since I last said that I want to go get some food. And if I stay, it's going to be another hour and a half before I finally go and get food, and then everything's closed already because I think things are only open for another half an hour here before it closes for good. Tomorrow is Easter Sunday, so I won't be live tomorrow. I'll probably be back on Monday. You can look out for videos definitely from Monday again. Monday is a public holiday, so I don't know if there's going to be, like, someone's going to put up a barbecue or a dinner or something that I have to go to. But I will definitely be back on Tuesday, if not on Monday. But I'm going to try for Monday. If there's no, like, stuff happening, I will be back on Monday. Tomorrow I won't be doing anything because it's Easter Sunday. So I'll be spending that going to church, choir. I have my choir tomorrow, and then luckily we're done with choir for a bit. So yeah, this war began when Cain killed his brother Abel. Israel versus the Canaanites, and only a divine intervention and redemption can solve this war. Not wrong. Mythic Banter. Gregory, so there's no Mythic Banter this week because Rurikon is taking some time off. Not from the Banter show, but from everything. He just, last week we said it in the show. Rurikon needs a bit of a break. I think Rurikon is being attacked from multiple different angles. First, on the Monster Hunter stuff, talking about Monster Hunter, it appears like some people are not too happy with Wilds and some people love Wilds. And so when he says good things about Wilds, he get attacked. He's getting attacked. And when he says bad things about Wilds or just slightly negative things about Wilds, he gets attacked. And then obviously there's also people that attack him for having the podcast with me because Rurikon is very much apolitical. And I'm obviously not apolitical, which is one of the reasons the podcast works as well as it does, because we talk about video games from both a political angle and also from a non-political angle. But there are some people who just do not want that. So he gets attacked from that side as well. So he just sort of needed a break from everything and just spend some time with family and, you know, get that stuff under wraps. So, yeah. It's a weird, I guess you could say, it's a weird sort of, I think it's a weird area for him at the moment. You said Raid Bull Chad comments on the Mythic Banter. Definitely not, Tekla. Definitely not. There's a lot of people that really hate me on the Mythic Banter show. There's a lot of people that like me as well, that like my approach to things. But obviously there's people that hate me too, and that's going to happen. It is what it is, you know? Some people will never know, you know? They'll hate the soldiers that's fighting to save their video games, and it is what it is. They won't thank us afterwards, but hey, we take the bullets so that gaming can be better. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you for coming out and hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. It's a Saturday. It's a lazy day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your long weekends. Go spend some time with your family, your friends. Do something fun. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.